Hey my little sleepy friends. Tonight, we're embarking on a journey through one of humanity's oldest and most delightful activities, playing games. From ancient boards etched in stone to glowing screens, from dice carved from bone to virtual worlds, this documentary is the story of how we've always found time to play, no matter what else was happening in the world. So dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to drift off with history. Before we dive into the history of specific games, let's talk about something you probably experienced today without even thinking about it: the urge to play. Maybe you did a crossword puzzle with your morning coffee, or played a word game on your phone while waiting in line, or challenged a friend to a quick match of something competitive. That impulse, that desire to engage in something that doesn't strictly need to be done, is one of the most fundamentally human things about us. Scientists have watched animals play, puppies wrestle, otters slide down riverbanks repeatedly for no practical reason, and even crows have been observed playing what looks suspiciously like games with each other. But humans took play and transformed it into something more structured, more meaningful, and infinitely more complex. We created games. The urge to play seems to be hardwired into our brains, right alongside our needs for food, shelter, and connection with others. And here's something fascinating. Archaeological evidence suggests that humans have been creating formal games for at least 5,000 years, and probably much longer. Think about that for a moment. While our ancestors were figuring out agriculture, building the first cities, and inventing writing, they were also sitting down to play board games. This tells us something important. Games aren't frivolous additions to human culture. They're central to it. Games teach us strategy, help us bond with others, give us safe ways to compete, and provide mental challenges that keep our minds sharp. They're practice for real life, but with lower stakes and more laughter. Imagine the first person who looked at some stones or seeds and thought, I could make a game with these. Perhaps it was a shepherd watching over flocks with nothing but time and pebbles. Perhaps it was a child playing in the dirt who noticed patterns emerging. However it happened, that moment of creative play sparked something that has never stopped evolving. Early games likely grew from simple concepts, moving objects from one place to another, trying to get things to land in certain spots, and competing to see who could throw or aim most accurately. These weren't just time wasters for bored ancient people. They were ways to sharpen skills needed for survival: hand-eye coordination, strategic thinking, and the ability to read an opponent's intentions. But games also served another crucial purpose that had nothing to do with survival skills. They were fun. In a world where daily life could be harsh, uncertain, and short, games provided moments of genuine enjoyment. They created spaces where people could laugh, compete without serious consequences, and forget their troubles for a while. You can almost picture it, can't you? After a long day of work that would make our modern desk jobs look simple, ancient people would gather as the sun set, bringing out their game boards, their dice, and their playing pieces. Children watching and learning, eventually joining in. Strangers becoming friends over shared games. Winners gloating just enough, losers plotting their comeback. The beautiful thing about games is that they require nothing more than agreement between players and some basic materials. You don't need wealth, status, or power to play, just willingness to participate in this peculiar human tradition of creating arbitrary rules and following them for enjoyment. As you relax into your pillow tonight, consider that this very human impulse to play connects you to every generation that came before. The person who will go to sleep after playing a video game has more in common with an ancient Egyptian playing sonnet than you might think. The materials change, the complexity evolves, but that fundamental joy of engaging in playful competition remains constant across millennia. Let's travel back to ancient Mesopotamia, to the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, around 2600 BCE. Picture a city with mud brick buildings, marketplace sounds drifting through warm air, and in a cool interior room 2 people hunched over a beautiful board game. This game was called the Royal Game of O-O-R. And when archaeologists discovered it in the 1920s, they found something remarkable. Not just the game boards themselves, but also instructions for how to play. Someone over 4,000 years ago thought to write down the rules. This tells us that games were important enough to preserve, to pass down, and to make sure future generations could enjoy them exactly as intended. The Royal Game of Or was played on a distinctive board that looked like 2 rectangles connected by a narrow bridge. The playing pieces were beautiful, often carved from precious materials and inlaid with shell and lapis lazuli. This wasn't a cheap amusement. This was a game that people valued enough to craft with artistry and care. The game involved dice, though not the cubic dice we know today. Ancient Mesopotamian dice were pyramid-shaped, with 2 marked corners, creating a binary system of chance. Players would race their pieces around the board, landing on special squares that either helped or hindered their progress. Sound familiar? If you've ever played Parcheesi or Sorry, you've played a distant descendant of games like this. Meanwhile, across the world in ancient Egypt, people were equally devoted to their games. The Egyptians particularly loved a game called Senet, which was so important that they buried game sets in tombs so the deceased could play in the afterlife. Imagine considering a board game so essential that you'd want it with you for eternity. Senet boards have been found in tombs ranging from common workers to pharaohs. The game appears in Egyptian art, showing everyone from queens to servants hunched over their boards, moving their pieces with concentration. The boards were often beautifully crafted, with 30 squares arranged in 3 rows of 10, and pieces that range from simple pawns to elaborately carved figures. The game combined luck and strategy in ways that made it endlessly replayable. Players moved pieces based on the throw of casting sticks, flat sticks with 1 decorated side that would land either up or down, creating different move combinations. The goal was to get all your pieces off the board before your opponent, but certain squares had special meanings, including some with religious significance. Here's something that might make you smile. Archaeologists have found evidence that ancient Egyptians sometimes cheated at Senet. Some boards show wear patterns suggesting people moved their pieces in ways that didn't quite match the rules. Even 4,000 years ago, some competitive player was trying to sneak an extra square when their opponent wasn't looking carefully. Ancient China developed its own rich gaming traditions. Go, known as Weiqi, Weiqi in Chinese, emerged over 2,500 years ago and is still played today with essentially unchanged rules, making it possibly the oldest continuously played board game in human history. The game's elegance is deceiving. Played on a grid with black and white stones, it looks simple, but contains such strategic depth that modern computers only recently learned to beat master players. Go was considered one of the 4 arts of the Chinese scholar, alongside calligraphy, painting, and music. This elevated games from mere entertainment to cultural refinement. Learning to play Go well was seen as developing mental discipline, strategic thinking, and even moral character. The game became a metaphor for life itself. You can't control everything. You must work with what you have, and sometimes sacrificing small advantages leads to greater victories. The ancient Greeks and Romans, never ones to be left out of cultural innovations, had their own gaming traditions. They played dice games enthusiastically, perhaps too enthusiastically, as both cultures had laws against gambling in public places, which naturally meant people did it anyway, just more discreetly. Roman soldiers stationed at outposts across their vast empire scratched game boards into stone surfaces wherever they were stationed. You can still see these boards today at Hadrian's Wall in Britain, at desert forts in North Africa, and at garrison sites throughout Europe. Imagine Roman soldiers far from home, finding comfort and camaraderie in games that connected them to their culture and to each other. The Romans also loved a dice game called Tesserae, which was remarkably similar to modern dice games. They had expressions like "to play with dice" as a metaphor for taking risks. the same way we might say someone is rolling the dice on a decision today. What's particularly touching about these ancient games is how they reveal universal human desires that transcend time and culture. The Mesopotamian merchant, the Egyptian priest, the Chinese scholar, and the Roman soldier. They all wanted the same things from their games that you want from yours: challenge, entertainment, social connection, and those satisfying moments when strategy and luck align to deliver victory. As you drift towards sleep, picture these ancient game players. The materials they used might have been different: carved stone instead of moulded plastic, painted wood instead of printed cardboard. But the emotions were identical. The concentration, the excitement of a good move, the groan of bad luck, the satisfaction of outsmarting an opponent, the laughter when something unexpected happened. Across thousands of years, games create a continuous thread of shared human experience. Let's move forward in time to medieval Europe, roughly 1000 to 1500 CE. Picture a world lit by candles and firelight, where entertainment options were limited compared to today's endless streaming services and digital distractions. Yet people in the Middle Ages were no less eager for amusement and competition than we are. If anything, games mattered more because they were one of the few reliable sources of entertainment. Chess arrived in medieval Europe around the 10th century, travelling along trade routes from Persia, where it was called shatranj, and ultimately originating in India centuries earlier as chaturanga. The game's journey across continents took hundreds of years, with rules evolving and pieces transforming to fit each new culture. European medieval society saw chess as a perfect symbolic representation of their feudal world. The king, queen, bishops, knights, castles, and pawns mirrored the social hierarchy they lived within. Playing chess became associated with nobility and education. Kings and queens played it, clergy studied it, and knights practiced it to sharpen their strategic minds. The medieval version of chess was slower than modern chess. The queen, originally a piece called the advisor, could only move one square diagonally. Imagine how frustrating that must have been compared to the powerful queen we know today, who can sweep across the board in any direction. The game underwent a major revolution in the 15th century Spain, when the queen's powers were dramatically increased, creating the game we recognise today. Manuscript illuminations from the period often show people playing chess. In one famous image, a knight and a lady play chess while servants attend them. In another, two monks play by candlelight. These images tell us that chess transcended social boundaries, or at least provided one of the few spaces where people from different classes might interact as equals, united by the rules of the game. But medieval Europe wasn't just about chess. Common people who couldn't necessarily afford elaborate game sets created their own entertainment. Nine Men's Morris, a strategy game played on a grid, could be scratched into wood, stone, or even dirt. Boards for this game have been found carved into church pews and monastery walls, suggesting that even during religious services some minds wandered toward play. Dice games remained popular throughout the medieval period, despite repeated attempts by both church and secular authorities to ban them, particularly when played for money. The persistence of these prohibitions tells us something important. People kept playing anyway. The medieval love of games was stronger than any decree could suppress. Backgammon, or rather its medieval ancestor called tables, was enormously popular. The game combined the strategic element of piece placement with the random element of dice rolls, a combination that has proven irresistible to humans across cultures. Medieval travellers would carry portable game boards, and inns often provided boards for guests, much like hotels today might provide chess sets or card games in their lobbies. Children's games in the medieval period included many that would look familiar today. They played with dolls, hoops, balls and toys. They played tag and hide and seek. They played games with rhymes and songs that, in some cases, have survived to the present day with remarkably little change. Ring Around the Rosie might have medieval origins, though historians debate this. Outdoor games were particularly important in an era when most people worked outside and children had far more freedom to roam than modern kids typically enjoy. Archery contests, wrestling matches, and various ball games provided entertainment and helped people maintain skills that might prove useful in warfare or hunting. The nobility enjoyed hunting, which they considered both sport and training for combat. They developed elaborate rules and rituals around hunting, turning it into a sophisticated game with its own etiquette and scoring system. Falconry, hunting with trained birds of prey, was particularly prestigious and had rules as complex as any board game. Festivals and holy days brought special games and contests. Villages would compete in everything from races to strength competitions. These events served important social functions, allowing communities to bond, showing off skills, and providing young people with opportunities to impress potential partners. Games weren't just individual entertainment, they were social glue holding communities together. One particularly interesting medieval development was the emergence of card games. Playing cards reached Europe from the Islamic world by the 14th century, and their arrival created something of a sensation. Here was a game system that was portable, endlessly variable, and accessible to people at all economic levels. You could play cards in a castle or a tavern while travelling or at home. Early playing cards were hand-painted and expensive, available only to wealthy individuals. But printing technology soon made them affordable for common people. The democratization of card games represented an important shift. Entertainment that once belonged only to the elite became available to everyone. The medieval period teaches us that games adapt to their cultural context. Chess reflected feudal society structure. Card games spread followed trade routes and technological innovation. Children's games mixed education with entertainment, teaching skills while providing fun. And through it all, authorities tried and failed to control how and when people played, because the human need for play refuses to be regulated away. As sleep draws closer, imagine a medieval hall on a winter evening. Outside it's dark and cold. Inside, firelight flickers, casting moving shadows. At a table, two people focus on a chess game while others watch, commenting on moves and strategies. In a corner, dice rattle in someone's hands. Children play a clapping game, their rhythmic sounds mixing with adult conversation. The scene is hundreds of years old, but the feeling it creates, warmth, companionship, engagement, is timeless. Let's step into the 18th and 19th centuries now, into an era when the middle class was expanding and domestic life was becoming more structured and in many ways more formal. This was the age of parlour games, entertainment that took place in the home's most refined space, the parlour or drawing room, where families and friends gathered for socially acceptable amusement. The Victorians in particular were enthusiastic game players. They lived in an era that valued both self-improvement and entertainment, and games fit perfectly into this worldview. A proper parlour game should be mentally stimulating but not too challenging, socially engaging but not improper, and amusing but not crude. Charades became wildly popular during this era. The game required nothing but imagination and willing participants, perfect for evening entertainment when families and visitors gathered. Players would silently act out words, phrases, or titles while others guessed. The game combined creativity, performance, and mental agility, all within the bounds of respectable behaviour. What's particularly charming about Victorian charades is how seriously people took them. There are accounts of elaborate preparations, with players sometimes creating costumes or props specifically for their performances. Victorians might have valued restraint and propriety in public, but in the privacy of their parlours, they were perfectly willing to make fools of themselves for entertainment. Word games flourished during this period. Acrostics, where words are formed from the first letters of other words, became popular puzzle entertainment. Anagrams challenge players to rearrange letters to form new words. These games appealed to an educated middle class that valued literacy and clever wordplay. The 19th century also saw the emergence of commercial board games as we know them today. The Game of Life, created in 1860 by Milton Bradley, was explicitly designed to teach moral lessons about making good choices. Players move through life stages, with virtuous decisions leading to happiness and poor choices resulting in setbacks. It was entertainment with an educational purpose, very Victorian indeed. Publishers began producing elaborate board games with colourful printed boards, detailed rules, and specific themes. Many games focused on travel and exploration, reflecting an era when railways and steamships were opening up the world. Games like Across the Continent and Journey Through Europe let players imaginatively travel to places they might never actually visit. These travel games reveal something interesting about the relationship between games and reality. For Victorian players, a board game about travelling to India or crossing America might be the closest they ever came to such adventures. Games provided safe, affordable ways to experience exciting scenarios from the comfort of home. Card games evolved significantly during this period. Whist, a trick-taking game that required 4 players in 2 partnerships, became enormously popular. It was considered intellectually respectable. Serious whist players formed clubs and competed in tournaments with the same gravity that others brought to business or politics. Bridge evolved from whist in the late 19th century, adding bidding and more complex strategy. Within decades, bridge became a cultural phenomenon, particularly among educated middle and upper classes. The game required memory, mathematical calculation, partnership cooperation, and strategic thinking. Playing bridge well was seen as a mark of intelligence and sophistication. Jigsaw puzzles emerged as popular entertainment during this era. Originally created by cutting maps into pieces for educational purposes, puzzles evolved into increasingly complex images designed purely for entertainment. Families would work on puzzles together during long winter evenings, combining solitary focus with companionable silence. Parlour magic and illusion also became popular home entertainment. Simple magic tricks that could be performed with household objects filled books, marketed to families seeking new forms of amusement. The person who could entertain guests with clever tricks became a valued addition to social gatherings. Victorian children had their own games, many commercially produced for the first time. Pick-up sticks, marbles, jacks, and spinning tops were manufactured and marketed specifically for children. This represented a shift in how childhood was viewed. No longer just miniature adults, children were recognised as deserving their own appropriate forms of play. The 19th century also saw the birth of modern sports rules. Games that had been played informally for generations received standardised rules that allowed for organised competition. Baseball, football, both American and association, tennis, and many other sports developed their modern forms during this period. What had been local variations became unified games that could be played the same way across distances. This standardisation was enabled by improvements in communication and transportation. People could read about sports in newspapers, travel to watch matches, and form leagues that competed across regions. Games were becoming not just local pastimes, but shared cultural experiences that connected communities across geographical boundaries. One particularly interesting development was the emergence of games explicitly designed for mixed company. Men and women playing together. In an era when social interactions between sexes were carefully regulated, games provided acceptable context for interaction. A young man and woman might not be permitted time alone together, but they could certainly be partners in a game of whist or charades. The parlour game era reminds us that games reflect their social context. Victorian games emphasised propriety, education, and controlled excitement. They created structured opportunities for social interaction within acceptable boundaries. They provided mental stimulation during an era that valued intellectual improvement. And they helped define and reinforce class identities. Knowing the rules of proper games was part of being properly middle class. As you nestle deeper into your blankets, Imagine a Victorian drawing room on a rainy afternoon. Gaslight illuminates the space. A fire crackles in the hearth. At a table, 4 people concentrate on their whist hands. In another corner, children are utterly absorbed in a board game about travelling through Africa. Someone sits near the window working on a jigsaw puzzle. The rain outside makes the warmth and companionship inside feel more precious. It's a scene from another era, but the comfort it describes feels entirely familiar. The 20th century transformed games in ways that would have seemed like magic to our Victorian parlour game players. Let's trace this remarkable evolution, from the early 1900s through the digital revolution that fundamentally changed what games could be. The early decades of the century saw board games become big business. Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley weren't just companies, they were cultural institutions producing games that would become household names. Monopoly, introduced in the 1930s during the Great Depression, let players buy and sell property in an era when many people were losing their real homes. There's something both poignant and therapeutic about that. Monopoly's origin story is itself fascinating. The game evolved from earlier versions designed to demonstrate economic principles. By the time it became the version we know, with its properties named after Atlantic City streets, it combined just enough luck and strategy to keep players engaged while allowing anyone to potentially win. Family arguments over Monopoly have been a consistent feature of American life for nearly a century. Scrabble appeared in 1938, created by an unemployed architect who was essentially killing time by inventing a word game. It combined vocabulary knowledge with spatial strategy and a healthy dose of luck in letter drawing. The game became a cultural phenomenon, spawning tournaments, clubs, and heated family debates about whether certain words are actually in the dictionary. The post-World War II era saw an explosion of board game development. Risk lets players command armies across a world map. Clue combined logic with narrative, turning players into detectives solving a murder mystery. These games were more thematically elaborate than earlier board games, telling stories as players moved through them. Television's arrival changed gaming culture significantly. Game shows brought competitive play into millions of homes, making ordinary people into temporary celebrities and demonstrating that games could be spectator entertainment, not just participant activity. Children watched Concentration or Password with their families and then created home versions of these games during playtime. But the real revolution was brewing in university computer labs and engineering departments. In the 1950s and 60s, computer scientists and engineers began creating simple games on the massive mainframe computers of the era. These weren't commercial products, they were experiments, often created during off hours by people exploring what these new machines could do. Space War, created in 1962 at MIT, is often considered one of the first true video games. 2 players controlled spaceships trying to shoot each other while avoiding a gravity well in the centre of the screen. The graphics were primitive, just white lines on a black screen, but the game was captivating enough that it spread to other research institutions, played by scientists and students who should probably have been doing other things. The leap from university mainframes to home entertainment took another decade. In 1972, Pong arrived, a simple tennis simulation with 2 paddles and a square ball bouncing between them. The game was so basic that it's almost laughable by modern standards, but it proved something crucial. People would pay to play electronic games. Home video game consoles followed. The Atari 2600, released in 1977, brought arcade experiences into living rooms. Suddenly, the same games you pumped quarters into at the arcade could be played at home anytime you wanted. The graphics were barely recognisable as what they were supposed to represent. The adventure game's dragon looked more like a duck. But players' imaginations filled in the gaps. The early 1980s saw video games explode into mainstream culture. Pac-Man became a global phenomenon that transcended gaming. The character appeared on t-shirts, lunchboxes, and Saturday morning cartoons. People who didn't play games knew Pac-Man. The game's simple premise, navigate a maze eating dots while avoiding ghosts, proved universally appealing. Arcades became social spaces where teenagers gathered, creating communities around competitive play. High-score tables gave players status and recognition. The best players became local celebrities. There's something beautifully democratic about arcade culture. Your skill mattered, not your background or resources. Everyone started with the same number of lives. Home computers in the 1980s opened new gaming possibilities. Text-based adventure games like Zork created elaborate worlds using only words, challenging players to type commands like "Go North" or "Take Lamp." These games required reading comprehension and imagination, combining literature with interactivity in ways that presaged modern narrative gaming. The Nintendo Entertainment System, released in 1985, saved the video game industry after a major crash and introduced characters that would become cultural icons. Super Mario Bros. Wasn't just a game, it was a masterpiece of level design, control mechanics, and player psychology. Its creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, approached game design with an artist's sensibility, creating experiences that were both challenging and joyful. The 1990s brought 3D graphics, CDROMS, and increasingly sophisticated gameplay. Games like Myst presented players with hauntingly beautiful environments and abstract puzzles. First-person shooters like Doom and later Half-Life created immersive experiences that made players feel physically present in virtual spaces. Internet connectivity transformed gaming again. Suddenly, players could compete against or cooperate with people across the globe. Massively multiplayer online games like World of Warcraft created persistent virtual worlds where thousands of players could interact simultaneously. These weren't just games, they were social spaces where people formed friendships, joined guilds, and experienced genuine community. Mobile gaming, emerging with smartphones in the late 2000s, made games truly ubiquitous. Everyone carries a sophisticated gaming device in their pocket. Games like Angry Birds or Candy Crush reached audiences who never considered themselves gamers. Your grandmother might not play console games, but she might very well have a puzzle game on her phone. The digital revolution democratized game creation. Independent developers could now make and distribute games without needing major publishers. This led to an explosion of creative, experimental games that explored new ideas and themes. Games became recognized as legitimate art forms, capable of telling meaningful stories and evoking genuine emotions. Modern games range from simple mobile puzzles to sprawling open-world adventures, from competitive esports with professional players to relaxing farming simulations. Virtual reality is creating entirely new possibilities for immersion. Artificial intelligence is enabling more responsive, dynamic gameplay. The evolution continues at an accelerating pace. Yet through all this technological change, fundamental aspects of games remain constant. We still seek challenge, competition, narrative, and connection. Whether moving pieces on a wooden board or controlling characters in a virtual world, we're satisfying the same human needs that drove our ancestors to scratch game boards into stone thousands of years ago. Now let's talk about something that runs through every era of gaming history we've explored. Games as social glue, as bridges between people, and as creators of connection and community. This is where the history of games becomes deeply personal, because it's about relationships and shared experiences. Think about your own relationship with games. Chances are your strongest gaming memories involve other people. Maybe it's playing cards with grandparents, board games with siblings, video games with friends, or phone games that you compare scores on with colleagues. Games create shared experiences that become part of our relationship stories. Throughout history, games have served as social facilitators. In ancient Rome, bathhouses often had game boards built into the architecture, creating spaces where people could socialise while playing. Medieval inns provided game boards to encourage travellers to linger and interact. Victorian parlours used games to structure social evenings. Modern game stores host game nights where strangers become friends over shared interests. Games provide structure for social interaction, which is particularly valuable in situations where people might otherwise struggle to connect. Meeting new neighbours, invite them over for game night, awkward family gathering. Break out a board game. First date needs an activity. Try an arcade or board game cafe. Games give people something to do together while naturally facilitating conversation and bonding. The beauty of games as social tools is that they create temporary frameworks where normal social hierarchies can be suspended. In a game, the CEO and the intern compete on equal terms. Parents and children can challenge each other fairly. Strangers can cooperate toward shared goals. The rules of the game supersede other social rules, creating temporary communities of players. Competitive games reveal character in interesting ways. How someone handles winning and losing tells you something about them. Do they gloat or show grace? Do they make excuses or acknowledge defeat? Do they prioritize winning over everyone's enjoyment? These revelations can strengthen relationships by creating understanding and shared history. Cooperative games, where players work together toward a common goal, create different dynamics. These games require communication, compromise, and shared strategy. Success feels collective rather than individual. There's something particularly satisfying about beating a difficult cooperative game with friends, knowing that you succeeded only through teamwork. Gaming communities form around shared interests, creating spaces where people who might never otherwise meet find common ground. Chess clubs bring together people across ages and backgrounds. Online gaming guilds create friendships that span continents. Board game meetups at local stores build neighbourhood connections. These communities often extend beyond gaming into genuine friendships. The rise of streaming has created another layer of gaming community. People watch others play games, participating through chat and feeling connected to both the streamer and fellow viewers. This might seem odd if you're not part of that culture. Why watch someone play instead of playing yourself? But it's really no different than watching sports or cooking shows. We enjoy observing skilled people doing things we're interested in. Games have provided crucial connection during times of isolation. During the 2020 pandemic, when physical gathering was dangerous, games became lifelines for maintaining social connections. Families played online games together across distances. Friends maintained relationships through gaming sessions. Animal Crossing became a phenomenon partly because it provided a gentle, social virtual space when real social spaces were unavailable. Gaming can bridge generational divides. Grandparents learn to play video games with grandchildren, creating shared experiences across decades. Children teach parents about new games, reversing the usual teaching dynamic in ways that can be empowering for young people. These shared experiences create memories and stories that become family history. Games also create inclusive spaces for people who might struggle with other forms of social interaction. For people with social anxiety, the structure of games can make interaction easier. For people on the autism spectrum, games' clear rules and predictable patterns can be comfortable. Online gaming allows people with physical disabilities to compete on equal terms. Games' flexibility makes them accessible to diverse players. Cultural exchange happens through games. When people from different countries play together online, they share not just gaming strategies but also perspectives, humour, and cultural references. Games like Pokemon or Minecraft have created global communities that transcend national boundaries, giving young people shared cultural touchstones regardless of where they live. Educational research has shown that play, including game playing, is crucial for developing social skills. Children learn cooperation, negotiation, and conflict resolution through games. They practice taking turns, following rules, and dealing with disappointment. These lessons transfer to other social situations throughout life. The social aspect of gaming has led to new forms of entertainment. Escape rooms combine gaming with physical experience, requiring groups to solve puzzles together. Board game cafes provide spaces where strangers can meet over shared tables and shared interests. Gaming conventions create temporary communities where thousands of people celebrate their shared passion. There's something almost miraculous about games' ability to create instant communities. Put a chessboard in a public park and players will materialise. Set up a volleyball net on a beach and a game will form. Stream yourself playing a game online and viewers will gather to watch and interact. Games create magnetic fields that attract people seeking connection through play. Even competitive gaming, which might seem antisocial to outsiders, creates communities. Sports fans understand this. The rivalry between teams creates shared identity and passion. Gaming works similarly. Players of fighting games gather at tournaments, creating communities bonded by their shared technical knowledge and competitive spirit. The competition itself is a form of connection. Family game nights have become rituals that structure and strengthen family bonds. These regular gatherings create predictability and shared anticipation. They provide times when devices are put away and full attention is given to being together. Years later, people remember specific games, specific victories, and specific moments of laughter more vividly than they remember many other family activities. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own gaming connections. Who taught you your favourite game? Who do you most enjoy playing with? What gaming moments have become stories you tell? These memories and relationships are part of gaming's greatest legacy. Not the games themselves, but the connections they facilitate and strengthen. We're nearing the end of our journey through gaming history, and it's time to consider something fundamental. What is it about games that makes them so persistently appealing across all cultures and all ages? Why, after thousands of years, do humans keep inventing new ways to play? The answer lies partly in what games provide that little else can: voluntary challenge. In games, we choose to face obstacles that we don't have to face. We create problems for ourselves, capturing an opponent's pieces, solving a puzzle, achieving a high score, that have no external necessity. This voluntary engagement with challenge is uniquely satisfying in ways that obligatory challenges rarely are. Games give us control in a world where we often have little. We can't control our jobs, our health, world events, or even our family dynamics. But in a game, the rules are clear, the boundaries are defined, and our choices directly affect outcomes. This sense of agency is psychologically valuable, providing relief from the uncertainty and powerlessness we sometimes feel in life. The temporary nature of games is part of their appeal. A game has a clear beginning and end. You can win or lose and then start fresh with a new game. Life rarely offers such clean resolutions. Problems persist, relationships are complicated, and outcomes remain ambiguous. Games provide the satisfaction of completion and the opportunity for fresh starts. Games also satisfy our innate love of pattern recognition and mastery. Human brains are pattern-finding machines, constantly looking for connections and regularities in experience. Games provide concentrated pattern-learning opportunities. As we play, we recognise strategies, predict outcomes, and develop skills. This learning process feels good. It's literally rewarding at neurological level. The balance between skill and chance in games mirrors life itself. Pure skill games can be intimidating and frustrating. If you're not good, you'll never win. Pure chance games lack the satisfaction of mastery. Winning feels arbitrary. The best games combine both elements. Skill increases your odds, but doesn't guarantee victory. This reflects how life works, where preparation and ability matter, but can't ensure success. Games provide safe spaces for experiencing emotions we might not want in real life. Fear, frustration, excitement, triumph. Games let us feel these intensely but temporarily, with no lasting consequences. Horror games let us experience fear from safety. Competitive games let us experience conflict without actual hostility. This emotional exploration is psychologically valuable. The aesthetic appeal of games shouldn't be underestimated. Beautiful game boards, elegant game mechanics, and stunning visual designs. These artistic elements make games objects of appreciation beyond their playability. From intricately carved medieval chess sets to gorgeously illustrated modern board games, to breathtaking video game environments, games can be works of art that appeal to our aesthetic sensibilities while entertaining us. Games also fulfill our need for narrative. Even abstract games create stories through play. Each chess match tells the story of two armies in conflict. Each round of Monopoly narrates a tale of economic rise and fall. Video games have evolved into sophisticated narrative experiences that rival novels and films in emotional impact and storytelling complexity. The social aspect we discussed earlier connects to something deeper: games as cultural transmission. When you teach someone a game, you're passing on knowledge, sharing experience, and creating connection. Traditional games carry cultural memory. The childhood games you learned from your parents might trace back generations. This makes games living links to the past. Different cultures have different gaming traditions that reflect their values and worldviews. Go's emphasis on territory and influence reflects certain Chinese philosophical concepts. The European development of trick-taking card games reflects social structures around partnership and competition. Indigenous peoples worldwide have traditional games that encode cultural knowledge and values. Games are windows into how different societies think and what they prioritise. The evolution of games parallels technological and social change. Ancient games required only natural materials: stones, sticks, and bones. Medieval games reflected feudal social structures. Industrial Revolution games came from factories, standardised and widely distributed. Digital games mirror our current information age, networked and constantly updating. Yet despite these changes, the fundamental appeal remains constant. Consider how games adapt while maintaining their essential character. Chess has been played for over 1,000 years with relatively minor rule changes, but now you can play chess against a computer, online against someone across the world, or watch grandmasters compete in tournaments streamed globally. The game itself hasn't changed, but its context and possibilities have expanded enormously. This adaptability suggests something important. Games tap into fundamental aspects of human psychology that don't change despite cultural or technological shifts. The pleasure of strategic thinking, the excitement of competition, the satisfaction of skill development, and the joy of play itself. These are human constants. Modern neuroscience is beginning to explain why games are so compelling. When we play games, our brains release dopamine, particularly during moments of achievement or reward. This neurochemical response creates the just one more game feeling that makes games so engaging. Games essentially hijack our brain's reward systems in ways that feel good and keep us coming back. But games aren't just psychological tricks exploiting our neurochemistry. They genuinely develop cognitive abilities. Strategy games improve planning and foresight. Puzzle games enhance problem-solving skills. Action games can improve reaction time and spatial awareness. The mental exercise games provide real benefits beyond entertainment. Research on aging has shown that regular game playing can help maintain cognitive function. Seniors who regularly engage with challenging games show better memory, faster information processing, and more mental flexibility than those who don't. This suggests that our lifelong relationship with games isn't just about fun, it's about keeping our minds sharp and engaged. Games also serve therapeutic purposes. Occupational therapists use games to help patients develop fine motor skills. Psychologists use games to help children express emotions and work through experiences. Virtual reality games are being used to treat phobias and PTSD. The applications of games extend far beyond entertainment into healing and development. The gaming industry has become a major economic force, generating billions in revenue and employing hundreds of thousands of people. Game designers, programmers, artists, writers, testers, and marketers. Entire career paths exist around creating and supporting games. This professionalization has elevated games from casual entertainment to serious business and a recognized art form. Yet despite commercialization, games retain their essential accessibility. You can play profound games with nothing but a piece of paper and a pencil. Tic-tac-toe requires only the ability to draw X's and O's. Rock, paper, scissors needs no equipment at all. The most expensive video game and the simplest children's game both tap into the same fundamental human drive to play. The future of games is impossible to predict precisely, but certain trends seem clear. Virtual and augmented reality will create increasingly immersive experiences. Artificial intelligence will enable more responsive, dynamic gameplay. Cloud gaming will make high-end experiences accessible without expensive hardware. But whatever forms games take, they'll still be serving those timeless human needs. What's particularly exciting is that we're living through a golden age of game diversity. There are more types of games, more ways to play, and more opportunities to find games that match your specific interests than ever before. Whether you want relaxing puzzle games, intense competitive experiences, narrative adventures, social party games, or anything in between, options exist that previous generations couldn't have imagined. The democratization of game creation means new voices are entering the field, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas. Games are being created by and for audiences that were previously underserved. This expansion enriches gaming culture and ensures that games will continue evolving in unexpected directions. As you settle more deeply into your blanket, consider this. Tomorrow, somewhere in the world, someone will create a new game. Someone else will master a game they've been practicing. Children will learn games from parents. Friends will bond over shared play. Strangers will connect through online matches. This has been happening every day for thousands of years, and it will continue for thousands more. As we approach the end of our journey through gaming history, let's make this personal for a moment. You are part of this story. Every game you've played, every match you've won or lost, every moment of joy or frustration. These are your contributions to humanity's long gaming tradition. Think back to your earliest gaming memories. Perhaps you're remembering a specific board game from childhood, the feel of the worn box and the slightly bent cards. Maybe you're thinking of playground games at school, the rules that varied by region and sometimes by the hour. Or perhaps your earliest gaming memory involves watching older siblings or cousins play, learning by observation before you were allowed to join. These memories aren't just nostalgia, they're connections to that vast web of play that extends backward through history and forward into the future. When you played Monopoly with your family, you were participating in a tradition of family game nights that goes back generations. When you first discovered video games, you were joining a cultural revolution that was reshaping entertainment. The games that mattered to you growing up were shaped by when and where you lived. If you came of age in the 1970s, you might remember the explosion of mass-market board games and the earliest video game consoles. The 1980s brought arcade culture and the Nintendo revolution. The 1990s saw 3D graphics and the early internet changing what games could be. The 2000s brought online gaming and mobile devices. Each generation has its defining games, the titles that everyone played, that created shared cultural moments. These games become shorthand for periods of our lives. Mention certain games to people of similar ages, and you'll see recognition and memory flash across their faces. Games mark time almost like music does, evoking specific eras and the feelings associated with them. Your gaming preferences say something about you. Do you prefer competitive games that test you against others, or cooperative games where you work together? Do you like games of pure strategy where skill determines everything? Or do you enjoy the unpredictability of chance? Do you seek games with rich narratives, or are you drawn to abstract challenges? These preferences reflect your personality, your values, and how you approach problems. The way you play games also reveals character. Are you the person who reads all the rules carefully before starting, or do you prefer to learn as you go? Do you play to win at all costs, or is the social experience more important than victory? Do you finish games you start, or do you jump from one game to another? These patterns often mirror how you approach other aspects of life. Games have likely shaped you in ways you might not fully realise. The strategic thinking you developed in chess or strategy games applies to planning and problem-solving in work and life. The hand-eye coordination from action games might help in various physical tasks. The patience learned from difficult puzzle games transfers to other challenging situations. The social skills developed through multiplayer games affect how you interact with others. If you've ever taught someone a game, you've participated in that ancient tradition of cultural transmission through play. Explaining rules, demonstrating strategies, helping someone develop skills. This teaching is a gift you give, connecting another person to the joy you found in play. And like all good teaching, it often teaches the teacher something new as well. Your relationship with games has probably evolved over time. Games that once seemed impossibly difficult might now feel simple. Games you once loved might now feel less appealing, as your tastes have matured and changed. You might have periods where you play intensely and periods where games take a back seat to other priorities. This evolution is natural. We grow and change, and our play changes with us. Perhaps you've experienced how games can provide comfort during difficult times. When life feels overwhelming, there's something soothing about entering a game's structured environment where rules are clear and problems are solvable. Games can provide respite from anxiety, distraction from pain, and escape from circumstances we can't immediately change. This therapeutic quality of games is real and valuable. You might have gaming traditions with specific people, family game nights, weekly game sessions with friends, or annual tournaments or competitions. These traditions create continuity and anticipation in our lives. They're appointments we keep with the people we care about, times specifically set aside for shared enjoyment and connection. The games you play with your children, if you have them, or with younger relatives and family friends, create memories that will last their lifetimes. Years from now, they might remember specific games you played together, specific moments of victory or defeat, or times when you laughed together over something that happened during play. You're creating their gaming history, which will someday be their gaming nostalgia. Your gaming future is unwritten. New games are being developed constantly, some that will build on familiar formulas, others that will surprise you with unexpected innovations. Technologies will create possibilities that don't yet exist. Your own interests and circumstances will evolve, leading you to games you can't yet anticipate. But regardless of how technology changes or what new games emerge, that fundamental impulse to play will remain. It's wired into you, into all of us, as deeply as any human characteristic. The desire to engage with voluntary challenges, to exercise our minds in pleasurable ways, and to connect with others through shared play. These drives will persist as long as humans exist. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, know that you are part of an unbroken chain of players stretching back thousands of years and extending indefinitely into the future. The ancient Egyptian moving pieces on a Senate board, the medieval noble contemplating a chess move, the Victorian family playing whist, the arcade goer in the 1980s chasing a high score, and you, right now, preparing for rest after a day that probably included some form of play. You're all connected by this beautiful, seemingly frivolous but deeply meaningful human activity. Tomorrow you might play a game. It might be a quick puzzle on your phone during a break, a card game with friends over lunch, a video game session in the evening, or something else entirely. Whatever form it takes, that moment of play connects you to humanity's oldest traditions. You're not wasting time. You're engaging in one of the most fundamentally human activities that exists. As your breathing slows and sleep approaches, let's end where we began, with the question of why humans play games. We've travelled through 5,000 years of gaming history, from ancient Mesopotamian game boards to modern virtual worlds. We've seen games evolve with technology, reflect culture, bridge generations, and create communities. But perhaps the most important thing we've discovered is this: games aren't separate from serious life. They're central to it. They're how we learn, how we bond, how we challenge ourselves, and how we find joy. The impulse to play is as vital as the impulse to explore, to create, or to connect with others. Every game ever played has been a small act of defiance against the hardships and uncertainties of existence. Life can be difficult, unfair, and unpredictable. But in the space of a game, we create temporary worlds where rules are fair, outcomes are clear, and starting over is always possible. This isn't escaping reality. It's creating pockets of meaning and order that make reality more bearable. Games remind us that not everything needs to be useful in the narrow sense of productivity or profit. Some things can simply be enjoyable, engaging, and meaningful in themselves. The hour spent playing a game isn't wasted. It's an investment in your well-being, your relationships, and your humanity. The ancient Roman philosopher Plato once said, "Life must be lived as play." He understood something that our productivity-obsessed culture sometimes forgets. Play isn't the opposite of seriousness, it's the opposite of desperation. Play is what allows us to engage fully with life, to take risks, to learn and to create, without the paralysing weight of every action needing to matter in some grand scheme. So as you drift into sleep, carrying with you these stories of games across centuries and continents, know that tomorrow's play, whatever form it takes, is part of a tradition as old as civilization itself. You're not just passing time, you're participating in one of humanity's most enduring and essential activities. Sleep well, fellow player. The game continues tomorrow, as it has for thousands of years, as it will for thousands more, and you, like countless generations before you, will answer humanity's eternal invitation. Come, play with us. Let's see what happens. Let's enjoy this moment together. Let's remember that in a world that often takes itself too seriously, there's wisdom, joy, and profound meaning in the simple act of play. The game is never truly over. It just pauses between sessions, waiting for you to return, ready to provide once again that unique combination of challenge, connection, and joy that only games can offer. Rest now. Tomorrow, another turn awaits. The end. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now, you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilizing too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this, they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater. Then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition. It was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The cleanup after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully. You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you were already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes. Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach, so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, they stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day, it was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps, and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually, even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. You know how sometimes you look at historical paintings and wonder what people actually smelled like? Well, tonight you're going to find out, and trust me, it's not always pleasant. We're going to walk the cobblestone streets of Constantinople, peek into workshops where artisans created marvels that still make our jaws drop, and discover why Byzantine citizens had bathroom habits that would make a modern germaphobe weep with despair. It's dawn in the year 975 CE, and you're about to experience a day in the life of the most sophisticated city in the world, a place where East truly met West, where silk was worth its weight in gold, and where the emperor's morning bathroom routine was considered a matter of state importance. The first thing that would hit you as you opened your eyes in medieval Constantinople wouldn't be the sight of the magnificent Hagia Sophia's dome catching the morning light, though that was certainly impressive. No, it would be the smell. A complex bouquet of wood smoke, baking bread, horse manure, incense from a dozen different churches, and the unmistakable aroma of a city where 1 million people were doing their best to stay clean, with limited soap and even more limited privacy. You're lying on what passes for a bed in your modest apartment, and yes, apartment buildings existed in Constantinople, rising 4 and 5 stories high like ancient New York tenements. Your mattress is stuffed with straw that you really should have changed last month, but quality straw doesn't come cheap. The wealthy folks up the social ladder are sleeping on feathers, but you're making do, just like most people in this sprawling metropolis. As you stretch and yawn, you can already hear the city waking up around you. There's the clip-clop of horses' hooves on stone, the creak of wooden cartwheels that desperately need oil, and the distant sound of church bells beginning their morning symphony. Constantinople had more churches per square mile than anywhere else in the Christian world, and each one seemed determined to outbell the others in announcing the dawn. Your apartment, really just 2 small rooms, sits on the 3rd floor of a building that houses about 20 families. The ground floor is reserved for shops and workshops, because in Byzantine cities, you lived where you worked, and you worked where you lived. The smell of fresh bread wafts up from the baker's shop below, mixing with less pleasant odours from the fuller's workshop next door, where they're already hard at work cleaning cloth with what can only be described as industrial-strength urine. Yes, urine. It was the ammonia of the ancient world, and fullers collected it like liquid gold. You swing your legs over the side of your bed and immediately feel the cold of the wooden floor through your thin shoes. Central heating is still about 800 years in the future, so your morning routine starts with shivering and trying to coax some life back into the embers in your small brazier. Fire is both your best friend and your greatest fear in this wooden-framed, tightly packed city. Everyone's heard stories of entire neighbourhoods going up in flames faster than you could say Byzantine bureaucracy. The water in your ceramic basin has a thin layer of ice on top. It's November, and Constantinople's winters are nothing to joke about. You break through the ice and splash the shockingly cold water on your face, which wakes you up better than any amount of caffeine ever could. Coffee won't reach Europe for several more centuries, so your morning pick-me-up consists of bread, perhaps some watered-down wine, because the water isn't always trustworthy, and the sheer excitement of trying to make it through another day in one of history's most vibrant cities. As you pull on your tunic, a simple, practical garment that's seen better days but still has some life in it, you can hear your neighbours beginning their own morning routines. There's the family next door arguing about whose turn it is to fetch water from the public fountain down the street. The woman upstairs is already at her loom, the steady thwack, thwack, thwack of her weaving providing a rhythmic soundtrack to the morning. And somewhere below, a small child is crying, probably because they've just discovered that breakfast is going to be yesterday's bread again. You're not rich, let's be honest, you're nowhere close to rich, but you're not desperately poor either. You're what we might call middle class, though that term wouldn't be invented for several centuries. You work as a craftsman, perhaps making leather goods or working metal, and you earn enough to afford your own apartment, some decent clothes, and food that isn't just bread and water. You might even own a book or two, which makes you practically an intellectual by medieval standards. Now comes the daily challenge of breakfast, and this is where Byzantine life gets interesting in ways that might surprise you. You see, the Byzantines had some rather peculiar ideas about when and what people should eat. The official Christian position was that really devout people should fast until noon every day, eating only one main meal. Of course, this rule was about as universally followed as speed limits on a highway, which is to say, honoured more in the breach than in the observance. Your breakfast is simple but satisfying. You have bread, not the fluffy white stuff we're used to, but a dense dark loaf that could probably double as a weapon if necessary. This bread is your constant companion throughout the day. Byzantines ate bread with everything, dipped it in everything, and used its plates when they ran out of actual plates. It was the smartphone of the medieval world, ubiquitous, essential, and impossible to imagine life without. With your bread, you might have some olive oil for dipping, perhaps a handful of olives themselves, and if you're feeling fancy, a small piece of cheese. The cheese is hard and salty, designed to last weeks without spoiling in your unrefrigerated apartment. Fresh milk is almost impossible to come by unless you happen to live next door to someone who keeps goats, and even then, you'd better drink it fast before it turns into something resembling cottage cheese with attitude. If you're lucky enough to have some wine left from yesterday, you'll mix it with water. Not because you're trying to be moderate, but because undiluted wine is considered barbaric. The Byzantines inherited this custom from the ancient Greeks and Romans, and they took it seriously. Drinking straight wine was something that barbarians did, right up there with wearing pants instead of proper tunics, and speaking languages that didn't sound like music. As you eat, you're mentally preparing for the day ahead. Your workshop waits, along with the customers who will try to haggle down your prices, the guild officials who will inspect your work to make sure you're not cutting corners, and the tax collectors who seem to appear with the same regularity as sunrise and twice as much enthusiasm. Byzantine bureaucracy was legendary in its complexity and thoroughness. They had forms for forms, and tax categories that would make a modern accountant weep with frustration. The sound of the city grows louder as more people venture onto the streets. You can hear merchants setting up their stalls, their voices already rising in the sing-song cadences of salesmanship that sound remarkably similar to modern market vendors. Fresh fish, caught this morning, translation, caught sometime this week and still mostly edible. Silk from the Orient, translation, probably silk, definitely expensive, origin negotiable. Your neighbours are emerging from their apartments now, each beginning their own version of the Byzantine daily dance. The woman from upstairs nods as she passes your door, carrying her water jugs toward the public fountain. She's dressed in a long tunic with a cloak wrapped around her shoulders, her hair covered with a scarf as modesty demands. Her husband follows a few minutes later, heading toward his job at one of the silk workshops that make Constantinople famous throughout the known world. When you finally step outside, you're immediately immersed in sensory overload that makes modern city life seem peaceful by comparison. Constantinople in its heyday was home to somewhere between 400,000 and 1 million people. Historians argue about the exact number, but everyone agrees it was enormous by medieval standards. All those people are packed into a space smaller than modern Manhattan, and they're all trying to make a living, raise their families, and get through their daily routines without getting trampled, robbed, or inadvertently involved in one of the political riots that break out with the regularity of thunderstorms. The street you live on is typical of Constantinople's residential areas, narrow, paved with stone when the city treasury has money for repairs, and lined with buildings that seem to lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. The ground floor's house shops and workshops, their owners already busy with the day's work. There's the baker you smelled earlier, his oven producing a steady stream of loaves that will feed half the neighbourhood. Next door, a blacksmith is already heating his forge, the glow visible through his open doorway and the ring of hammer on anvil adding percussion to the morning symphony. The street itself is a river of humanity flowing in all directions. Merchants are leading pack animals loaded with goods from every corner of the known world. A train of mules passes by, loaded with silk that might have travelled the entire Silk Road from China. Behind them, a cart filled with amphorae of wine from Greece creaks along, the driver shouting at pedestrians to clear the way in language that would make a sailor blush. Water carriers move through the crowd with large ceramic vessels balanced on their shoulders or loaded onto donkeys. Clean water is precious in a city this size, and the public fountains, fed by massive aqueducts that are marvels of engineering, are always busy. You can see people lined up at the fountain at the end of your street chatting with neighbours while they wait their turn. The fountain is more than just a water source. It's a social hub, the place where news spreads, gossip flourishes, and marriages are sometimes arranged between families who meet while their children splash in the overflow. As you walk toward your workshop, You navigate around piles of refuse that won't be collected until the city's sanitation workers make their rounds later in the day. Medieval cities had waste management systems, but they were primitive by modern standards. Most people simply threw their garbage out their windows, aiming for the street rather than their neighbours' heads, though accuracy wasn't always guaranteed. The lucky ones had access to public latrines, while others made do with chamber pots that were emptied into designated areas outside the city walls. The smell of cooking food mingles with less pleasant odours, horse manure, rotting vegetables, and the distinctive aroma of the tanners' workshops, where animal hides are processed, using methods that haven't changed much since ancient times. Tanning requires urine, oak bark, and animal fat, combined in proportions that create a stench capable of stopping conversations 3 blocks away. Tanners always set up shop downwind of residential areas, which tells you something about medieval city planning priorities. Your workshop sits on a side street that specialises in metalworking. This isn't coincidence. Byzantine cities were organised by trade, with similar craftsmen clustering together like modern business districts. It made sense economically and socially. You shared techniques, borrowed tools, and competed for customers while maintaining the kind of professional camaraderie that comes from facing the same challenges every day. The guild system governs every aspect of your working life, and it's both a blessing and a bureaucratic nightmare. Your guild sets quality standards, regulates prices, controls who can enter the trade, and provides a social safety net for members who fall on hard times. It also tells you exactly how many apprentices you can have, what hours you can work, where you can set up shop, and probably what you should eat for lunch if they could get away with it. Today you're working on a commission from one of the city's wealthy merchants, a set of bronze fittings for a shipping vessel. Bronze work requires skill, patience, and the ability to work near a forge that turns your workshop into a sauna even in winter. You heat the metal until it glows like a small piece of the sun, then shape it with hammers and tools that your grandfather probably used and that your grandson might inherit someday. Your apprentice arrives shortly after you do, a boy of maybe 14 who's been with you for 2 years now. He's past the stage of being completely useless and has progressed to being only occasionally useless, which represents significant improvement. He tends the fire, organises tools, and practices the basic techniques that will eventually make him a craftsman in his own right. The apprentice system works well. It provides skilled workers for the future, while giving young men a path out of poverty and into respectable trades. The work is steady and satisfying in a way that's hard to explain to people who've never created something beautiful and functional with their own hands. Each piece of bronze you shape will outlast you by centuries. Some of your work might end up in churches, where it will be touched by thousands of worshippers. Other pieces will travel on ships to distant ports, carrying a small piece of Constantinople to places you'll never see. As the morning progresses, customers begin arriving. There's the ship captain who needs repairs to his vessel's fittings before his next voyage to Alexandria. He's a weathered man with hands like leather and stories that grow more fantastic with each telling. Today he's describing a storm off the coast of Cyprus that was apparently sent by Poseidon himself. Judging by his dramatic gestures and increasingly creative profanity, a wealthy woman arrives with her servant, looking for decorative bronze work for her mansion. She's dressed in silk so fine it seems to move like liquid, and her jewellery probably costs more than you'll earn in 5 years. But she pays well and doesn't argue about prices, so you treat her with the respect due to valued customers everywhere. She wants something unique, something that will impress her friends at dinner parties, where the wine flows like water and the gossip is more valuable than gold. By noon, the sun has warmed the stones of the street, and the city has reached its daily crescendo of activity. This is when Constantinople truly comes alive, when the morning's tentative commerce explodes into the full-throated roar of one of the world's great trading centres. The main boulevards are packed with people from every corner of the known world. Merchants from Venice and Genoa, traders from Russia carrying furs and amber, spice dealers from India and Ceylon, and diplomats from kingdoms so distant their names sound like poetry. You take a break from your work to venture out for the day's main meal. Lunch as we know it doesn't really exist. Byzantines eat their big meal in the early afternoon, after the morning's work is done, but while there's still plenty of daylight left. You head toward one of the tavernas that cater to working people like yourself, places where the food is simple, filling, and reasonably priced. The taverna you choose sits near the Hippodrome, that enormous arena where Constantinople's citizens gather for chariot races, political demonstrations, and the occasional riot. The Hippodrome is quiet now, but you can see vendors setting up for tonight's races, arranging their wares and preparing for the crowds that will pack the arena. Chariot racing is more than entertainment in Constantinople. It's a passion that divides the city into competing factions with the fervour of modern sports fans. Inside the taverna, the air is thick with the smell of cooking food and animated conversation. The proprietor, a stout man with arms like tree trunks, greets regular customers by name and somehow remembers exactly how everyone likes their food prepared. Today's offerings are written on a wooden board in letters large enough to be seen through the smoky interior. Lamb stew with vegetables, fish caught in the Bosphorus this morning, bread that's still warm from the oven, and wine from vineyards outside the city walls. You choose the fish. Fresh seafood is one of Constantinople's great advantages. The city sits where two continents meet, surrounded by water that provides an endless supply of fish, shellfish, and other seafood that makes its way to tables throughout the city. The fish is grilled over charcoal and seasoned with herbs that grow wild on the hills outside Constantinople. It's simple food prepared well, the kind of meal that sustains working people and keeps them coming back. While you eat, you listen to the conversations swirling around you. At the next table, two merchants are arguing about trade routes to the Black Sea, their voices rising as they debate whether overland or sea transport offers better profits. Behind you, a group of artisans from the silk workshops are complaining about new regulations from their guild, regulations that apparently make no sense and were obviously written by people who have never actually worked with silk in their lives. The taverna serves as an unofficial news centre where information spreads faster than wildfire. Today's hot topic is a rumour that the Emperor is planning new taxes on imported goods, news that has merchants calculating profit margins and ordinary citizens wondering how much more expensive everything is about to become. Someone mentions that there's trouble brewing with the Bulgarians again, which draws knowing nods from veterans who remember previous conflicts with Constantinople's northern neighbours. After your meal, you return to work refreshed and ready for the afternoon's challenges. This is typically the most productive part of the day for craftsmen. You're well fed, the light is good, and you've had time to plan your approach to whatever project demands attention. The bronze fittings are taking shape nicely under your experienced hands, each piece fitting perfectly with its neighbours in the complex assembly that will help keep a trading vessel seaworthy. Your apprentice has returned from his own meal and is eager to continue learning. Today you're teaching him the delicate art of finishing work, the patient filing, polishing and adjusting that transforms rough bronze into pieces worthy of a merchant's ship. It's tedious work that requires attention to detail and steady hands, qualities that separate true craftsmen from mere labourers. The afternoon brings a steady stream of visitors to your workshop. There's the guild inspector, a thin man with sharp eyes who examines your work for any deviation from established standards. The guild takes quality control seriously. Their reputation depends on maintaining standards that customers throughout the Mediterranean can trust. A single shoddy piece bearing the guild's mark could damage relationships that took decades to build. A fellow craftsman stops by to borrow a specialised tool, and you spend a few minutes discussing techniques and sharing professional gossip. He tells you about a new method for creating decorative patterns in bronze that he learned from a visiting artisan from Damascus. In return, you share a tip about heat treatment that produces a particularly attractive finish. This kind of professional exchange is how techniques spread and improve over the centuries. Late in the afternoon, you receive an unexpected commission from a church official who needs repairs to bronze fixtures in one of Constantinople's smaller churches. Church work is prestigious and pays well, but it also comes with the pressure of creating something worthy of divine service. The official examines some of your previous work and nods approvingly before describing what he needs. Replacements for decorative elements that were damaged when part of the church roof collapsed during a recent storm. As the sun begins its descent toward the western hills, you start thinking about closing up shop for the day. But first, there are tools to clean and organise, materials to secure against theft, and plans to make for tomorrow's work. Your workshop is more than just a place of business. It's your professional identity, the space where your skills transform raw materials into useful and beautiful objects. The transition from afternoon to evening in Constantinople is a daily spectacle that never gets old. As the sun angles lower in the western sky, it transforms the city's white marble buildings into golden jewels that catch and reflect light in constantly changing patterns. The great dome of Hagia Sophia seems to glow from within, while the waters of the Golden Horn turn the colour of the molten bronze. a sight that makes even the most jaded residents pause in their daily routines. You secure your workshop and begin the walk home through streets that are taking on their evening character. The urgent pace of midday commerce gives way to something more relaxed and social. People have time to chat with neighbours, children play in the spaces between buildings, and the tavernas begin preparing for their evening customers. The smell of cooking food drifts from windows and doorways, a mixture of roasting meat, baking bread, and the herbs and spices that make Byzantine cuisine distinctive. Street vendors appear with goods targeted at the evening crowd, hot food for people walking home from work, oil for lamps that will soon be needed as darkness falls, and small luxuries that make the end of a working day feel special. A man with a portable brazier is roasting chestnuts that fill the air with their distinctive aroma. A woman sells honey cakes from a basket balanced expertly on her head, her voice calling out their virtues in the rhythmic chant that street vendors have probably used since cities were invented. As you walk, you notice the subtle changes that mark the approach of evening. Shutters are being pulled closed on ground floor shops as merchants secure their wares against theft. Public fountains become gathering places where people linger to chat while filling their evening water supplies. Churches begin preparing for Vespers, their bells calling the faithful to evening prayers with the same insistence they showed at dawn. The residential streets take on a cosy atmosphere as families gather for their evening meal. Through open windows you can see women preparing food, while children help with simple tasks or play with toys carved from wood or fashioned from scraps of cloth. Men return from workshops and markets, their faces showing the satisfaction of honest work completed and the anticipation of home-cooked food and family conversation. Your own evening meal awaits, and it's the social highlight of the day. If you're unmarried, you might join other craftsmen at one of the neighbourhood tavernas, where the food is hearty, the wine flows freely, and the conversation ranges from professional gossip to philosophy. If you have a family, the evening meal is a time for connection, for sharing the day's experiences, and for maintaining the bonds that hold households together. Tonight's meal reflects the abundance and diversity that make Constantinople a culinary crossroads. There's fresh bread, of course. No Byzantine meal is complete without it. The bread is accompanied by olive oil that was pressed from trees growing on Greek hillsides, oil so pure and flavourful it seems to capture sunshine in liquid form. There are olives themselves, some small and black, others large and green, each variety offering its own distinct flavour. The main course might be fish stew made with the day's catch from the Bosphorus, seasoned with herbs and vegetables that grow in the gardens outside the city walls, or perhaps lamb that was raised on the Anatolian plains and butchered this morning, prepared with the spices that flow through Constantinople's markets from India, Persia and Arabia. The variety of available ingredients is staggering compared to what people in Western Europe can obtain. Constantinople sits at the crossroads of trade routes that bring flavours from 3 continents to a single marketplace. Wine accompanies the meal, mixed with water according to proper custom. The wine might come from vineyards in Greece, Macedonia, or even from vines that grow on the hills surrounding Constantinople itself. It's served in cups that range from simple pottery to elaborate metalwork, depending on the household's wealth and the formality of the occasion. Conversation during the meal covers the day's events, neighbourhood gossip, and topics of broader interest. People discuss the quality of this year's harvest, the latest news from the imperial court, and the prospects for trade with distant lands. Politics inevitably enters the conversation. Byzantines are passionate about politics the way others are passionate about sports, and everyone has opinions about the emperor's policies, the competence of his advisors, and the empire's relationships with neighbours both friendly and hostile. As the meal progresses and the wine takes effect, the conversation becomes more animated and wide-ranging. Philosophy enters the discussion, along with theology, literature, and the kind of speculative thinking that emerges when people have enough leisure time to consider questions beyond immediate survival. This is one of the great advantages of living in Constantinople. The city's wealth and sophistication provide space for intellectual pursuits that would be impossible in smaller, poorer communities. As darkness settles over Constantinople, the city doesn't go to sleep, it transforms. Oil lamps begin flickering to life in windows and doorways, creating pools of warm light that push back the darkness. The wealthy neighbourhoods are better lit than the poor ones, but even modest areas maintain enough illumination to allow limited nighttime activity. Public areas like major streets and markets have torches or larger oil lamps that burn through the night, maintained by the city authorities as a public service. The night brings its own sounds and rhythms. Church bells mark the hours with their bronze voices, calling the faithful to night prayers and providing a temporal framework that helps people navigate the darkness. Night watchmen begin their rounds, their footsteps echoing off stone walls as they patrol neighbourhoods and marketplaces. Their calls of "all's well" or warnings of fire or thieves become part of the nighttime soundscape. Tavernas that cater to the evening crowd come alive with music, conversation, and the kind of social interaction that helps people unwind from the day's labours. Musicians with lyres, flutes, and drums provide entertainment, performing traditional songs alongside newer compositions that reflect the cultural mixing that makes Constantinople unique. The music blends Greek melodies with influences from the Arab world, Persia, and the Slavic lands to the north. For those who can afford it, the evening offers sophisticated entertainment. Wealthy households host dinner parties where guests enjoy elaborate meals, while discussing literature, philosophy, and politics. These gatherings might feature professional entertainers, musicians, storytellers, or even scholars who can discourse eloquently on subjects ranging from theology to mathematics. The conversation at such gatherings is both intellectual and social, serving to reinforce relationships within Constantinople's elite, while providing forums for the exchange of ideas. The night also has its dangers and its less respectable activities. Constantinople after dark can be dangerous for the unwary. Thieves operate in poorly lit areas, drunken arguments can escalate into violence, and the city's maze-like street layout provides plenty of places for criminals to disappear. Most respectable citizens avoid unnecessary travel after dark, and those who must venture out often travel in groups or hire guards. As the evening deepens into night, Constantinople gradually settles into quieter rhythms. The last customers leave the tavernas, craftsmen extinguish their workshop fires, and families gather around their own hearths for the final activities of the day. This is the time for intimate conversation, for reading if you're literate and can afford books, or for the simple pleasure of sitting quietly while reflecting on the day's events. In your apartment, you prepare for sleep with the same practical rituals that people have followed for millennia. Oil lamps are extinguished one by one, leaving perhaps a single light burning for safety. The brazier that provided warmth during the day is banked carefully. Fire is too precious to waste, but also too dangerous to leave unattended. Windows are shuttered against the night air and potential thieves, though in summer they might be left partially open for ventilation. Your bed awaits, with its straw mattress and wool blankets that provide warmth against the November chill. The blankets are heavy and practical rather than luxurious, but they're clean and sufficient for comfort. A chamber pot sits nearby for nighttime necessities. Indoor plumbing exists in Constantinople, but it's limited to public buildings and the homes of the very wealthy. As you settle into bed, the sounds of the city continue outside your shuttered windows, but they're muted now, transformed into the nighttime symphony of urban life. Distant church bells mark the passage of time, night watchmen call their reassurances, and occasionally you might hear the rumble of a late cart carrying goods through the streets, or the voices of people walking home from evening entertainments. The darkness that surrounds you is different from modern darkness, deeper and more complete, broken only by occasional flickers of artificial light. There's no electric glow on the horizon, no constant hum of machinery, no digital displays marking time in glowing numbers. The night is truly dark, making the stars above Constantinople shine with intensity that city dwellers today rarely experience. Sleep in the Byzantine world comes with its own rhythms and challenges. Without artificial lighting, people naturally follow patterns more closely aligned with sunrise and sunset. They tend to sleep longer in winter when days are short, and wake earlier in summer when dawn arrives with the birds. Your sleep might be interrupted by the night watch calling the hours, by church bells marking midnight prayers, or by the sounds of your neighbours dealing with crying children or sick family members. Dreams come easily in this world where the boundary between the spiritual and material seems thinner than in modern times. Byzantines take dreams seriously. They're considered messages from God, warnings of future events, or communications from deceased relatives. A particularly vivid dream might influence important decisions or send someone to consult with a priest about its meaning. The dream world is as real and significant as waking life, perhaps more so. The night passes quietly, marked by the subtle sounds that indicate a city at rest but never completely asleep. Guard dogs bark occasionally at real or imagined threats. A baby cries in a neighbouring apartment, quickly soothed by a mother's lullaby. Somewhere in the distance, a drunk staggers home singing a song that might be romantic or patriotic or simply incomprehensible. As morning approaches, the city begins its gradual awakening. Church bells start their dawn chorus earlier now, calling the faithful to morning prayers. Bakers fire up their ovens to begin the day's bread production, filling the air with the smell of yeast and flour transforming into sustenance. Water carriers begin their rounds, and the clip-clop of hooves announces the arrival of farmers bringing fresh produce from the countryside. You stir in your bed as familiar sounds signal the beginning of another day. The cycle is about to begin again. The same routines, the same challenges, the same small pleasures that make up daily life in the greatest city of the medieval world. But each day also brings its own possibilities, its own small adventures, its own opportunities to create something beautiful or useful or meaningful. This is how life unfolds in Constantinople, day after day, season after season, year after year. The rhythms are ancient and comforting, connecting you to generations of people who have followed similar patterns of work and rest, creation and community. Your grandfather lived this way, and your grandchildren will likely continue these same essential patterns long after you're gone. There's something deeply satisfying about this continuity, this sense of being part of something larger and more enduring than individual lives. Your work contributes to the city's prosperity. Your taxes support the empire's administration. Your participation in community life helps maintain the social fabric that holds everything together. You're not just surviving, you're contributing to one of history's greatest civilizations. The Byzantine Empire will endure for centuries after your lifetime, maintaining traditions and innovations that influence the entire medieval world. The techniques you use in your workshop will be passed down through generations of craftsmen. The goods you create will outlast your memory, carrying your skills into a future you'll never see. The community you help sustain will continue to thrive, adapt, and evolve long after individual lives have ended. Yet for all its grandeur and historical significance, daily life in Constantinople comes down to the same fundamental human experiences that people have always shared. The satisfaction of work well done, the pleasure of sharing meals with family and friends, the comfort of familiar routines, and the hope that tomorrow will bring its own small improvements and opportunities. As you drift off to sleep in your modest apartment, surrounded by the quiet sounds of a city at rest, you're part of something magnificent, a civilization that bridges east and west, ancient and modern, the practical and the sublime. Constantinople in its golden age represents humanity at its most creative and ambitious, a place where different cultures meet and mingle to create something entirely new. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the distant sound of church bells marking midnight, their bronze voices carrying across the sleeping city like a blessing. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but tonight all is well in the Queen of Cities. The great empire sleeps peacefully under its canopy of stars, secure in its strength and confident in its future. And in this moment, drifting between waking and sleeping in a civilization that would influence the world for 1,000 years, you're exactly where you belong. Part of the magnificent, complicated, endlessly fascinating tapestry of human experience that we call daily life in Byzantium. The bells fade into silence, the city settles into deeper rest, and another day in the life of the Byzantine Empire draws to its gentle close. Tomorrow the cycle will begin again, as it has for centuries, as it will for centuries more, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of ordinary people who built something extraordinary with their daily labours and their shared hopes for the future. Sleep well, citizen of Constantinople. Your city endures, your work matters, and your life, however modest it might seem, is part of something truly magnificent. The empire rests peacefully tonight, sustained by the efforts of people like you, protected by walls built by hands like yours, and enriched by the daily miracle of human creativity and community that makes civilization possible. The end. Rest well, dear listener. Until tomorrow's journey through time, may your dreams be filled with the sounds of ancient bells and the satisfaction of work well done in humanity's greatest adventure, the simple, extraordinary experience of being alive in history. Imagine a sea of grass that goes on forever, beyond every horizon you can think of. This is the Eurasian steppe, a huge area of rolling grasslands that makes the American Great Plains look like a lawn in a suburb. Here, where the ground curves away into nothingness and the sky seems close enough to touch, lived people who would eventually change the whole world. But when they woke up each morning to milk their horses, they had no idea what they were doing. You wouldn't call the Mongol steppes prime real estate. There are no fertile river valleys like the Nile in Egypt, no protective mountain ranges like the Alps in Switzerland, and no forests like those that covered Europe in the Middle Ages. Instead, you had grass that never ended and changed colour with the seasons like a living carpet. In the spring, it would turn green so bright that it hurt your eyes. In the summer, waves of golden grain rippled in the wind all the time. In the fall, it turned copper and bronze, and in the winter, snow and ice covered it, which could kill a traveller who wasn't ready in a few hours. But if you knew how to read this landscape, if you knew its rhythms and respected its harsh beauty, the steppes could give you things that farming communities might never understand. The grass fed a lot of cows, sheep, goats and horses. People got everything they needed from these animals: milk for drinking and making cheese, meat for protein, hides for clothes and shelter, and wool for warmth on those cold winter nights when the temperature could drop so low that your breath froze. Before it left your mouth, the people who lived in this difficult landscape were nomads, but that word doesn't do justice to how advanced their way of life was. Instead of thinking of them as homeless people who were wandering around, think of them as highly specialised mobile communities that had mastered the art of living in harmony with their surroundings. They didn't just wander around the steppes, they followed old migration routes that had been improved over time. They moved their herds to new pastures with the same care that farmers do when they rotate their crops. A typical Mongol family owned maybe 100 different kinds of animals, and taking care of this mobile wealth required skills that would impress a modern rancher. You needed to know which grasses were best for different animals at different times of the year, how to find water in a place where rivers were hard to find, how to guess what the weather would be like, and how to protect your herds from both people, who wanted to steal them, and wolves that followed the migrations like shadows. The gur, which is what people today call a yurt, was the best building for this way of life. Think about a house that could be put together or taken apart in less than an hour, moved by a few camels, and keep a family of 6 warm and dry in both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. The gyr was like a small house that could be moved around. It was about the same weight as a small car and could stand up to winds that would flatten most modern tents. The inside of a gyr was set up like a well-designed yacht, with everything in its right place. The fire pit, which provided heat, light and a place to cook meals, was in the centre. When you walked in, men's things were on the left and women's things were on the right. This arrangement showed how each gender had its own important but different role in nomadic society. The back of the G, which was directly across from the door, was the place of honour where important guests sat and family treasures were shown off. But maybe the most interesting thing about life on the steppes was how it changed the people who lived there. Imagine growing up in a world where your backyard was literally endless, where you learned to ride before you could walk well, and where you had to be able to read weather patterns and clouds and find your way across grasslands with no tracks using, only the stars and your knowledge of the land's subtle contours. Mongol kids learned skills that would seem like superpowers to people who live in the suburbs today. They could ride horses bareback at full speed and shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They could live for days on just mare's milk and dried meat. They could find water in places where others only saw grass that went on forever. And they could travel hundreds of miles of land that looked the same without getting lost. This wasn't just a way to get in shape. It was also a way to get your mind in shape. Living on the steppes taught you that the world was big, that there were always new places to go, and that you had to be able to change quickly to stay alive. It taught you to be independent, but it also taught you to value the strong ties of family and tribe that could mean the difference between life and death when winter storms hit or enemy raiders came. The steppes also taught you something else, that borders were made up, that the grass didn't care about the claims of sedentary people, and that being able to move around was more important than any fixed fortification. When the tribes of the steppes finally found a leader who could bring them all together into one terrifyingly powerful army, these lessons would be very important. But that's not the end of our story. For now, picture those thousands of nomadic families living on the vast grasslands, each following their own old paths, each keeping their own relationships with neighbouring tribes, and each living a life that was both free and limited, harsh and beautiful and simple and very complex. The steppes were like a huge school where students learned how to survive, ride horses, predict the weather, care for animals, and fight. Everyone who grew up there learned skills that would have taken European knights years to learn, if they could learn them at all. And every now and then, one of these scattered graduates would come along who could see past the normal tribal boundaries. This person could picture bringing all the people of the Grass Sea together into something bigger and stronger than any kingdom that stayed in one place. Someone like that was about to be born, but anyone watching would not have thought it was a good thing. He would be born into a harsh world that had already shaped many generations of nomadic children, but the skills and points of view that landscape taught him would help him build the biggest empire in history that was all connected. The steppes were ready, they just didn't know it yet. In 1162, on what was probably a normal spring morning in the heart of Mongolia, a child was born who would grow up to scare half the world and bring the other half together. His birth name was Temujin, which means iron worker in English. This was a practical name for a practical people, but it didn't suggest that this baby would grow up to make anything more important than horseshoes or arrow points. The chapter headings in Temujin's early life story are very harsh, like those in a medieval survival guide. Yasugei, his father, was a minor tribal leader. You could think of him as the head of a small family business in an industry where most business problems were solved with arrows. When Temujin was about 9 years old, rivals poisoned his father, leaving the family in a dangerous situation like sheep without a shepherd in a land full of wolves. What happened next was the kind of childhood that could either completely break someone or make them incredibly strong. Temujin's family was basically kicked out by their former allies and left to fend for themselves in a society where being alone often meant death. Imagine a family that suddenly has no home or friends in a world where your neighbours might think you were more useful as a slave than as an equal. During these tough years, young Temujin learned lessons that would change the way he led and built his empire for the rest of his life. He learned that loyalty based on blood or tradition could go away as soon as things changed. He learned that being able to make new friends with people who may have been enemies yesterday was often the key to staying alive. Most importantly, he learned that the traditional tribal system was deeply flawed because it had endless fights, strict hierarchies, and couldn't unite against common threats. During these years in the wilderness, Temujin also learned something else. He had a special ability to get people to follow him, even when they didn't have a good reason to do so. Even when his family had to eat roots and catch fish with their hands, he still managed to get people to follow him who thought he was worth betting their futures on. It was the kind of charm that you couldn't learn or pass down. You either had it or you didn't. Temujin had a lot of it. It was like watching someone climb a mountain while everyone else was still arguing about which way to go. He went from being an outcast to being the leader of his tribe. Temujin built a coalition of followers through alliances, victories, and shared goals. These followers were not tied together by traditional tribal loyalties, but by something new: shared ambition and mutual benefit. Temujin knew something that most leaders on the steppe didn't. The old way of fighting all the time between tribes wasn't just wasteful, it was also harmful to the tribes themselves. The sedentary kingdoms around the steppes were getting stronger and more united, while the Mongol tribes fought each other over old grudges and grazing rights. The Jin dynasty ruled northern China, the western Xia ruled the Silk Road corridors, and different Central Asian powers were spreading their power into areas where nomads used to live. Temujin thought the answer was to do something that had never been done before: bring all the tribes together under one leader who could direct their combined military power outward instead of inward. It was like suggesting that every small family business in a troubled industry come together to form one well-run corporation. But the negotiations were done with swords, and the final agreements were made with blood oaths. It took decades of political manoeuvring that would have impressed Machiavelli to bring the two sides together. Temujin formed alliances with former enemies, broke promises when he needed to, took useful ideas from tribes he had defeated, and slowly built a military and political system that went beyond the usual steppe groups. The decimal system of organising the military was one of his most important new ideas. Temujin didn't organise his troops along traditional tribal lines, which would have kept old loyalties and feuds alive. Instead, he broke his army up into groups of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors from different tribes who swore new oaths of loyalty to him personally. It was like getting rid of all the old high school cliques and making new ones based on common goals instead of past friendships. There were many great things about this system. It kept any one tribe from getting too strong in the larger group. It made warriors from different tribes work together, which slowly broke down old tribal prejudices. It was most important because it made a new identity, Mongol, that went beyond the old tribal divisions and made everyone feel like they were part of the bigger project. Temujin had done something that had never been done before in the recorded history of the steppes by 1206. He had brought almost all of the Mongol tribes together under his own leadership. At a big meeting called a Kurultai, the tribal leaders formally recognized him as their supreme leader and gave him a new name that reflected his unprecedented achievement, Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler, or ruler of all. It was like watching a small-town business owner become the CEO of a multinational corporation, except this corporation's business model was to conquer new markets and grow into every available market. The tribes that lived on the steppes had come together to form a single military force that could project power over long distances with a speed and efficiency that would change the way wars were fought. But Genghis Khan didn't just bring the Mongol tribes together. After he fixed the problem of division within the group, he quickly turned his attention to threats and chances from outside. The same strategic thinking that had helped him bring the steppes together was now focused on the sedentary kingdoms that were next to his new empire. If the Mongols were stronger when they were united than when they were split up, then they would be even stronger when they conquered their neighbours. The change was complete. The boy who had once caught fish with his bare hands and lived on the streets had become the leader of the most powerful army in the world. Settled people had long seen the steppes as a place where annoying barbarian raids happened. Soon, they would be the starting point for a series of conquests that would change the political map of Eurasia. The Grass Sea had found its captain, and the winds were good for a long trip. Imagine the first time Genghis Khan looked past the steppes at the settled kingdoms that had always seemed so far away and safe behind their walls. It must have felt like a small business owner who was doing well suddenly realising that their local market was just the beginning, and that there were huge, untapped opportunities waiting just beyond their current horizons. In this case, though, the business would grow through cavalry charges and siege engines. The Mongols' first big target was the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled over the Silk Road trade routes that went through what is now northwestern China. This decision showed how smart Genghis Khan was. Instead of attacking the strongest neighbours right away, he started with a kingdom that was rich enough to be worth conquering, but not strong enough to threaten his empire's existence. For an army that had mostly used mobile tactics before, the Western Xia campaign was like a graduate-level course in siege warfare. The Mongols learned that their usual hit-and-run tactics, which worked well against other nomadic foes, didn't work as well against cities with high walls and supplies for long sieges. So, like all successful businesses do when they face new problems, they changed, learned, and came up with new ideas. The Mongol army changed from being a nomadic force to something more like a modern combined arms military in just a few years. They hired engineers from lands they had taken over, learned how to use Chinese siege methods, and learned how to use catapults, battering rams, and other specialised tools. It was like seeing a motorcycle gang suddenly gain the logistical skills of a professional army, while still being able to move and be aggressive. The Mongols didn't just use the same military tactics as everyone else, they made them better. Their siege operations became famous for how quickly and effectively they worked. European armies might take months to break down a single fortress, but Mongol forces could sometimes take whole cities in just a few days by using both traditional siege tactics and new engineering and psychological warfare methods. The Mongol army's full range of skills was shown when they took over the Jin dynasty in northern China. This wasn't a small border kingdom like Western Xia. It was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, with the Great Wall protecting it and armies that had been perfecting their skills for hundreds of years. The Jin dynasty ruled over land that was home to millions of people, protected by hundreds of fortified cities and backed by economic resources that were much bigger than anything the steppes could produce. But the Mongols methodically tore down this old kingdom, just like mechanics take apart a complicated machine they know how to fix. They attacked from directions that the Chinese didn't expect, which let them get around the Great Wall. They also used captured Jin engineers to improve their own siege techniques, and a mix of military pressure and diplomatic manoeuvring to slowly cut off Jin defenders from their possible allies. People living at the time couldn't believe how quickly these conquests happened. Within a few years of the Mongols' arrival, kingdoms that had been around for hundreds of years would be gone. It was like watching someone play a video game at a faster speed, but the results were real and would last forever. The Mongol war machine had done something that military theorists would spend hundreds of years trying to figure out. It had the perfect mix of speed, firepower, organisation, and flexibility. At the same time, on the Western Front, Mongol troops were moving into Central Asia in the same methodical way. The Mongols' conquest of the Khwarezmid Empire, which ruled over a lot of what is now Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, showed another side of their strategic thinking. They could run multiple campaigns at the same time over long distances while keeping widely separated forces in sync. A diplomatic incident that turned into a full-blown war started this Western campaign almost by accident. The Khwarezmid Shah made a big mistake when he killed Mongol trade envoys. This was like declaring war on what was already the most dangerous military group in the world. Genghis Khan's answer was quick, clear, and completely devastating. In just 3 years, the Khwarezmid Empire was completely destroyed. Its cities were in ruins, and its people were either spread out or taken in by the growing Mongol system. What was so impressive about these conquests was how the Mongols were able to keep control of such large areas while still expanding. Most empires in history have hit natural limits where the costs of expansion were higher than the benefits. However, the Mongols seem to have solved this basic problem by combining flexible administration with effective military action. The Mongols usually used and changed local government systems instead of trying to force a single system of government on all of their lands. Chinese territories were still run by modified versions of traditional Chinese bureaucracy, and Central Asian regions kept their own cultural and religious practices under Mongol rule. It was like running a multinational company, where each regional office could keep its own corporate culture, while making sure that all of the company's strategies worked together. This flexible administration went along with a communication system that was very new for its time. The Yam was the Mongol postal system. It built a network of relay stations that could send messages across the empire faster than any other system of communication. It used to take months for a message to get from Mongolia to Eastern Europe, but now it only takes weeks. This made it easier for the central government to keep control over areas that were thousands of miles apart. The psychological consequences of these conquests were possibly more significant than their military implications. The Mongols showed that distance was no protection against a well-organised and motivated force, that new tactics could break through traditional fortifications, and that people whom sedentary societies had thought were primitive barbarians could conquer entire civilizations. The Mongol Empire was bigger than the continental United States, and growing quickly by the time Genghis Khan died in 1227. It stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, but this was only the start. Genghis Khan's successors would continue to grow the system he had built, eventually creating an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean and changed the course of human history. The Great Expansion changed not only the political map of Eurasia, but also what people thought an empire could be. The Mongols showed that nomadic societies could not only compete with settled civilizations, but they could also be better at military effectiveness, administrative efficiency, and controlling territory. The Grass Sea had turned into an ocean, and its waves were crashing against shores that had never felt their power before. Imagine waking up one morning to find out that your city, your region, or even your whole country had been taken over by the biggest empire in history almost overnight. During the 13th and 14th centuries, millions of people in Eurasia lived like this. Surprisingly, for many of them, it wasn't as bad as you might think. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was less like a typical conquest state, and more like an ancient version of a multinational corporation with very good management. The Mongols figured out how to keep central authority while allowing local flexibility, how to bring together different cultures without losing what made them valuable, and how to make systems that were both efficient and adaptable. These are things that many modern organizations still have trouble with. Most people's daily lives in the empire went on as they had before the conquest, but there were some big changes that anyone who was paying attention would have noticed right away. Trade was safer and more profitable than it had been in hundreds of years. With the Mongol postal system, news, ideas, and new things could travel across huge distances at speeds never seen before. Instead of relying on the arbitrary decisions of local rulers, legal disputes could be settled through standardized procedures. The famous Silk Road, which had connected east and west for centuries, but had often been interrupted by warfare and banditry, became under Mongol protection what we might think of as the world's first truly international highway system. Merchants could travel from Venice to Beijing more safely than a medieval European could travel from one city to another in their own kingdom. This commercial security had a big impact on how people lived every day in the empire. Chinese silk became available in Europe at prices that the new middle class could afford. Islamic astronomical tools made their way to Mongol courts, where they changed the way people navigated and kept track of time. The first information revolution happened when European metalworking techniques moved east, and Asian printing technology moved west. But the Mongol Empire's attitude toward religious and cultural diversity was probably the most interesting thing about life under their rule. Medieval governments often required people to follow the same religion in order to be loyal to the government. The Mongols, on the other hand, practiced what we now call multiculturalism, long before the idea was even thought of. Nestorian Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, and adherents of traditional Mongol shamanism all occupied positions within the imperial framework. This tolerance wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical need. The Mongol Empire was so big and so different that it would have taken resources that even the Mongols didn't have to try to make everyone follow the same religion or culture. Instead, they made systems that let different groups keep their own traditions while also taking part in the larger imperial project. It created a kind of cosmopolitan culture that didn't come back until the modern era. Persian poets could work with Chinese engineers, Islamic scholars could argue philosophy with Buddhist monks, and European merchants could learn advanced math from Arab mathematicians in Mongol cities. It was like living in an old-fashioned version of an international university town, but the campus was half the world. Architecture during Mongol rule exemplified this cultural amalgamation. Buildings mixed parts from different styles to make completely new styles. Islamic arches could support Chinese roofs, Persian tile work could decorate them, and European silver could pay for them. These weren't just random combinations, they were carefully thought out integrations that showed how different styles of art could work together to make each other better instead of worse. The Mongols also changed the way people ate. The traditional nomadic diet of meat and dairy was improved by adding foods and cooking methods from all over the empire. Mongol kitchens started using Chinese spices, Persian fruits, European grains, and cooking methods that had been used in isolation for hundreds of years, but were now mixed together to make completely new ways of cooking. The Yasa was the Mongol legal system. It was a complete and flexible way to get justice. The Mongols usually didn't force a single legal code on all of their territories. Instead, they let local legal traditions continue while setting up general rules that made sure important things stayed the same. It was like having a constitution that protected basic rights, while letting states keep their own rules and traditions. Compared to most other civilizations at the time, women had a relatively high status in Mongol society. Mongol women could own land, trade, and even sometimes make political decisions. When the empire took over areas where women had fewer rights, Mongol influence often led to slow improvements in their legal and social status. The Mongols supported education and scholarship because they knew that running such a large empire required advanced knowledge systems. They built libraries, helped people translate between languages, and paid for scholarly exchanges that sped up the spread of knowledge across cultural lines. Arabic translations of Chinese medical texts, Persian translations of Islamic mathematical treatises, and European astronomical observations added to Asian star charts. This cross-cultural exchange was shown in the art of the Mongol period. Painters started using techniques and subjects from different traditions, making works that would have been impossible without the mixing of cultures that the empire made possible. Musicians tried out different instruments and scales from all over the world, creating new ways to express themselves that were based on many different musical styles. Historians now agree that the Mongol Empire set the stage for the first truly global economy. This is perhaps the most important thing it did. Ideas, products, and new ways of doing things could travel farther than ever before. This economic integration meant that things happening in one part of the empire could have effects right away, in places thousands of miles away. This was the first time this kind of economic interconnectedness happened. For the average person living under Mongol rule, these changes may not have been immediately apparent in their daily lives, but their cumulative impact was transformative. You were more likely to find foreign goods in your local market, hear news from faraway places, meet people from different cultures, and get ideas and new things that had come from far away. The Mongol Empire built something that had never been done before in human history. A civilization that was truly cosmopolitan, connecting cultures that had been cut off from each other for a long time. It was an early version of globalization, run by people who had always thought that the whole world was just grass, sky, and the occasional tribe next door. The Mongols learned to think about big areas and long distances in the steppes. Now they had used that point of view to build a political and economic system that made the world smaller and more connected than it had ever been before. The signs of trouble in the Mongol Empire started out small, like clouds slowly covering up a perfect spring day. But they grew into a storm system that changed the weather patterns for good. By the end of the 13th century, the empire that had seemed unbreakably strong under Genghis Khan and his immediate successors was starting to show signs of stress that would eventually cause it to break apart like ice on a river that was warming up. The first problem was one that every successful family business has to deal with. What happens when people who weren't involved in making the vision have to carry it out? Genghis Khan's grandsons and great-grandsons received an empire, but they also had the impossible job of keeping unity across lands so large that it took months for messages to get from one end to the other. It was like trying to run a modern business with medieval communication tools, but each part of the business had its own army and its own ideas about how to move forward strategically. The empire's structure, which had been brilliantly adapted to rapid growth, turned out to be less useful for long-term management. The Mongol system worked great when there were new lands to conquer and new resources to share among the different branches of the imperial family. But when expansion slowed down, partly because they had run out of neighbours who were easy to conquer, the empire started to have the same kind of internal competition that it used to have against enemies. Imagine a family that got rich by always expanding their business into new markets. Then, all of a sudden, they found themselves in a situation where they had taken over all the markets. The energy that had once gone into growing the family business now turned inward, and different family members started fighting over who would control the resources that were already there. The Mongol Empire was basically going through the biggest family business fight in history, but the family members were in charge of land the size of modern countries, and had professional armies to back up their arguments. As the empire grew, fights over who would take over became more bitter and complicated. Genghis Khan was able to get people to do what he wanted because of his strong personality and military success, but his descendants had to compete for loyalty among subordinates who had their own regional interests and cultural identities. It was like seeing the corporate culture that a charismatic founder had worked hard to build slowly fall apart as different regional managers started to follow their own goals. As the Mongol military campaigns became less effective, the famous unity that had made them so effective began to break down into a patchwork of competing interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia all said they were under the Great Khan's rule in Mongolia. But in reality, they acted more and more like independent powers with their own foreign policies and military goals. Sociologists now call the process that made this political fragmentation worse cultural accommodation. This means that the Mongol rulers slowly adopted the customs and views of the people they ruled. The Mongol Khans in China started to think and act like Chinese emperors. The ones in Persia started to act like Persian court members, and the ones in Russia started to run their countries in ways that were similar to how things were done in their own countries. It was a natural change that made them better rulers of their own areas, but it also made them less Mongol and less dedicated to keeping the empire together. Changing religions was a big part of this cultural change. Some Mongol rulers followed the main religions in their areas, such as Buddhism in some places, Islam in others, and Christianity in still others. At first, the empire's religious diversity was one of its strengths. However, as different branches of the imperial family developed different religious beliefs and cultural identities, it became a source of division. The empire's economy was also starting to show signs of stress. The Mongol system relied heavily on tribute from conquered lands and money made from trade over long distances. But as political unity broke down, trade routes became less safe, and collecting tribute became harder and more expensive. Local officials, whether they were Mongols or locals, started keeping more of the money they collected for themselves instead of sending it to the central treasury. Changes in technology and the military also hurt the Mongols' advantages. People who lived near the Mongols and their subjects slowly started to use the new ideas in siege warfare and military organisation that had made the Mongols unbeatable in the 13th century. Gunpowder weapons, which had first given Mongol troops a big edge, became more common and advanced. The military strategies that were once only known to the Mongols became known to everyone, making the playing field more even between nomadic and sedentary forces. The Mongols began to feel the effects of empire building on their population, which was perhaps the most important thing. When Genghis Khan started his conquests, the original Mongol population was probably no more than 1 million people. Even with the help of allied tribes and hired helpers, ethnic Mongols were still a small group in their own empire. As time went on, intermarriage and cultural assimilation made it harder and harder to define or keep a Mongol identity. Climate change also contributed to the empire's slow decline, but its effects were small and took a long time to show. The medieval warm period, which had made it easier for steppe nomads to live during the empire's growth phase, was ending, and the weather was getting cooler and more unpredictable. These changes made it harder for nomads to live their traditional way of life, and the grasslands that used to support large Mongol populations and their herds became less able to support them. Natural disasters and disease outbreaks put even more strain on the empire's administrative systems. The Black Death, which killed millions of people in Eurasia in the 14th century, hit Mongol lands especially hard because the trade routes that had made the empire rich also helped spread the disease. The plague outbreaks that killed so many people in the empire made it harder to keep political unity at a time when it was getting harder to do so. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire, which had once been a single entity, had split into 4 separate khanates. These khanates still had diplomatic relations with each other, but they didn't work together on military or economic issues anymore. It was like seeing a successful multinational company slowly break up into separate regional companies that had the same corporate history but different business plans and market goals. The change didn't have to be bad for the people who lived in areas that used to be Mongol. Many areas continued to do well under their new Mongol-descended ruling classes. The empire's cultural exchanges and technological advances continued to shape growth across Eurasia, but the political unity that had made the empire's most amazing accomplishments possible, safe long-distance trade, the quick spread of new ideas, and an unprecedented mixing of cultures, was slowly fading away like salt in water. The steppes, which used to be the starting point for world conquest, were slowly returning to their traditional role as the home of nomadic tribes. The big test of building a nomadic empire was coming to an end, but its effects would last for hundreds of years. It wasn't like watching a building fall down when the Mongol Empire fell apart. It was more like watching a huge river system slowly change course, with some channels drying up and others cutting new paths through different types of land. By the 14th century, the political unity that had once stretched from Korea to Hungary was breaking up into smaller, easier-to-manage parts. Each part was changing to fit the needs and opportunities of the area, which would have been unthinkable during the empire's expansionist phase. The Yuan dynasty in China had problems that showed how Mongol rule didn't work in societies that were settled. The Mongol Khans had inherited the world's most advanced bureaucratic system, but they were still different from the Chinese people they ruled in terms of culture and ethnicity. It was like being the CEO of a company whose culture you respected but never fully understood, and you were in charge of people who knew much more about how the business worked than you did. The Yuan rulers tried a lot of different things to stay in power and do their jobs well. Some people, like Kublai Khan, embraced Chinese culture so much that they became Chinese emperors with Mongol ancestry. Some people tried to keep Mongol traditions and identity while using Chinese ways of running things. Others tried to rule by keeping Mongol and Chinese elements separate but still connected to each other. None of these methods worked perfectly in the long run. The Mongol rulers looked less and less like real heirs to Genghis Khan's legacy as they got used to Chinese culture. The more they insisted on keeping Mongol culture separate, the more they pushed away the Chinese people, whose help was needed for good governance. It was a classic problem of imperial rule that didn't have a perfect answer. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty, which ended Mongol political control over China. However, Mongol influence on Chinese culture and institutions did not end. The Mongol period brought about changes in Chinese military organization, administrative practices, and even building styles that are still seen today. The new Ming rulers were against Mongols, but they quietly used many of the same government methods that had worked well for the Yuan. In the western parts of the old empire, on the other hand, different patterns of decline and adaptation were happening. The Ilkhanate in Persia fell apart in the 1330s, breaking up into many smaller kingdoms and city-states. But Persian culture, which had been greatly shaped by Mongol ways of running things and tastes in art, kept growing in ways that showed this mix of cultures. The Mongol period left a lasting mark on Persian miniature painting, architecture and literature. The Golden Horde, which ruled over a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, lasted longer than some other parts of the empire. This was partly because its lands were better suited to a traditional nomadic lifestyle, and partly because it didn't have to deal with as much pressure to assimilate culturally. But even the Golden Horde slowly changed from its original Mongol identity. It became more Turkic in language and Islamic in religion, but it kept some of its traditional nomadic political systems. The fate of Mongolia itself may have been the most powerful symbol of how the empire changed. The country that started the biggest conquest in history slowly went back to its old ways of organizing tribes and moving around with the seasons. The big cities that had been built to run the empire, like Karakorum, the capital, and others, were either abandoned or turned into small trading posts. The administrative system that used to coordinate activities across half the world was cut back to only managing the affairs of small nomadic groups. But calling this process decline might be misleading because it makes it sound like something valuable was lost. In a lot of ways, what was happening was more like a natural evolution, where the empire's best ideas were kept and changed, and its less useful parts were allowed to fade away on their own. For a long time after the Mongol Empire fell apart, Its postal system continued to have an effect on communication networks across Eurasia. The decimal military structure that Genghis Khan had established became the norm for armies across China and Europe. The legal principles found in the Yasa still had an effect on the law in many of the states that came after it. Trade networks and cultural exchanges that thrived under Mongol protection created patterns that lasted long into the modern era. The time when the Mongols ruled Russia, which later Russian historians called the Mongol yoke, actually helped Russian power grow and become more centralized. When Russia started its own imperial expansion, the Russian princes who acted as middlemen between the Golden Horde and the local people learned a lot about how to run a government, fight wars, and make deals. The strategies and organizational methods that Ivan the Terrible used to take over Mongol successor states in the 16th century were first used by the Mongols themselves. It was like watching a successful business model slowly spread through an industry. The company that came up with the new ideas might be bought out or replaced by competitors, but the ideas themselves would still have an effect on how the whole industry worked. The Mongol Empire's political system was too ambitious to last forever, but its changes to government, the military, and the economy became permanent parts of Eurasian civilization. The empire changed a lot because of disease, but not always in the way you might think. The Black Death, which killed about 1/3 of the people in many parts of Eurasia in the 14th century, messed up the usual social and economic ties in the areas that used to be part of the Mongol Empire. But it also made it possible for people to move up in society, and for institutions to change in ways that might not have been possible if things had been more stable. The plague years caused a demographic disaster in many areas, which led to a lack of workers. This gave the workers who survived more power to negotiate and move up in society. Old hierarchies became less rigid, new economic ties formed, and political systems changed to fit the new situation. The combination of Mongol innovations and changes brought on by the plague permanently changed the rigid social systems that had been common in many societies before the Mongols. The Mongol Empire's effects on the environment also had long-lasting effects that went well beyond its political life. The Mongol Empire's growth brought about big changes in trade routes, land use patterns, and population movements. These changes had long-lasting effects on the environment. Some areas that lost a lot of people during the conquest period stayed sparsely populated for many years, which let forests grow back, and animal populations recover in ways that affected later patterns of settlement and development. Most importantly, the Mongol period set up ways for people to talk to each other over long distances and share their cultures that are still important in world history today. The notion that innovations, artistic styles, religious concepts, and commercial practices could disseminate swiftly over extensive distances, an idea that was groundbreaking in the 13th century, evolved into a fundamental principle of global functioning. The Mongol Empire built what was basically the first global information network. Even though the empire itself fell apart, the networks it had set up kept moving ideas and new things across cultural lines. By the 15th century, the different successor states to the Mongol Empire were following their own paths of development that were influenced by their Mongol roots and the conditions in their own areas. The Timurid Empire in Central Asia mixed Mongol military customs with Persian cultural sophistication and Islamic religious devotion. The Crimean Khanate kept its nomadic political structures while adjusting to the changing political landscape of Eastern Europe. The Northern Yuan stayed in charge of Mongolia, keeping the traditional culture of the steppes while adapting to having less land to control. These successor states weren't just weak copies of the original empire, they were successful changes to the way things were. Each had figured out how to keep the most important parts of the Mongol culture, while also learning new skills that helped them do well in their own environments. It was like seeing a big company successfully break up into smaller parts that then became successful businesses on their own. The slow change in Mongol identity mirrored these larger trends of adaptation and growth. By the 15th century, the term Mongol had evolved into a cultural and political concept. In addition to its ethnic connotation, individuals lacking direct biological ties to the original Mongol tribes could assert a Mongol identity if they embraced Mongol political customs, military practices, or cultural values. On the other hand, people of Mongol descent who had fully integrated into Chinese, Persian, or other cultural systems may no longer identify as Mongol in any significant way. One of the original empire's best features was its ability to change identity categories. This flexibility still helps Mongol successor states. It helped them get talented and loyal people from different groups while still staying connected to the famous Mongol legacy. It was a kind of cultural branding that lasted a long time and could change with the times. The long end of the Mongol Empire wasn't a tragedy. It was a natural change from one type of organisation to another that was better suited to new conditions. The empire had done what it needed to do. It had linked areas that had been cut off from each other, set up new ways for people to trade and share culture, and shown that nomadic societies could build and run complex governments across a whole continent. As you snuggle deeper into your blanket and think about how your own cosy home is an example of hundreds of years of improvements in building, heating, and furnishing that came from many different cultures, you might think about how the Mongol Empire's greatest achievement was not conquering the world but bringing it together. 700 years ago, the Mongols built trade, communication, and cultural exchange networks across Eurasia. These networks laid the groundwork for the global interconnectedness we take for granted today. As you get ready for bed in a world where you can order things from halfway around the world with a few clicks, talk to people on different continents right away, and learn about thousands of different cultures, you are living with the consequences of choices made by nomadic herders on the Asian steppes 7 centuries ago. The Mongol Empire's impact on modern life is so deeply ingrained in our world today that we hardly ever think about it. Like background music that sets the mood of a room without drawing attention to itself, the most obvious legacy is the political borders and ethnic groups of today's countries. The vastness of Russia's land shows patterns of growth that started during the Mongol period. The borders of China today include areas that were brought together into a single state during the Yuan dynasty. The different cultures in Central Asian countries are a result of people moving around and settling there during the Mongol conquests. The Mongol Empire's legacy shaped even the United States, which didn't exist at the time. For example, the horses that changed Plains Indian culture were descendants of animals that nomadic people had bred and improved, and the transcontinental trade networks that European explorers found in the Americas were based on patterns that were first established along the Silk Road. The genetic legacy is just as strong. Modern DNA studies show that about 1 in every 200 men alive today has genetic markers that can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. The highest concentrations of these markers are in areas that were once part of the empire. This isn't just interesting from a historical point of view. It's proof of cultural integration on a scale that hadn't been seen before and wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. The Mongol Empire mixed people from different parts of the world who'd been living apart for thousands of years. This made the first truly global gene pool. But the genetic mixing was only one part of a larger cultural blending that still affects everything from food to buildings. Mongol cities were the first places where Chinese, Persian, Central Asian, and European cooking styles met on a large scale. This is where fusion cooking, which mixes ingredients and techniques from different cultures, began. The architectural styles of many Asian cities still show design ideas that were developed during the Mongol period, when builders had to make buildings that could meet a wide range of cultural needs and tastes. The Mongol influence can be seen in the language itself. Hundreds of words in dozens of languages can be traced back to the Mongols or to the cultural mixing that happened while the empire was around. The Mongols came up with new ideas and institutions that are still used in military, administrative, and trade-related language across Eurasia. Languages that were never directly under Mongol rule were still affected by the increased trade and cultural exchange that came with it. The Mongols' way of being tolerant of other religions set examples that still affect how we think about religious freedom and cultural diversity today. In the 13th century, the idea that political loyalty and religious belief could be separated was revolutionary. It is still controversial in some parts of the world today. The Mongol example showed that having different religions in a big political group can be a strength instead of a weakness. Mongol influences can also be seen in educational and intellectual traditions. The focus on practical knowledge, the blending of different scholarly traditions, and the translation movements that thrived with Mongol support created ways for scholars to share ideas that shaped the growth of universities, libraries, and scholarly networks across Eurasia. The Renaissance in Europe, the last flowering of the Islamic Golden Age, and the technological advances of Ming China all built on ideas that were made stronger by cultural exchanges between the Mongols and other cultures. The way modern militaries are organised still shows the effects of new ideas that the Mongol army came up with. The decimal system of military units, the use of different weapon systems and tactics, the focus on communication and mobility, and the use of psychological warfare techniques all became standard military practices that still affect how modern armies are organised and deployed. The way NATO organises its military forces is based on the same ideas that helped the Mongol Empire turn warriors from many different cultures into effective fighting units. The trade networks that the Mongols protected and grew are where the idea of a global economy that connects all modern nations comes from. During the Mongol period, it was shown on a continental scale that goods, services and information should be able to move freely across political borders, that economic relationships could cross cultural and religious lines, and that prosperity depended on keeping peaceful trading relationships. The principles that were first used in the Mongol commercial code are still used in modern international trade law, which focuses on standardizing procedures and ways to settle disputes. Mongol innovations even changed how we think about geography and maps. The maps that helped Europeans explore the Americas used geographical information that Mongol leaders had collected and kept safe. The age of exploration was made possible by advances in astronomy, navigation, and surveying that were built on intellectual foundations that were strengthened by scholarly exchanges during the Mongol era. The Mongol Empire showed that cultural diversity and political unity could work together instead of against each other, which is perhaps the most important thing. This lesson is especially important for today's multinational states and international groups that need to find a balance between local freedom and central control. The European Union, the United Nations, and other modern organizations face the same basic problem that the Mongols did: how to keep good government in places where people speak different languages, follow different religions, and have different cultural traditions. The Mongol solution, keeping central control over important tasks while letting local groups have some freedom in cultural and religious matters, still affects how modern organizations deal with this problem. Mongol administrators were the first to use these ideas on a large scale in federal systems of government, international law, and multinational corporate structures. The empire's methods for innovation and technology transfer set trends that still affect how new ideas spread around the world. The Mongols were the first to systematically transfer technology by actively looking for useful new ideas, adapting them to fit their needs, and spreading them across their lands. The Mongol period was the first time that people came up with ideas for research and development, international scientific collaboration, and the quick spread of new technologies around the world. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about how the pillow under your head is probably made of materials from many different countries, how the building around you is built using methods that were developed in many different cultures, and how the electronic devices nearby can connect you to people and information from all over the world. All of these modern conveniences are based on the same idea that led to the Mongols' expansion, that societies are stronger and more successful when they are connected to each other, instead of being cut off from each other. The Mongol Empire didn't last as a government, but its idea of a world where everything is connected did. We all live in the world that the Mongols dreamed of, a world where distance doesn't stop people from talking to each other, where new ideas spread quickly across cultures, where people from different backgrounds can work together to reach common goals, and where the resources and knowledge of different societies can be combined to make something better than the sum of its parts. Before you fall asleep, think back to those wide-open grasslands where our story began. Not the Mongolia of tourist attractions and modern cities, but the endless steppe where a few nomadic families used to live in harmony with rhythms that are older than written history. Think about how the endless grass moved in waves under a huge sky, and how that landscape changed the people who would later change half the world. It's very calming to end this story where it began, with the wind blowing through the grass and the feeling of endless space stretching beyond every horizon. The Mongol Empire came and went, conquered and fell apart, but the steppes are still very much like they were when Temujin first learned to ride. The grass still grows, the seasons still change from the harsh cold of winter to the short warmth of summer, and somewhere in that vastness herders still lead their animals along paths that have been used for thousands of years. But now you know that this seemingly empty landscape was actually the beginning of one of history's most interesting experiments in how people can work together. Those scattered tribes living in felt tents and following their herds across vast grasslands were able to create something new, a government that could bring together people from different backgrounds over long distances, an economic system that linked markets that had been cut off from each other, and a cultural framework that let different civilizations learn from each other, while still keeping their own identities. The story of the Mongol Empire is really about how people can connect with each other when there are no more barriers between them, and instead there are networks of exchange and cooperation. It's about the power of being able to move around in a world that often thinks stability is more important. The benefits of being able to change in societies that often value tradition over new ideas, and the idea that people from outside may have answers to problems that people from within haven't been able to solve. Historians today sometimes argue about whether the Mongol conquests were one of the greatest things that people have ever done, or one of the worst things that people have ever done. The answer is probably both. Like with most hard historical questions, cities were destroyed and people had to move, but new cities were built and new chances were made. Old ways of life were changed, but new ways of expressing culture came from the mixing of traditions that were once separate. Political systems fell apart, but new institutions that were more open and useful often took their place. It seems clear that the Mongol period sped up human progress in ways that still affect our world today. The cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and institutional experiments that transpired during the empire's duration established paradigms that influenced the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and the contemporary global economy. 700 years later, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions made in Mongol councils. The Mongol story teaches us that human societies can change and adapt more than we think they can. The same species that had spent thousands of years building isolated agricultural societies was able to build and run a continental empire that worked well over long distances and across cultures. The same groups that had been fighting and competing for what seemed like forever found that they could work together to reach bigger goals. This ability to change gives us hope for the problems we face around the world. If nomadic herders could figure out how to govern areas from Korea to Hungary while respecting the cultural autonomy of hundreds of different groups, maybe modern societies can find ways to deal with climate change, economic inequality and political fragmentation that seem just as hard to deal with from where we are now. The Mongol Empire also shows us that some of the most important new ideas in history have come from places we didn't expect. It wasn't the urban elites of established civilizations who changed warfare, administration and international relations. It was nomadic outsiders who looked at the same problems from a whole new angle. This means that experts today might not be taking seriously the ideas and communities that could help solve today's problems. You might find comfort in the thought of that endless blue sky over the steppes as you fall asleep. It's the same sky that watched over Mongol herders 800 years ago, and the same sky that covers your own home tonight. That sky has seen the rise and fall of empires, the movement of people, the growth of technologies that have changed human life, and the slow growth of the connected world we live in now. But it has also seen quieter times, like families gathering around cooking fires, kids learning to ride horses, elders telling stories that pass down cultural knowledge from one generation to the next, and regular people making the small choices that, when added together, change the course of human history. The grand sweep of empires and conquests is important, but so are the small acts of bravery, creativity and kindness that make big changes in history possible. The Mongol Empire is no longer around, but its ideas about what people can do are still around. The Mongol period was when these ideas first took shape. That different cultures can enrich each other instead of threatening each other, that geographical barriers don't have to become social barriers, that innovation can come from both isolation and synthesis, and that societies can be organised in ways that benefit all their members instead of just their elites. These ideas continue to inspire efforts to make the world more fair and connected. Tonight, as you fall asleep in a world where Mongolian traditional music might be playing through your speakers, cashmere from Central Asian goats might be warming your shoulders, and the spices in your evening tea might have come from trade routes. First used by Mongol merchants, you're experiencing the everyday legacy of that amazing experiment in how to organise people that started on the steppes over 800 years ago. Sweet dreams of wide open spaces and endless horizons, of people realising they have more in common than they thought, and of how humans can always change, create and connect with each other, no matter what barriers seem to be in the way. The story of the Mongol Empire is really our story. It's the story of how people learn to get along on a planet that belongs to all of us, sleep well under the sky that never ends. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk, reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilised somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing. and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared, As he toured Europe and North America, lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic soundbites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions, but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass-energy equivalence E equals mc squared that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E equals mc squared, it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics, but he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Imagine yourself waking up in ancient Rome, perhaps around 150 AD, and stumbling toward your modest apartment's kitchen. Your stomach is growling, and you're dreaming of scrambled eggs, toast with butter, and maybe some orange juice. Well, friend, you're about to discover that Roman breakfast was about as exciting as watching paint dry on a humid day. You see, Romans didn't really do breakfast the way we think of it. They had something called ientaculum, which sounds fancy until you realise it was basically whatever leftover bread you could find from yesterday, maybe dipped in wine if you were feeling particularly festive. There were no eggs Benedict served here, just you, some stale bread, and the faint hope that lunch might be more interesting. The Romans had this peculiar relationship with morning meals that would make modern nutritionists weep. They considered eating a big breakfast to be somewhat gluttonous, like wearing pyjamas to a board meeting. It just wasn't done if you had any sense of dignity. Instead, they'd nibble on bread, perhaps some cheese if they were lucky, and call it good enough. If you were rich enough to have servants fanning you with palm fronds, you might have had honey on your bread or olives. But for most Romans, breakfast was less rise and shine, and more rise and make do with whatever's not growing mould. The fascinating thing about Roman food culture is how backwards it seems to us now. We've got our coffee shops on every corner, our breakfast burritos, and our endless cereal aisles that stretch like ancient Roman roads. But Romans, they saved their energy for the real meal of the day, which came much later. Breakfast was just fuel to get you through the morning's work, like putting just enough gas in your car to reach the next station. You'd wash down your meagre breakfast with water, maybe some diluted wine if you were feeling fancy or if the water looked particularly suspicious that day. Roman water systems were impressive, sure, but you still had to be careful. A little wine in your morning drink wasn't about getting tipsy. It was about not getting sick from whatever might be swimming around in your cup. The bread itself would have been darker and coarser than what we're used to today. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of whole grain, except it wasn't a health choice. It was just what happened when you ground wheat with primitive tools. Sometimes you'd find intriguing surprises in your bread, like bits of stone from the grinding process. Romans had strong teeth, or at least they did until they didn't. You could get goat's milk if you lived in the country. Cow's milk was more of a luxury item, like truffle oil or premium vanilla extract today. Most Romans in the city would have looked at you strangely if you suggested starting the day with a big glass of cold milk. It just wasn't part of their world. The relationship between the morning meal and social class was intricate and multifaceted. A wealthy Roman might have had slaves preparing elaborate breads with various seeds and nuts baked in, while a poor Roman was grateful for any bread at all. The disparity between the affluent and the impoverished during breakfast time was comparable to the difference between a luxurious continental breakfast at a 5-star hotel and a simple bowl of oatmeal 5-star hotel and a meagre breakfast from a gas station at 6 a.m. So there you are as an ancient Roman finishing your modest breakfast and preparing for the day ahead. Your stomach isn't exactly singing with satisfaction, but you're fed enough to function. The real excitement, the actual meal worth waiting for, is still hours away. But don't worry, when it comes it'll be worth the wait, even if it's not what you expect. So you've made it through your underwhelming Roman breakfast, and now you're wondering about lunch. Here's where things get interesting. Romans had this meal called prandium, which was sort of like lunch, except it wasn't really lunch the way we understand it. It resembled a snack with a sense of grandeur. Think of prandium as the middle child of Roman meals, overlooked, underappreciated, and often forgotten entirely. Most Romans would grab something quick and light around midday, assuming they remembered to eat at all. They were busy people, these Romans, what with their empire building and their complex social hierarchies to maintain. If you were a working-class Roman, your lunch might have been a chunk of bread with some cheese, maybe an apple if you were lucky enough to find one that hadn't been claimed by someone higher up the social ladder. You'd eat it quickly, probably while standing, and then get back to whatever important Roman business you had to attend to. There were no leisurely lunch breaks where co-workers would discuss the latest gladiator matches. The wealthy Romans naturally had a different approach to midday eating. They might have had cold meats, some fruit, and perhaps a bit of wine that was actually good instead of the stuff that could strip paint. But even they didn't make a big production of it. Lunch was like a brief intermission in the play of daily life, acknowledged, but not the main event. Here's something that might surprise you. Romans were big on cold lunches. This was not due to their proclivity for meal prep, but rather due to the impracticality of preparing a full meal in the middle of the day. Most Romans living in cities didn't have proper kitchens anyway. They lived in apartments that would make modern studio dwellers feel positively spacious, and cooking facilities were shared or non-existent. You'd find Romans eating lunch in taverns, which were scattered throughout the cities like ancient food courts. These weren't fancy establishments. Think more like a combination of a gas station deli and a sports bar, minus the sports and the bar part. The food was cheap, quick, and designed to keep you going rather than to impress anyone. The typical tavern lunch might include some hard-boiled eggs, olives, bread, and cheese. If you were feeling adventurous, you might try some of the prepared foods they had sitting out, though the concept of food safety was about as developed as their understanding of germs, which is to say, not at all. Fish was popular at lunch, especially if you lived near the coast. Romans had this thing for fish sauce called garum, which was basically the ketchup of the ancient world. They put it on everything, and I mean everything. Imagine if someone today decided that ranch dressing should go on every single food item. That's Romans with their fish sauce. It was made from fermented fish intestines, which sounds absolutely horrifying until you realise it's basically the ancestor of Worcestershire sauce. If you were travelling, your lunch options became even more limited. Roman roads were excellent for getting from point A to point B, but they weren't exactly lined with convenient restaurants. You'd pack some bread, maybe some dried meat, and hope for the best. It was the ancient equivalent of grabbing a protein bar and hoping you'd find something better later. The timing of lunch was also flexible in a way that would confuse modern schedulers. Romans didn't have precise timekeeping the way we do, so lunchtime was more of a general concept than a specific hour. You ate when you felt hungry and when you had free time, which sometimes meant not eating at all. What's really fascinating is how Romans viewed this meal, or lack thereof. They didn't see skipping lunch as a hardship or a sign of being too busy. It was just part of life. They were saving their energy and appetite for the real meal of the day. Everything else was just keeping the engine running until the main event. Now comes the fun part, shopping for the evening meal, which was where Romans really showed their culinary colours. But before you start imagining neat grocery store aisles and shopping carts, let me paint you a picture of what food shopping actually looked like in ancient Rome. First, you'd head to the local market, which was less like a modern supermarket and more like a chaotic festival, where everyone was trying to sell you something. The noise alone would have been overwhelming. Vendors shouting about their wares, customers haggling over prices, and animals making whatever sounds animals make when they're about to become dinner. It was like Black Friday, but every day with more chickens. You'd start at the bread stalls, because bread was the foundation of every Roman meal. The bakers would have their loaves displayed, and you'd need to choose carefully. Some bread was better than others, and you could tell a lot about someone's social status by the quality of bread they bought. White bread was for the wealthy, darker bread was for everyone else. It was like a carbohydrate-based social hierarchy. The meat section would have been an adventure in itself. Romans consumed pork, lamb, goat, and beef. However, beef was expensive and typically reserved for special occasions. You'd see whole animals hanging in the stalls, and the butcher would cut off whatever piece you wanted right there. No neat packages wrapped in plastic, just you, the butcher, and whatever animal was looking at you with those reproachful dead eyes. Poultry was popular among the Romans, especially chicken, but they also consumed ducks, geese, and various other types of birds. They had a particular fondness for stuffed dormice, which sounds adorable until you realise they were being stuffed for dinner, not as toys. Romans had some interesting ideas about what constituted good eating. The fish market would have been a sensory experience you'd never forget. Romans loved their seafood, and they had access to both freshwater and saltwater fish. You'd find everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of mullet and sea bass. The smell would have been intense. Imagine the strongest fish market you've ever encountered, then multiply it by about 10. Vegetables were sold by farmers who'd bring their produce from the countryside. You'd find onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, turnips, and various greens. Tomatoes didn't exist yet. They were still hanging out in the Americas waiting to be discovered, so Roman cuisine was a lot less red than you might expect. Fruits were seasonal and precious. Apples, pears, grapes, and figs were common, but citrus fruits were exotic imports that cost more than most people could afford. If you desired an orange, it would be advisable to have the ancient equivalent of a trust fund. The spice vendors were like ancient drug dealers, but legal and with better business licenses. Pepper was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it was sometimes used as currency. Salt was essential for preserving food, and Romans had some pretty sophisticated ideas about different types of salt and their uses. Wine was sold everywhere, and it came in various qualities. The excellent stuff was for special occasions and wealthy people, while the everyday wine was more like alcoholic vinegar. Romans mixed their wine with water, which was partly about taste, and partly about not falling over before dinner was finished. Shopping wasn't just about buying food, it was a social activity. You'd run into neighbours, catch up on gossip, and probably hear about the latest political scandals. The market was like Facebook, but with actual faces and fewer privacy settings. You'd need to bring your containers for liquids and loose items. No convenient bottles or bags, just whatever pottery or baskets you could carry. Especially if you lived in one of those multi-storey apartment buildings and had to carry everything up narrow stairs, shopping became a workout in itself. The whole experience would have taken most of the day, and you'd need to be a skilled negotiator to get acceptable prices. Romans expected haggling the way we expect barcodes. It was just part of the process. You'd start with an outrageous price, work your way down, and eventually settle on something that made both parties slightly unhappy, which meant it was probably fair. So you've survived the market experience and made it home with your purchases. Now comes the fun part, actually cooking the food. But here's where things get really interesting, because Roman kitchens were nothing like what you're imagining. If you lived in a typical Roman apartment, your kitchen might have been a small brazier, basically a metal bowl with some charcoal in it. That's it. There were no counters, cabinets, or refrigerators humming in the corner. You'd do your cooking crouched over this tiny fire, probably in a space that was barely bigger than a modern closet. It was like trying to prepare Thanksgiving dinner using only a hibachi grill. The smoke from your cooking fire had to go somewhere, and that somewhere was usually everywhere. Roman apartments weren't known for their ventilation systems. You'd open a window if you had one, but mostly you'd just live with the smoke. Everyone smelled like cooking food all the time, which was either charming or horrifying, depending on your perspective. If you were wealthy enough to have a proper house, you might have had a real kitchen with a stone hearth, maybe even a small oven, but even these kitchens would have seemed primitive by modern standards. The cooking area lacked running water and lacked knob-controlled gas burners. Everything was fire-based, which meant it took longer and required more attention. Roman cooking was all about timing and patience. You couldn't just set a timer and walk away. You had to stay with your food, watching it, adjusting the heat by moving coals around and turning things by hand. It was like meditation, except if you meditated wrong, dinner burned. The most common cooking vessel was a clay pot called an olla. These came in various sizes and were used for everything from boiling water to making stews. Romans also had pans, but they were made of bronze or iron, not the non-stick wonders we're used to. Everything stuck to it, which made cooking an exercise in both skill and frustration. Spices were ground by hand using a mortar and pestle, which was an excellent exercise for your arms but time-consuming. You'd spend a good portion of your cooking time just preparing ingredients. There were no food processors, no pre-chopped vegetables, and no shortcuts. Every meal was earned through actual physical labour. Storage was another challenge entirely. Without refrigeration, you had to be creative about keeping food fresh. Romans used various preservation techniques: salting, smoking, drying, and fermentation. They had underground storage areas called celli for wine and other perishables, but these were mainly for the wealthy. For most Romans, you bought what you needed for that day's meal and not much more. Leftovers were problematic without proper storage, so you learned to prepare just enough food for your family. This meant shopping more frequently, but it also meant your food was always fresh. Water for cooking had to be carried from public fountains or wells. There was no turning on a tap. You'd fill your water jars and carry them home, then use that water sparingly. This approach made cooking more deliberate and less wasteful than modern cooking tends to be. The Romans had some clever cooking techniques that worked around their limitations. They'd use honey as a preservative, wine as a cooking liquid, and various herbs to mask the taste of food that was starting to turn. They became masters of one-pot cooking out of necessity, creating complex flavours in simple vessels. Baking was usually done communally. Most people didn't have ovens, so they'd prepare their bread dough at home and then take it to a communal bakery to be baked. This practice created a social aspect to bread making that we've completely lost in modern times. The timing of food preparation was crucial because Romans ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening. You'd need to start cooking hours before you planned to eat, especially if you were preparing anything complex. There was no ordering takeout if you ran out of time. You ate what you managed to prepare, or you didn't eat much at all. Despite all these challenges, Romans managed to create some truly sophisticated dishes. They were creative, resourceful, and surprisingly innovative in their approach to cooking. They had to be. Their survival depended on it. Finally, we reached the cena, the main meal of the day and the one Romans actually cared about. This meal was where they put their effort, their money, and their social energy. If breakfast was a handshake and lunch was a brief nod, dinner was a full embrace. The timing of dinner would seem strange to us. Romans typically ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening, when the day's work was done and there was still enough light to see what you were eating. This wasn't about candlelit romance, it was about practicality. Lamp oil was expensive and you wanted to enjoy your food while you could actually see it. For ordinary Romans, dinner was a simple but satisfying affair. You'd gather with your family around a low table sitting on stools or benches. The meal would centre around bread, which was eaten with everything and used as a utensil. You'd tear off pieces and use them to scoop up other foods, like an ancient version of a dinner roll that actually worked for something. The main dish was often a porridge or stew called pulse, which was made from various grains and whatever vegetables, meat or fish you could afford. It sounds boring, but Romans had perfected the art of making porridge fascinating. They'd add herbs, spices, bits of meat, vegetables and that ubiquitous fish sauce. It was like the ancient equivalent of a delicious risotto, if risotto were made from whatever you happened to have on hand. If you could afford meat, it was usually pork, lamb or goat. Chicken was also popular, and Romans had some intriguing ways of preparing it. They'd stuff it with various mixtures, roast it with herbs, or cook it in wine sauces that would make modern chefs jealous. The key was maximising flavour with few ingredients. Vegetables played a supporting role, but an important one. Romans ate a lot of cabbage, onions, leeks, and various greens. They prepared vegetables in ways that would surprise modern cooks, often cooking them for much longer than we do today, creating soft, flavourful dishes that were easy to digest. The wealthy Romans naturally had a completely different dinner experience. Their meals were elaborate affairs that could last for hours and include multiple courses. They'd recline on couches, yes, they literally lay down to eat, and be served by slaves who brought course after course of increasingly exotic foods. Rich Romans might start with gustaccio, appetizers like eggs, olives, honey-glazed ham, or various seafood preparations. Then came the main courses, which could include roasted peacock, stuffed wild boar, or elaborate fish dishes. They'd finish with sweet things like honey cakes or fruit. The really wealthy would serve foods that were expensive not because they tasted excellent, but because they were rare or difficult to obtain. Flamingo tongues, for example, were a delicacy not because they were delicious, but because they were exotic and expensive. It was like serving gold-flaked ice cream today, more about showing off than actual flavour. Wine was an essential part of dinner for everyone who could afford it. The Romans developed sophisticated ideas about wine, creating different types for various occasions. They'd mix their wine with water and sometimes with honey or spices. The quality of wine you served said a lot about your social status and your hospitality. The social aspect of dinner was just as important as the food. This was when families came together, when friends visited, and when business was discussed. Dinner was the social media of ancient Rome. It's where news was shared, relationships were built, and social hierarchies were reinforced. Romans had specific etiquette around dinner that would seem strange to us. They ate with their fingers, but there were rules about which ones to use and how to use them gracefully. They'd wash their hands frequently throughout the meal, and servants would bring water and towels between courses. The conversation at dinner was supposed to be pleasant and educational. Romans valued wit and intelligence at the dinner table, and a good host would guide the conversation to interesting topics. Politics, philosophy, literature, anything that would stimulate the mind while the body was being nourished. After the main courses, the sweet finale arrived, but Roman desserts were quite different from what you might expect. They didn't have sugar in the way we know it. That was still centuries away from being common in Europe. Instead, Romans relied on honey, fruit, and various inventive combinations to satiate their sweet cravings. Honey was the star of Roman desserts. They used it in everything, drizzled over fresh fruit, mixed into cakes, and combined with nuts to make early versions of nougat. Roman beekeepers were skilled craftsmen, and different types of honey were prized for their unique flavours. Thyme honey was particularly valued, and Romans would pay premium prices for honey from specific regions. Roman cakes were dense, sweet affairs that bore little resemblance to modern birthday cakes. They were made with flour, eggs, honey, and various nuts or dried fruits. One popular dessert was libum, a cheesecake-like creation that was often used in religious ceremonies as well as eaten for pleasure. It was heavy, rich, and probably would have left you feeling pleasantly stuffed. Fruit was often the simplest and most satisfying end to a meal. Romans had access to apples, pears, grapes, figs, and various berries. They'd sometimes cook fruit with honey and wine to create compotes, or they'd dry fruit to preserve it for later use. Fresh fruit was seasonal and precious, making it feel special when it appeared on the table. But here's where Roman cuisine gets really interesting. They ate some things that would make modern diners run screaming from the table. Remember those stuffed dormices I mentioned earlier? Romans considered them a delicacy. They'd fatten up dormice in special jars, then stuff them with pork, pine nuts, and various seasonings before roasting them. It was like ancient Roman tapas, except with more adorable woodland creatures. Romans also had a thing for organ meats that would challenge even the most adventurous modern foodie. They ate brains, kidneys, liver, and various other parts of animals that we typically avoid. These weren't poverty foods, they were often considered delicacies. Roman cooks had developed sophisticated ways of preparing these organs, often disguising their texture and enhancing their flavours with herbs and spices. Sea urchins were another Roman favourite that might surprise you. They'd eat them raw like ancient sushi, or cook them in various preparations. Romans living near the coast had access to all sorts of seafood that was both familiar and exotic. They'd eat everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of eels and rays. The famous Roman fish sauce garum deserves special mention because it was a ubiquitous ingredient in Roman cuisine. Garum, a sauce made from fermented fish intestines, was considered the umami bomb of the ancient world. Romans put it on everything: meats, vegetables, and even desserts sometimes. It was salty, pungent, and absolutely essential to Roman cooking. The best garum was made from tuna intestines and was expensive enough to be a luxury item. Romans also ate various birds that we don't typically consider food today. Peacocks, swans, and even ostriches appeared on wealthy Roman tables. These were often prepared as much for spectacle as for taste. Imagine a roasted peacock with its feathers replaced for presentation. It was the epitome of elaborate dinner theatre. One particularly strange Roman delicacy was mulsum, a drink made from wine and honey that was often served at the beginning of meals. But the Romans also made a version with added spices that were supposed to aid digestion. It was like ancient Pepto-Bismol, except it was alcoholic, and probably didn't help with digestion at all. The Romans had a peculiar relationship with eggs that went beyond simple breakfast fare. They'd eat eggs from various birds: chickens, ducks, geese, and even ostriches. Ostrich eggs were enormous and were often prepared as shared dishes for special occasions. Imagine cracking open an egg that could feed a family of 6. What's fascinating is how Romans combined flavours in ways that would seem strange to us today. They'd mix sweet and savoury regularly, adding honey to meat dishes and using fruit in preparations we'd consider purely savoury. They'd cook fish with fruit, add honey to vegetables, and create complex flavour profiles that challenge the palate. The end of a Roman dinner wasn't just about food, it was about extending the social experience as long as possible. The meal would gradually wind down with more wine, conversation, and sometimes entertainment. It was the ancient equivalent of lingering over coffee and dessert, except with more reclining and fewer espresso machines. As your Roman dinner finally winds down and you lean back full and satisfied, it's worth thinking about how this ancient way of eating has shaped our modern world. The Romans weren't just eating, they were creating patterns and preferences that would influence European cuisine for centuries to come. Many of the herbs and spices Romans used are still essential in Mediterranean cooking today. Oregano, thyme, rosemary, and sage were Roman favourites that modern Italian cooks still rely on. The Romans basically created the foundation for what we now call Mediterranean cuisine, even though they didn't have access to tomatoes, potatoes, or many of the other ingredients we associate with Italian food today. The Roman approach to wine was revolutionary and set standards that winemakers still follow. They developed ideas about aging, about pairing wine with food, and about the social importance of wine that persists today. Every time you choose a wine to go with dinner, you're participating in a tradition that Romans helped establish. Roman attitudes toward communal eating also shaped European culture in ways we still see today. The idea that dinner should be a social event, that meals should bring people together, and that food is about more than just nutrition. These are all concepts that Romans championed. They understood that eating together was about building relationships and strengthening communities. The Roman class system around food also established patterns that took centuries to break down. The idea that certain foods were for wealthy people and others were for the poor, that food could be a status symbol, and that elaborate meals were a way to display wealth and power. These concepts persisted long after Rome fell. But perhaps most importantly, Romans showed us that cooking is about creativity and adaptation. They took whatever ingredients they had available and found ways to make them delicious. They didn't have the global ingredient market we do now, but they made do. They were resourceful, inventive, and surprisingly sophisticated in their approach to food. The Roman kitchen, with all its limitations, produced some truly remarkable dishes. They developed techniques for preserving food, for combining flavours, and for creating complex meals from simple ingredients. They understood that cooking was both an art and a science, requiring skill, patience, and creativity. Roman eating habits also remind us that food culture is always changing. What seems normal to us today would have been completely foreign to Romans, just as their eating habits seem strange to us. They adapted to their circumstances, made the most of their resources, and created a food culture that was appropriate for their time and place. The social aspects of Roman dining, the conversation, the entertainment, the sense of community, are things we could perhaps learn from today. Romans understood that meals were about more than just consuming calories. They were about connecting with other people, sharing experiences, and creating memories. As you drift off to sleep tonight, full of this knowledge about Roman eating habits, you might find yourself thinking differently about your meals. Every time you sit down to eat, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back thousands of years. You're part of a long chain of people who have gathered around tables, shared food, and used meals as a way to connect with others. The Romans may not have had our modern conveniences, our global ingredients, or our sophisticated cooking equipment, but they had something that's perhaps more valuable. They understood that food is about more than just nutrition. It's about community, creativity, and the simple pleasure of sharing a meal with people you care about. So tomorrow morning, when you're having your elaborate breakfast that would have amazed any Roman, remember that you're eating like royalty compared to most people throughout history. And maybe, just maybe, you'll appreciate that morning meal a little bit more, knowing how far we've come from those simple Roman breakfasts of bread and wine. Sweet dreams, and may your meals be as satisfying as a Roman cena, minus the dormice. During the summer of 1962, when Kennedy was the president and the Beatles were still unknown young men in Liverpool, 3 men, each nursing dreams as vast as the Pacific that surrounded their concrete cage, sat in the heart of America's most notorious prison. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, the Rock to those who knew her intimately, perched like a medieval fortress on her island throne, 22 acres of hubris wrapped in fog and federal authority. Frank Morris, inmate AZ 1441, possessed the kind of mind that could unravel a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, if such puzzles had existed then. His IQ of 133 made him the prison's unofficial genius, though his criminal resume suggested he'd been applying his considerable intellect to all the wrong equations. Frank had collected felonies such as bank robbery, car theft and armed robbery, similar to how other men collect baseball cards, and he did so with about as much long-term planning. In the cell next to Frank's metropolitan headquarters sat John Anglin, AZ 1476, a man whose southern drawl could charm honey from a hive, but whose sticky fingers had landed him in more trouble than a cat in a yarn factory. John and his brother Clarence had been robbing banks since they were old enough to reach the teller windows, though their methods lacked the sophisticated planning that Frank brought to his endeavours. They were the kind of criminals who'd rob a bank and then stop for ice cream on the way home, not realising that mint chocolate chip doesn't provide much of an alibi. Clarence Anglin, AZ 1485, completed this unholy trio of criminals. If John was the charmer and Frank was the brain, Clarence was the steady hand, the man who could keep his cool when the heat was on and the law was closing in. Together, the 3 had accumulated enough time behind bars to span several geological epochs, their sentences stretching into a future where flying cars and moon colonies seemed more plausible than parole. The Rock had earned her reputation through careful cultivation of despair. Alcatraz, surrounded by waters so cold they could freeze a man's soul before his body hit the bay, was designed by men who understood that sometimes the most effective prison bars are made of salt water and hypothermia. The swift and unforgiving currents around the island carried the dreams of would-be escapees towards the Golden Gate Bridge and towards the sea. Warden Olin Blackwell ran the prison with the precision of a Swiss timepiece and the warmth of a January morning in Siberia. He'd inherited Alcatraz from his predecessor like a family curse. This description includes the mythology of impregnability and lists America's most creative criminals. Under his watch, 23 men had attempted escape in 14 separate tries. All had been recaptured, shot, or drowned. A track record that would make any warden proud and any inmate thoughtful. The daily routine at Alcatraz followed a rhythm as predictable as a metronome. Wake at 6:30 to the sound of a bell that had been imported from a defunct monastery, apparently to add a touch of ironic spirituality to the proceedings. The kitchen staff prepared breakfast, leaving no room for weapons, tools, or hope. The meals were nutritionally adequate and gastronomically devastating, a combination that seemed designed to break the spirit while preserving the body for future punishment. Work assignments varied from the mundane to the mind-numbing. Some inmates worked in the prison laundry, where they could contemplate the cleanliness they were providing to the outside world while wearing uniforms that made them look like extras in a particularly grim musical. Others worked in the kitchen, where they learned to create meals that would make a medieval peasant grateful for gruel. The most fortunate were employed in the prison library, where they could immerse themselves in tales of locations where the walls remained free of condensation and the sea did not taunt them with its close proximity. But it was in the industrial workshop that our three protagonists found themselves assigned, surrounded by tools that were counted more carefully than votes in a contested election. Amid the scent of machine oil and the rhythm of industrial equipment, Frank Morris began to notice details. Frank Morris observed the gradual settling of the concrete walls over the decades. The patterns of condensation suggested different densities in the construction materials. The sound travelled through the ventilation system like whispered secrets. Every evening, as the sun painted the bay in shades of freedom, the three men would return to their cells, 6 feet by 9 feet of government-issued solitude. But while their bodies were confined, their minds began to wander down paths that would have made Houdini himself nod with approval. They started to see Alcatraz not as an impregnable fortress, but as a very elaborate puzzle waiting to be solved. As the darkness in their cells grew, and the fog rolled in from the Pacific like a protective blanket, three men began to dream of a morning when they would awaken in a different place. Winter arrived at Alcatraz like an unwelcome relative, settling in for a long stay and making everyone miserable with its presence. The fog grew thicker, the winds intensified, and the concrete walls appeared to radiate despair. It was during these grey months that Frank Morris began to study the prison with the dedication of a doctoral candidate whose thesis was titled Creative Applications of Structural Engineering. The beauty of Frank's mind lay not in its criminal applications, though those had been impressive in their own misguided way, but in its ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. While his fellow inmates counted days until release dates that existed only in their most optimistic fantasies, Frank counted rivets, measured shadows, and calculated the thermal expansion of aging concrete. The revelation came to him during a particularly tedious afternoon in the workshop, while he was assigned to repair a ventilation grate that had been damaged by the previous winter's storms. As he worked, Frank noticed that the concrete around the vent had developed small cracks, hairline fractures that spoke of a building settling into middle age. The salt air had been working its slow chemistry on the structure for decades, and even the mighty Alcatraz was not immune to the patient persistence of time. That evening, as the lights dimmed and the prison settled into its nightly routine of enforced contemplation, Frank shared his observations with the Anglin brothers. Their cell block B block had been constructed in the 1910s, when concrete was more an art than a science, and building codes were suggestions rather than commandments. The walls that held them were thick enough to contain their bodies, but, Frank suspected, not necessarily their ingenuity. John Anglin, despite his reputation for impulsive decision-making, possessed a craftsman's understanding of tools and materials. Years of breaking into places had taught him to read the language of locks, hinges, and structural weak points. When Frank described the condition of the concrete around the ventilation systems, John's eyes lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for surprise inheritances or unexpected pardons. Clarence brought a different skill set to their growing conspiracy. His years of incarceration had taught him the rhythms of prison life. When guards changed shifts, which routes the security patrols followed, and how to move through the institutional routine without attracting attention. If Frank acted as the architect and John as the engineer, Clarence took on the role of the choreographer in their ever more intricate dance with disaster. The plan began to take shape during their evening conversations, whispered through the ventilation system that connected their cells like a primitive telephone network. They would begin by widening the ventilation grates in their individual cells, not enough to escape immediately, but enough to create passage to the utility corridor that ran behind the cell block. From there, they could access the roof and theoretically find a way to reach the water. The word theoretically held significant weight in their discussions. The distance from Alcatraz to Angel Island was about 2 miles of water that had claimed more experienced swimmers than any of them. The currents were unpredictable, the water temperature rarely rose above 55 degrees, and the Coast Guard maintained regular patrols specifically to discourage the kind of maritime adventure they were contemplating. But Frank had been studying the tides and currents with the dedication of a marine biologist. He had noticed that during certain tidal conditions, debris from the prison would wash up on Angel. They set out to reach the island, determined not to let the sea sweep them away. If they could time their escape properly, the same currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. Frank had been modifying and hiding tools in the prison workshop that could be used to chip away at the concrete. Frank meticulously sharpened and hardened the spoon handle. Frank had broken off a piece of the saw blade and concealed it in the sole of his shoe. Small tools that would do small work over a long time, the kind of patient progress that builds pyramids and topples governments. But tools alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to conceal their work from the daily cell inspections, which meant creating dummy walls that would hide the growing holes while appearing completely normal to casual observation. This required materials that weren't exactly available through the prison commissary. Paint that matched the cell walls, cardboard that could be shaped and coloured to look like concrete, and some way to hold it all in place. John Anglin's artistic talents, previously applied only to forging signatures and identification documents, would be put to more constructive use. He began experimenting with soap, paint chips and hair clippings to create a mixture that could be moulded into shapes and painted to match the cell walls. The results wouldn't fool a detailed inspection, but they might survive the cursory glances that were part of the daily routine. Meanwhile, Clarence had been mapping the guard schedules with the precision of a railroad timetable. He knew which guards were thorough, which were lazy, and which were easily distracted by conversation about sports or weather. More importantly, he'd identified the 15-minute window each evening when the cell block was essentially unguarded while the guards changed shifts and counted heads. As winter deepened into spring, their plan evolved from wishful thinking to genuine possibility. They would work at night, when the prison's settling sounds would cover the scraping. They would take turns keeping watch, communicating through their improvised telephone system, and carefully disposing of the concrete dust and debris. The timeline was ambitious. They hoped to complete their excavation by early summer, when the water temperatures would be at their warmest and the weather most favourable for their aquatic adventure. But even as they refined their plans and gathered their materials, each man understood that they were essentially planning an elaborate form of suicide with a slim chance of success. Yet somehow the impossibility of their scheme made it more appealing rather than less. After years of being told what to do, when to wake up and what to eat, planning anything felt like a rebellion against the cosmic forces that had deposited them on this rock in the middle of the bay. Spring of 1962 brought new hope to Alcatraz in the form of fresh paint and administrative optimism. The Bureau of Prisons had decided that a little colour might improve morale, apparently operating under the theory that sage-green walls would somehow make federal incarceration more palatable. While painters applied their cheerful coats of institutional improvement, 3 inmates had begun their renovation project, working with tools that wouldn't have impressed the most desperate home improvement enthusiast. Frank Morris had perfected the art of productive insomnia. Each night, after the 9:30 lights out, he would wait exactly 43 minutes for the sounds of the prison to settle into their nocturnal rhythm. Then, with the dedication of a medieval monk illuminating manuscripts, he would begin his careful destruction of federal property. The concrete around his cell's ventilation grate had revealed itself to be surprisingly cooperative, crumbling away in small, satisfying chunks under the persistent attention of his modified spoon handle. The work required a level of patience that would have challenged a Buddhist monk. Each scrape of the improvised chisel had to be gentle enough to avoid detection, but persistent enough to make progress. Too aggressive, and the sound would carry through the cell block like a dinner bell. If he was too tentative, he would still be chipping away when the next ice age arrived. Frank developed a rhythm: 3 gentle scrapes, pause to listen, 3 more scrapes, pause to dispose of debris. It was meditation through demolition, a Zen approach to jailbreaking. John Anglin had discovered an unexpected talent for forgery that extended beyond signatures and identification cards. His dummy ventilation grate, crafted from cardboard and painted with a mixture that included soap shavings, paint chips, and what he optimistically called artistic license, was becoming a masterpiece of deceptive craftsmanship. The challenge wasn't just making it look like concrete and metal, it had to look like old concrete and metal, complete with the stains, scratches, and accumulated grime of decades of neglect. The paint mixture had required considerable experimentation. Too much soap and it looked like what it was: soap. Too little, and it wouldn't hold together long enough to be useful. John had finally achieved the right consistency by adding hair clippings, his own, collected from monthly haircuts, and tiny fragments of concrete dust from Frank's excavation. The result was a substance that could be moulded, painted, and positioned to fool anyone who wasn't looking too carefully. Clarence Anglin had appointed himself the expedition's intelligence officer, maintaining surveillance schedules that would have impressed the CIA. He'd identified Guard Patterson as their most dangerous threat, a man who approached cell inspections with the thoroughness of a tax auditor and the suspicion of a jealous husband. Patterson counted rivets, checked shadows, and had once discovered a contraband cigarette hidden inside a hollowed-out bar of soap. If their deception was going to fail, Patterson would be the one to expose it. But even Patterson had weaknesses. He was diabetic, and his blood sugar crashes made him irritable and hurried during evening inspections. He was also a creature of habit, following the same route through the cell block every night, spending exactly 45 seconds in each cell before moving on. If they could predict his timing and mood, they could ensure their dummy walls were in place when he looked and removed when they needed to work. The disposal of excavated concrete presented its challenges. Simply dumping it would create suspicious piles of debris that even the most inattentive guard would notice. Instead, they developed a distribution system that would have impressed a drug cartel. They mixed small amounts of concrete dust with soap and washed it down the drains during their evening washing routine. They concealed larger chunks in the seams of their mattresses, distributing them so gradually that the changes in weight and texture were undetectable. They scattered some in the workshop, allowing it to blend with the dust and debris of daily industrial activity. They had recruited Alan West, another inmate whose cell was adjacent to their operation, as both a lookout and a participant. West's cell required the same treatment as the others, and his escape would help provide cover for the main operation. However, West brought a level of enthusiasm that sometimes exceeded his competence. While Frank approached the work with surgical precision, and the Anglin brothers contributed their specialised skills, West attacked his concrete with the subtlety of a demolition crew. West's scraping was audible from 3 cells away, and his mock wall resembled something a child might construct during a particularly unsuccessful art project. The work progressed through spring with the slow but steady pace of erosion carving canyons. By May, Frank had created an opening large enough to squeeze through, though he'd tested it only with careful measurements rather than actual human trials. The Anglin brothers had achieved similar progress, though John's perfectionist tendencies meant he spent almost as much time improving his dummy wall as he did enlarging his opening. The psychological toll of the work was as challenging as the physical demands. Each night brought the possibility of discovery, and each morning required them to resume their roles as model prisoners while concealing their growing excitement and anxiety. They had to maintain their routines, participate in work assignments, and interact with guards and fellow inmates as if their only concerns were the quality of the evening meal and the possibility of mail call. Frank found himself studying the guards with new intensity, not just for security purposes, but to understand how normal people behaved when they weren't planning impossible escapes. Guard Morrison had a habit of humming as he made his rounds. Guard Peterson had a habit of pausing at specific cells to engage in conversation with the inmates he held a particular dislike for. Guard Collins developed a nervous habit of jingling his keys whenever he felt anxious about something. These details would be crucial when the time came to move through the prison undetected. The weather had begun to cooperate with their plans. The fog that rolled in each evening provided natural cover, and the spring tides were creating current patterns that might actually help rather than hinder their water escape. Frank had been studying the movements of debris and seaweed, noting which pieces ended up on Angel Island and which disappeared into the Pacific. Their window of opportunity was approaching, but so was the increased risk that came with each passing day of their secret construction project. As May progressed toward June, 3 men continued their nightly routine of carefully destroying their prison cells while maintaining the facade of resigned acceptance. They had committed themselves to a plan that required perfect timing, flawless execution, and a considerable amount of luck. The alternative, spending the remainder of their lives in 6x9-foot concrete boxes, provided all the motivation they needed to continue their invisible demolition project. June arrived at Alcatraz with unusual warmth, as if the Pacific had decided to offer a brief respite from its customary indifference to human comfort. The unseasonably pleasant weather felt like a cosmic wink to 3 men who had been planning their departure for months, though they maintained the prison's routine with the dedication of method actors preparing for the performance of their lives. Frank Morris had discovered that escaping from Alcatraz required skills not typically taught in criminal enterprises. Take navigation as an example. The waters around the island moved with currents that followed patterns more complex than advanced calculus, and miscalculating their timing could result in a one-way trip to the Farallon Islands, or, more likely, the bottom of the bay. Frank had been studying the movement of everything from seagull formations to sandwich wrappers thrown overboard by the weekly supply boat, building a mental map of how the water moved and when. The breakthrough came when he noticed that prison garbage thrown into the bay during certain tidal conditions would wash up on Angel Island within hours. If they could time their escape to coincide with those same conditions, the treacherous currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. It was a theory that sounded plausible in whispered cellblock conversations, but would require testing their hypothesis with their lives. John Anglin had been perfecting what he called the Great Deception, a collection of dummy heads that would occupy their beds during the crucial hours when guards conducted night counts. Using a mixture of soap, toilet paper, paint and hair, collected from the prison barbershop floor, John had created sculptures that bore a reasonable resemblance to sleeping inmates, assuming the guards didn't look too closely and the lighting remained appropriately dim. The heads were works of inspired improvisation. John used real hair, which he carefully arranged to match the individual hairstyles of the sculptures. The features were moulded from soap, painted with pigments extracted from magazine pages, and mixed with substances that John preferred not to identify too specifically. The ears were particularly challenging. Apparently, creating believable ears from soap required an artistic sensibility that John had never previously applied to anything more ambitious than forging signatures. Clarence Anglin had graduated from intelligence gathering to operational planning. He'd identified the exact route they would take from their cells to the roof, through the utility corridor behind the cell block, up a ventilation shaft that led to the roof, and then across the prison rooftop to a point where they could descend to the water without being seen from the guard towers. The journey would require them to navigate in complete darkness through spaces that were barely large enough for human passage, carrying equipment that couldn't be left behind. Alan West had become their weak link in ways that were both predictable and frustrating. While the other 3 had been methodically preparing for every aspect of their escape, West had been treating the project like an extended hobby rather than a life-or-death endeavour. His concrete removal had been inconsistent, his dummy wall was unconvincing, and his security awareness was approximately equivalent to that of a tourist taking photos at a military installation. The tools and materials for their water escape had been accumulated through a combination of theft, creativity, and what Frank called adaptive resource acquisition. Prison raincoats had been sewn together to create a makeshift raft and life preservers. They had sewed the raft together using thread from prison clothing and needles, fashioned from a metal scraps found in the workshop. The result looked like something that might have been rejected by a particularly undemanding Coast Guard inspection, but it would hopefully provide enough buoyancy to keep them alive until they reached land. Paddles had been carved from wooden pieces found in the workshop, shaped and smoothed during lunch breaks and stolen moments when guards were distracted. The paddles were crude but functional, assuming they didn't encounter waves larger than those found in an average bathtub. Frank had calculated that they would need to cover approximately 2 miles of open water, probably in fog, while being sought by every law enforcement agency in Northern California. The escape timeline had been planned with the precision of a military operation, though with significantly less reliable equipment. They would begin their departure at 9:45 p.m, 15 minutes after lights out, when the cell block settled into its evening routine. The dummy heads would be positioned in their beds, the fake walls would be put in place behind their ventilation grates, and they would begin their journey through the utility corridor. The climb to the roof would be the most dangerous part of their internal navigation. The ventilation shaft was barely wide enough for human passage, and any noise during the ascent could alert guards to their escape attempt. They would have to climb approximately 30 feet in complete darkness, carrying their makeshift equipment while remaining absolutely silent. Frank had rehearsed the climb in previous reconnaissance missions, but the actual performance was a completely different matter. Once on the roof, they would have to cross approximately 60 yards of open space to reach their descent point, moving carefully to avoid being seen by guards in the towers. The guard towers had searchlights that swept the prison grounds on irregular schedules, and being caught in one of those beams would end their escape attempt in a hail of gunfire and official disappointment. The descent to the water would require them to climb down the outside of the prison building using makeshift ropes created from sheets and towels stolen from the laundry. The drop was approximately 50 feet, and the improvised climbing equipment would have to support their weight plus the weight of their escape materials. Frank had tested the rope strength using methods he preferred not to describe in detail, but the results had been marginally encouraging. As June progressed, their preparations entered the final phase. The concrete removal was essentially complete, but West continued to struggle with opening his act. The dummy heads were ready for their theatrical debut. The escape equipment was as prepared as prison resources would allow. Weather conditions were favourable, with fog predicted for the evening they had chosen for their departure. But perhaps most importantly, 3 men had committed themselves psychologically to an undertaking that required them to bet their lives on the accuracy of their planning and the reliability of their improvised equipment. They had reached the point where backing down was no longer possible, not because of external pressure, but because they had convinced themselves that freedom was worth the considerable risk of death. The date was set, June 11th, 1962. In less than 48 hours, they would discover whether months of planning and preparation had created a viable escape plan or an elaborate form of suicide. The Pacific Ocean would render its verdict with the finality that only nature can provide. The morning sun painted San Francisco Bay in shades of gold and promise, while inside Alcatraz, 3 men moved through their daily routines with the focused calm of actors preparing for opening night. Each mundane activity, breakfast, work detail, afternoon recreation, carried the weight of finality, as if they were participating in a farewell tour of institutional life. Frank Morris spent the morning in the workshop with unusual attention to his assigned tasks, repairing ventilation equipment with the ironic dedication of a man who had spent months systematically dismantling similar fixtures. His hands worked automatically, while his mind ran through the evening's timeline like a conductor rehearsing a complex symphony. Every movement had been choreographed, every contingency considered, yet the fundamental uncertainty remained. Would their months of preparation prove sufficient, or would they join the ranks of Alcatraz's failed escape attempts? The Anglin brothers maintained their customary routine with studied normalcy, though John found himself paying unusual attention to details he might never see again. The afternoon light danced through the windows of the cell block, the sound of foghorns beginning their evening chorus. Years of daily interaction had made the guards' familiar faces as predictable as sunrise. These observations didn't stem from sentiment, as they couldn't afford it, but rather from the sharp awareness that often accompanies irreversible decisions. Alan West had been struggling with his concrete removal for weeks, working with the frantic energy of a student cramming for final exams. Although his opening was still slightly too small for comfortable passage, his perfectionist tendencies had run out of time. The tides would be favourable tonight, the guard schedules were optimal, and weather forecasts predicted the fog cover they needed. West would have to make his existing opening work or risk compromising the entire operation. As evening approached, the prison settled into its familiar rhythm of enforced routine. Dinner was consumed with the usual institutional efficiency, food that was nutritionally adequate and gastronomically forgettable, served by kitchen staff who had perfected the art of culinary indifference. Conversation followed the approved patterns. Complaints about food quality, speculation about guard personnel changes, and discussions of scores from newspapers that arrived days late and already obsolete. But beneath this surface normalcy, 3 men were conducting final equipment checks with the thoroughness of astronauts preparing for launch. The dummy heads were positioned and ready. The makeshift flotation devices were concealed and accessible. We tested the improvised ropes one final time, employing methods that would not draw the attention of casual observers. Everything was ready, as months of prison-based preparation could make it. At 9:30 p.m, the lights went out on schedule, and Alcatraz began its transition to nighttime security protocols. The three conspirators waited in their cells with the patience of experienced criminals who understood that timing was everything. If they arrived too early, the guards would still be conducting their initial counts. Too late, and that they would miss the tidal conditions that could mean the difference between reaching Angel Island and disappearing into the Pacific. 9:45 p.m. arrived with astronomical precision. Frank Morris began the delicate process of removing his dummy ventilation grate and positioning his soap sculpture head in his bed. The head looked reasonably convincing in the dim light, certainly convincing enough to fool a guard conducting a routine count from the cell block corridor. The real test would come at midnight, when guards would conduct their more thorough inspection, but by then, the escape parties would either be safely away or beyond caring about guard inspections. The utility corridor behind the cell block was everything Frank had expected, and several things he hadn't. The space was cramped, filled with pipes and electrical conduits that seemed determined to catch on clothing and equipment. The air was thick with decades of accumulated dust and the metallic smell of aging infrastructure. Moving through the corridor required a combination of athletic ability and contortionist skills, complicated by the need to remain absolutely silent while carrying equipment that seemed designed to make noise at the worst possible moments. With the grace of a man who had spent considerable time practicing the movement, John Anglin emerged from his cell into the corridor. His dummy head was positioned, his fake wall was in place, and his portion of the escape equipment was secured and ready for transport. The months of preparation had honed a level of coordination that would have impressed professional dancers, despite the significant risk of missing a cue compared to audience disapproval. Clarence followed with the steady competence that had made him the operations logistics coordinator. Everything that could be planned had been planned, and everything else would have to be improvised based on principles of creative problem-solving and desperate innovation. The utility corridor evoked the atmosphere of a theatre's backstage area, where the performance held paramount importance and the audience consisted solely of armed critics. Alan West encountered his first major crisis at exactly 9:52 p.m. His ventilation opening, subway, despite weeks of enlargement efforts, remained slightly too small for comfortable passage. What had seemed like a minor issue during planning now revealed itself as a potentially catastrophic problem. West struggled with his opening while his partners waited in the corridor, precious minutes ticking away like a countdown to a launch that couldn't be postponed. The decision was made with the brutal efficiency that emergency situations demand. West would continue working on his opening and follow when he could. The others would proceed with the escape rather than risk the entire operation for one person's preparation problems. It was a calculated decision, but prison had taught all of them that survival sometimes necessitated abandoning those who couldn't keep up. The climb to the roof began at 10:03 p.m, 13 minutes behind schedule, but still within acceptable parameters. The ventilation shaft was as challenging as reconnaissance had suggested, narrow, dark, and filled with obstacles that seemed designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour. Frank led the climb, followed by John and Clarence, each man carrying equipment that made the ascent more difficult than climbing a ladder while juggling flaming torches. The roof of Alcatraz stretched before them like a concrete ocean, bathed in fog that provided both concealment and navigation challenges. The guard towers were visible as points of light in the mist, their searchlights creating moving patterns that had to be avoided with the precision of dancers performing a deadly choreography. The three men moved across the roof with careful steps, aware that a single misstep could result in noise that would bring guards running from all directions. At 10:47 p.m, they reached their descent point and began the rappel to the water's edge. The improvised rope supported the men's weight, but they creaked and stretched in a way that made each man question whether he would successfully complete the descent or become an unwilling test of gravity's reliability. The water below was dark, cold, and moving with currents that would determine whether their months of planning would result in freedom or tragedy. As they prepared to enter the bay, three men stood at the edge of the Pacific Ocean, with equipment that looked like it had been designed by optimistic children and faith that had been tested by months of impossible preparation. Behind them lay Alcatraz, ahead lay the unknown, and all around them lay water that had claimed previous escape attempts, with the indifference of natural forces operating according to laws that didn't recognize human ambition. The moment of commitment had arrived. There would be no more planning, no more preparation, no more rehearsals. All they had was the water, the darkness, and the hope that their months of diligent labour had yielded something capable of guiding them towards liberation. At 11:23 p.m. on June 11th, 1962, three men slipped into San Francisco Bay with the quiet desperation of souls entering purgatory. The water's coldness was the liquid embodiment of all their doubts after months of planning. Frank Morris, the mastermind whose IQ had crafted their escape, found himself wondering if intelligence was any match for the primal forces of tide and current that now controlled their destiny. The makeshift raft, cobbled together from prison raincoats and sustained by faith rather than engineering principles, settled into the water with all the buoyancy of a concrete life preserver. What had appeared relatively seaworthy during their cell block planning sessions now stood as a testament to the victory of hope over hydrodynamics. The improvised paddles, carved from workshop scraps, had felt about as effective as using spoons to navigate the Atlantic. John Anglin, whose artistic talents had created their deceptive dummy heads, discovered that artistic vision didn't translate to maritime navigation. The fog that had seemed like providential cover from the shore now surrounded them like a living entity, reducing visibility to approximately the length of their inadequate raft. Every direction looked identical, dark water fading into dark mist, with no landmarks visible and no clear indication of which way led to Angel Island versus which way led to the Farallon Islands and certain death. Clarence Anglin, the steady hand who had mapped guard schedules with military precision, found himself trying to apply that same methodical approach to reading water currents in complete darkness. The bay moved around them with liquid complexity, streams within streams, eddies and flows that seemed to follow patterns that were comprehensible only to marine biologists and the soiled spirits of drowned sailors. Every paddle stroke was a calculated guess, and every navigational decision carried a risk of hypothermia and drowning. The sound of their escape had been swallowed by fog and distance, but somewhere behind them Alcatraz continued its nightly routine, unaware that 3 of its most reluctant residents had departed without filing the proper paperwork. Alan West remained in his cell, still struggling with his ventilation opening, his escape attempt abandoned in favour of not alerting guards to the absence of his cellmates. His failure to join them was both a personal tragedy and a tactical advantage, 1 fewer person to crowd their inadequate raft, 1 more dummy head in place to maintain the illusion of normal occupancy. The Pacific Ocean began its examination of their escape plan, with the thoroughness of a federal prosecutor reviewing evidence. Every weakness in their preparation was tested by waves that seemed larger than physics should have allowed, currents that pulled them in directions they couldn't identify, and water temperatures that made their improvised life preservers feel like ice cubes with straps. The raft, designed by hope and constructed by necessity, began to show signs of structural anxiety as salt water found every seam and tested every improvised repair. Frank had calculated that they needed to cover approximately 2 miles to reach Angel Island, but the calculations assumed knowledge of the starting point, destination, and direction, all of which had become theoretical concepts in the fog-wrapped darkness. The lights of San Francisco were obscured by the mist, and Angel Island felt as distant as another continent. Their navigation equipment relied on instinct, desperation, and 3 waterlogged paddles that were starting to show their own structural issues. The cold was becoming a factor that no amount of planning had adequately addressed. Prison uniforms weren't designed for aquatic adventures, and the improvised flotation devices provided buoyancy but no insulation. Each man could feel his body temperature dropping with the systematic efficiency of a thermometer in a freezer, and their paddling became less about navigation and more about generating enough movement to maintain circulation. But the most dangerous enemy wasn't cold or current, it was doubt. Every minute in the water brought new evidence that their plan had been created by optimism rather than reality. The raft was too small, the equipment too improvised, the distance too far, and the conditions too hostile. Each wave that washed over their makeshift vessel carried the whispered suggestion that they should have stayed in their cells, accepted their sentences, and grown old behind bars rather than young beneath the bay, yet something kept them paddling. Perhaps it was the months of investment they had made in the escape plan. Perhaps it was the knowledge that return to Alcatraz would mean solitary confinement and the kind of official attention that makes prison life considerably more unpleasant. Or perhaps it was the simple human refusal to surrender, when surrender means death, even when the alternative seems equally terminal. The fog began to thin around 1:30 a.m, revealing patches of starlit sky that provided their first reliable navigation reference in hours. Frank oriented himself using constellations he remembered from childhood camping trips, before his life had taken the series of wrong turns that led to federal incarceration. The North Star, steady and reliable, helped him establish direction, though establishing their location remained a matter of educated guesswork and maritime prayer. As visibility improved, they could make out the darker mass of land ahead, Whether Angel Island, Alcatraz, or some previously undiscovered piece of real estate remained to be determined. Their paddling had become automatic, their arms moving with the mechanical persistence of men who had discovered that stopping meant sinking. The raft's structural integrity had degraded to the point where it was more of a flotation suggestion than an actual watercraft, held together by determination and rapidly failing adhesive. The current had been carrying them steadily, but it remained unclear whether they were heading towards salvation or destruction until they felt their improvised paddles scraping against something solid. Sand, rock. The blessed resistance of land meeting water was evident. They had reached shore, though whether they had travelled 2 miles to Angel Island or 200 yards in a circle back to Alcatraz would be determined when they could see their surroundings in daylight. Dragging themselves onto the beach with the grace of exhausted seals, 3 men collapsed onto solid ground for the first time in hours. Their escape equipment, what remained of it, was abandoned to the tide. Their prison uniforms were soaked, torn and decorated with seaweed in ways that wouldn't have impressed any fashion critics. But they were alive on land and no longer inmates of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary. Dawn would reveal their location and determine their next moves. Until then, they lay on an unknown beach, watching the fog roll back across the bay, listening to the sound of waves that had carried them either to freedom or to a different kind of captivity. The Pacific had rendered its verdict, but the final judgment remained to be written by daylight, luck, and the ability of 3 exhausted fugitives to continue their improvised journey to wherever escaped convicts go when the impossible becomes merely improbable. Dawn arrived on June 12, 1962, with the cruel clarity that daylight brings to midnight decisions. 3 men who had spent the night discovering whether desperation could overcome physics now faced the morning's harsh accounting of their aquatic adventure. The beach beneath them was real, the water behind them was real, but their location remained a mystery that would be solved by geography rather than hope. Frank Morris opened his eyes to find himself staring at a landscape that looked suspiciously like the California coast, though whether they had reached Angel Island, returned to Alcatraz, or washed up on some entirely different piece of real estate remained to be determined. His body ached with the specific pain that comes from spending hours in cold water while wearing clothes designed for indoor prison use, rather than maritime adventures. The brilliant escape plan, so carefully crafted during months of cell block conspiracies, had deposited them on an unknown shore with no equipment, no identification, and no clear idea of what to do next. The Anglin brothers moved cautiously, like men testing which parts of their bodies still functioned after spending a night in the ocean. John's artistic talents, so useful for creating dummy heads and fake walls, seemed less applicable to their current situation, which called for skills more commonly associated with survival training than creative forgery. Circumstances that had transcended the predictable routines of prison life similarly challenged Clarence's systematic approach to planning. Their first priority was to pinpoint their location, a task that necessitated a level of urgency in their reconnaissance compared to their earlier intelligence gathering. If they had somehow managed to circle back to Alcatraz, their escape attempt would become a very short story with an unhappy ending. If they had reached Angel Island, they would need to find a way off the island before park rangers or Coast Guard patrols discovered their presence. If they had been taken elsewhere, they would have to find their bearings and continue their journey to freedom. The coastline revealed itself as they explored, and the news was both good and problematic. They had indeed reached Angel Island, their intended destination, which meant their navigation had been more accurate than the conditions had suggested. However, Angel Island was not exactly a launching pad to freedom. It was a state park, regularly patrolled and connected to the mainland only by ferry service that required tickets, identification, and the kind of paperwork they were unlikely to possess. But they were no longer inmates of Alcatraz, which represented progress of a sort. Their legal status had evolved from incarcerated to escaped fugitives, which was arguably an improvement in terms of personal autonomy, though it came with its set of challenges. The FBI would shortly be genuinely interested in their whereabouts. The US Marshals would be updating their wanted posters, and every law enforcement agency in Northern California would be looking for 3 men whose descriptions would be circulated with the efficiency of a chain letter. The immediate challenge was getting off Angel Island before their presence was discovered. Ferry service was out of the question, swimming was no longer appealing after their previous aquatic experience, and commandeering a boat would add maritime theft to their growing list of federal charges. They needed transportation that was both available and inconspicuous, which narrowed their options to creative solutions that would have tested the ingenuity of a professional escape artist. Their prison uniforms had to be addressed before they could move in public without attracting attention. The sight of 3 men in drenched federal prison clothing was likely to spark curiosity, leading to calls to authorities and a swift end to their fleeting moment of freedom. They needed civilian clothes, which meant finding them through methods that were available to escaped convicts with no money, no connections, and no legitimate means of acquisition. The morning progressed with the methodical problem-solving that had characterized their escape planning. Frank's intelligence, John's creative resourcefulness, and Clarence's systematic approach were applied to challenges that were immediate and practical: food, clothing, transportation, and avoiding recapture long enough to establish some kind of sustainable existence outside federal custody. But even as they planned their next moves, each man understood that their escape from Alcatraz was only the beginning of a much longer journey. They had proved that the inescapable prison could be escaped, but they had also committed themselves to lives as permanent fugitives in a country where their faces would be known to every law enforcement officer from coast to coast. The morning sun illuminated the paradox of their success, warming their salt-stiffened clothes and revealing the California landscape in sharp detail. They had achieved the impossible, escaping from Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary using improvised tools, handmade equipment, and planning that had been conducted entirely within the most secure prison in America. Yet their triumph had delivered them not to freedom, but to a different kind of captivity, the hunted existence of men who could never again live under their names or return to the places they had known. As they prepared to leave Angel Island and begin the next chapter of their story, 3 men stood at the intersection of legend and reality. They had become part of Alcatraz mythology, their escape joining the annals of impossible achievements that inspire others to attempt the improbable. But they had also learned that escaping from prison is only the first step in a journey that continues for the rest of their lives, however long those lives might prove to be. The Pacific Ocean, which had tested their resolve and nearly claimed their lives, stretched behind them like a liquid barrier between their past and their future. Ahead lay the mainland, with its opportunities and dangers, its promise of freedom, and its guarantee of perpetual pursuit. 3 men who had started as inmates had become fugitives, and their story was no longer about escaping from Alcatraz. It was about learning to live with the consequences of having done the impossible. Whether Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape, established new identities, and lived out their days in anonymous freedom, or whether they perished in the bay that night, remains one of America's most enduring mysteries. On June 11th, 1962, 3 men showed that even the most secure prison is only as strong as the imagination of those it seeks to contain. They transformed themselves from criminals into legends, from prisoners into symbols of the eternal human desire to be free. And somewhere in the morning mist rolling off San Francisco Bay, their story continues, not as history but as possibility, not as fact but as the kind of truth that grows stronger with each telling, reminding us that sometimes the most impossible dreams are the ones most. Imagine stepping outside your front door right now and having absolutely no streetlights, no porch lights from neighbouring houses, and no glow from distant shopping centres or office buildings. Now multiply that darkness by about 1,000, add the fact that your own home has maybe 1 or 2 candles burning if you're lucky, and you're starting to understand what nighttime actually meant in medieval Europe. The medieval night wasn't just darker than anything most of us have experienced. It was a different kind of darkness altogether. It was the sort of darkness that felt physical, like something you could touch. When the sun set, which happened much earlier in practical terms because people actually paid attention to it, the world transformed into something unfamiliar and potentially dangerous. Your own village, which you'd walk through countless times during the day, became a maze of shadows and uncertain footsteps. This darkness shaped everything about how medieval people approached sleep. You couldn't just decide to stay up late binge-watching your favourite show or scrolling through social media until your eyes hurt. Once darkness fell, your options were basically to sit in the dark doing nothing, burn expensive candles or oil that you'd need for more important things, or go to bed. Most people chose bed, which meant that medieval sleeping patterns were dramatically different from ours. The typical medieval person went to bed shortly after sunset. We're talking about 7 or 8 in the evening during winter months. But here's where it gets interesting. They didn't sleep straight through the night the way we try to. Instead, most people practiced what historians call segmented sleep, or first and second sleep. You'd go to bed at dusk, sleep for 3 or 4 hours, then wake up naturally in the middle of the night for an hour or two. What did people do during this middle of the night wake period? Well, they'd pray, think about their dreams, talk quietly with their spouse if they had one, maybe tend to the fire, or engage in activities that led to medieval Europe's impressive population growth. Then they'd settle back down for a second sleep that lasted until dawn. This wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. It was just how human sleep naturally worked before artificial lighting convinced our bodies to consolidate everything into one chunk. The darkness also meant that bedtime wasn't a precise moment you could check on your phone. People judged time by church bells if they lived near a church, or by the position of stars if they could see them, or more often by simply feeling tired when their bodies had been awake since dawn. Time was less about exact hours and more about natural rhythms. When you could no longer see well enough to work, it was time to start thinking about sleep. This relationship with darkness shaped medieval sleep in ways we barely understand today. Going to bed wasn't about optimal sleep hygiene, or making sure you got your full 8 hours. It was about surviving the cold, staying safe from both real and imagined dangers, and making the best use of expensive lighting resources. The night was something to be gotten through, not enjoyed, and sleep was your primary tool for doing exactly that. The quality of your sleep in medieval times was directly connected to your social status in ways that might seem strange to us now. A noble in a castle had access to private chambers, good fires, and plenty of candles or rushlights. A peasant in a one-room cottage shared sleeping space with their entire family. The fire had to be carefully managed to last until morning, and lighting was a luxury saved for emergencies. But regardless of whether you were a duke or a ditch digger, the darkness was still the darkness, and it still defined your entire relationship with nighttime. Let's talk about medieval bedrooms. Except for most people, the word bedroom would have been a completely foreign concept. Separate rooms dedicated solely to sleeping? That was a luxury so extreme that even many wealthy people didn't have it. For the majority of medieval Europeans, the question wasn't, where's your bedroom? But rather, where in your living space are you going to sleep tonight? Picture a typical peasant cottage. And by typical, we mean the homes where about 90% of medieval people lived. You'd have one room, maybe two if you were doing pretty well for yourself. This single room served as kitchen, dining room, living room, workshop, and yes, bedroom. The whole family slept there, often in the same bed or on adjacent sleeping platforms. Privacy was not a medieval value, mainly because privacy was simply not possible for most people. The bed itself, if you could call it that, often consisted of a wooden frame with rope or leather straps stretched across it to create a flexible sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" supposedly comes from. You'd need to tighten those ropes periodically to keep the sleeping surface from sagging too much. Though historians debate whether that's the real origin of the phrase, it makes a nice story and captures something true about medieval sleeping arrangements. They required maintenance. Now, if you were a peasant without even a proper bed frame, you might sleep on what was essentially a large sack filled with straw, placed directly on the dirt floor or on a raised platform to avoid the worst of the cold and damp rising from the ground. These straw mattresses were called pallets, and they were about as comfortable as they sound, which is to say, not very, but considerably better than sleeping directly on cold earth. The straw in these mattresses needed regular replacement because, well, imagine sleeping on the same pile of dried grass for months on end. It would compress, accumulate moisture, attract various forms of wildlife you didn't particularly want sharing your bed, and generally become less pleasant over time. Replacing the straw was a regular household task, like changing your sheets, except you were changing the entire mattress. Moving up the social ladder, things got marginally better. Wealthier peasants and merchants might have actual wooden bed frames, possibly even with some basic decoration if they were showing off. The mattress might be stuffed with wool instead of straw, which was warmer, more comfortable, and less likely to poke you with sharp bits throughout the night. Some even had feather mattresses, though these were expensive enough that they often appeared in wills as valuable property to be inherited. The nobility slept in what we'd recognise as actual beds, though even these were different from what you might expect. A noble's bed was often a major piece of furniture and a significant status symbol. It would have a wooden frame, but more importantly it would have curtains, heavy fabric hangings that could be drawn around the bed to create a smaller, warmer space within the already cold chamber. These bed curtains were crucial technology that doesn't get enough credit. Think about it. You're in a stone castle where the walls are thick, but not particularly good at keeping out cold. The windows have shutters but no glass, or only expensive, poor quality glass if you're very wealthy. And the only heat source is a fireplace that's basically warming one corner of a large room. By drawing curtains around your bed, you created a much smaller space that your body heat could actually warm. It was like having a tent inside your room, and it made the difference between being cold all night and being reasonably comfortable. The grandest beds were architectural features that could be disassembled and moved, but required considerable effort to do so. They had posts, canopies, elaborate carvings, and expensive fabrics. A great bed was a place for sleeping, certainly, but also for receiving important visitors, conducting business and displaying wealth. When medieval nobles or royalty were seriously ill, they often held court from their beds, because the bed was the most prestigious piece of furniture in the household. But here's something that might surprise you. Even in castles, even among the nobility, most people didn't sleep alone. Servants often slept in the same rooms as their masters, either on smaller beds or on pallets on the floor. Children shared beds with siblings. Extended family members bunked together. The concept of everyone in a household having their own private sleeping space was almost unheard of, even among the very wealthy. There were practical reasons for this crowding beyond just limited space. Multiple bodies in a room meant more warmth. Having servants sleep in your chamber meant you had someone to tend the fire during the night, to help you if you needed something, and to provide security against intruders. Privacy might be nice, but warmth, service, and safety were necessities. For travellers, and medieval people travelled more than you might think, whether for trade, pilgrimage, or military service. Sleeping arrangements were even more variable. Inns existed, but they were sparse, and sleeping at an inn usually meant sharing a bed with complete strangers. This wasn't considered particularly strange. It was simply the most efficient use of limited space and bedding. You'd climb into bed with whoever else had paid for a spot, hopefully claiming the side closer to the wall if you got there first, and try to sleep while ignoring the snoring, smells and movements of your temporary bed partners. Monasteries and convents had their own sleeping arrangements. Monks and nuns often slept in dormitories, sometimes in individual cells barely large enough for a narrow bed, sometimes in communal spaces with rows of beds. The strictest religious orders required sleeping on bare boards as a form of mortification of the flesh, which is about as comfortable as it sounds and was meant to be that way. Now that you're mentally curled up in your medieval sleeping space, whether that's a pile of straw on a cottage floor or a curtained bed in a drafty castle, let's talk about what you'd pull over yourself to keep from turning into a medieval popsicle during the night. Your modern comforter, with its synthetic fill and machine-washable cover, is a technological marvel that medieval people would have traded a good sheep for. What they had instead was whatever they could make, buy or inherit, and the quality varied so wildly that a peasant's bedding and a noble's bedding were barely the same category of object. Starting at the bottom of the social ladder, a peasant family's blankets were likely made of wool, because sheep were everywhere in medieval Europe, and wool was the go-to fabric for anything that needed to be warm. But not all wool is created equal. The coarse wool from the family's own sheep, woven at home or by a local weaver, resulted in blankets that were warm, yes, but also heavy, scratchy, and nowhere near as soft as the wool products you'd find in a modern bedding store. These homespun wool blankets were valuable enough that families took care of them, mended them repeatedly, and passed them down through generations. When a blanket wore out in one spot, you didn't throw it away. You patched it, turned it, repurposed it, or eventually cut it down into smaller pieces for other uses. Waste wasn't a medieval concept when it came to textiles, because making cloth was incredibly labour-intensive. For padding between you and those rope bed supports, you'd have your straw or wool mattress, but some people added additional layers. A coarse cloth covering over the straw helped keep the pointy bits from poking through quite so aggressively. Some people used animal skins. Sheepskins were particularly popular because they were warm, relatively soft and naturally water-resistant. Moving up the economic ladder, the bedding got progressively finer. Wealthier merchants might have wool blankets made from better quality wool, perhaps even dyed in attractive colours using expensive dyes. They might have linen sheets. Yes, medieval people who could afford it used sheets, though not everyone changed them as frequently as we might hope. Linen was prized because, unlike wool, it could be washed in hot water and wouldn't shrink, though it was considerably more expensive than wool. The nobility took bedding to another level entirely. Their wool might be felted or fulled to make it softer and denser. They'd have multiple layers, linen sheets against the skin, wool blankets for warmth, and possibly fur or silk covers on top for display as much as function. The wealthiest individuals had feather beds, not just mattresses stuffed with feathers, but also feather-filled coverlets that were the medieval equivalent of a down comforter. These feather beds were luxury items that appeared in inventories and wills alongside jewellery and valuable household items. Getting enough feathers to stuff a good-sized coverlet required a lot of geese or other waterfowl, and someone had to pluck them all, clean them, and stuff them into tightly woven fabric that wouldn't let the feathers escape. It was skilled, time-consuming work, which meant it was expensive. But here's the thing about medieval bedding that really matters. It was all about layering. You didn't have one perfect blanket that regulated your temperature throughout the night. Instead, you had multiple layers of different materials, and you managed your temperature by adding or removing layers, opening or closing bed curtains, and adjusting how close you were to other people in your bed. The fabrics themselves had properties that medieval people understood through experience, even if they couldn't explain the science. Wool stays warm even when damp, which mattered in drafty, moisture-prone buildings. Linen absorbs moisture and dries relatively quickly, which was important for sheets that would absorb sweat and body oils. Furs provided excellent insulation and had the added benefit of being a visible display of wealth. Medieval people also used what we might call sleeping costumes. You didn't just strip down to your underwear and hop into bed, partly because underwear in the modern sense didn't really exist, and partly because it was too cold for that nonsense. Instead, most people slept in a long linen garment called a nightshirt or night shift. This wasn't decorative sleepwear. It was a practical layer that absorbed body oils and sweat, keeping your outer garments cleaner since those were difficult to wash. Wealthier folks might have specific nightshirts set aside just for sleeping, while poorer people might sleep in their undertunic, essentially the same linen garment they wore during the day under their outer clothing. Either way, you were sleeping in something substantial, not naked or nearly naked the way many people do today in their climate-controlled homes. Some people also wore nightcaps, and not just as a quaint medieval fashion statement. A huge amount of body heat escapes through your head, and in a cold room, keeping your head covered while sleeping was just practical. These caps might be simple linen affairs for everyday use or more elaborate for the wealthy, but the principle was the same: trap heat and stay comfortable. The bed itself might also have additional insulation built in. Those curtains around a noble's bed weren't just fabric hanging loosely. They were often made of heavy wool, sometimes lined, creating a thick barrier between the cold chamber and the sleeping space. Opening or closing these curtains was how you adjusted your temperature, like medieval climate control. For extra warmth on particularly cold nights, people used bed warmers, long-handled metal pans filled with hot coals that you'd run between the sheets before getting into bed. This was the medieval version of an electric blanket preheat setting, and it actually worked pretty well, though you had to be careful not to set your straw mattress on fire. More than one medieval house burned down because someone got careless with bedtime heating arrangements. Let's talk about the single most important piece of medieval bedroom equipment, even though it wasn't technically part of the bed: the fire. If medieval sleep comfort had a foundation, it was the ability to keep a fire burning through the night without dying, burning down your house or asphyxiating everyone with smoke. In a peasant cottage, the fire was literally the centre of the home. We're not speaking metaphorically here. The hearth was often in the middle of the single room, with smoke rising up to escape through a hole in the roof or through gaps in the thatched roofing. This seems primitive until you realise the genius of it. The smoke from the fire would rise through the thatch, helping to preserve it and kill off insects, while also providing a sort of fumigation for the whole house. The downside, of course, was that everyone in the house was breathing some amount of smoke all the time. Medieval lungs probably looked like they belonged to modern cigarette smokers, and respiratory problems were common. But the alternative was freezing to death, so most people considered it an acceptable trade-off. Keeping this central fire going overnight was a serious responsibility, usually given to whoever was considered most reliable in the household. The fire couldn't be allowed to go completely out because relighting it was a genuine hassle. Without matches or lighters, you had to use a flint and steel to create sparks, then catch those sparks on tinder, then carefully nurse that tiny ember into an actual flame. It could take considerable time and effort, and on a cold morning, you really didn't want to be starting from scratch. So the technique was to bank the fire for overnight. essentially covering the glowing coals with ash to slow down combustion while keeping the coals alive. Done correctly, you'd wake up to a fire that just needed some stirring, fresh fuel and gentle blowing to spring back to life. Done incorrectly, you'd wake up to cold ashes and face the prospect of starting over, which would make you very unpopular with everyone else in the cold house. The fuel for these fires varied by region and availability. Wood was the obvious choice where forests were accessible, but not all wood burns equally well. Dense hardwoods like oak burn longer and hotter, but are harder to ignite. Softwoods like pine catch quickly but burn fast and produce more smoke. Medieval people knew these properties intimately and chose their firewood accordingly. In areas where wood was scarce, and by the late medieval period, many areas of Europe had been substantially deforested, people burned whatever they could get. Peat was common in boggy regions. Cut into blocks and dried for fuel, it burns slowly and produces a distinctive smell that people either love or hate. Dried animal dung was another option in areas where even peat wasn't available. Yes, medieval people sometimes heated their homes by burning manure. It wasn't ideal, but it worked, and when your alternative is freezing, you burn what you have. For the nobility in their castles, the situation was somewhat different. They had actual fireplaces with chimneys, a luxury that became more common from the 12th century onward and represented a huge improvement in indoor air quality. A proper fireplace with a chimney pulled smoke up and out rather than letting it disperse through the room, meaning you could breathe without inhaling quite so much particulate matter. But even castle fireplaces had their challenges. The chimney might draw well when the wind was right, but poorly when conditions weren't optimal, leading to rooms that filled with smoke. Stone castles were notoriously difficult to heat. All that stone absorbed heat without warming up much, and the high ceilings meant warm air rose far above where people were trying to sleep. The solution was multiple smaller fires rather than one large one. A castle might have fireplaces in several chambers, each creating a small zone of warmth in an otherwise cold building. The best chambers had fireplaces, and access to those chambers was a privilege of rank. Lesser members of the household slept in rooms without direct heat, relying on warmer clothing and more bedding to make up the difference. Fire safety was a constant concern in a world where everything was made of combustible materials, and fire suppression technology consisted of buckets of water and prayers. Medieval towns and cities had devastating fires with disturbing regularity. Everyone knew someone who had lost their home to fire, and most people knew someone who had died in one. So sleeping with a fire burning nearby required careful management. The fire had to be far enough from bedding and other flammable materials to be safe but close enough to provide warmth. The floor around the hearth needed to be clear. Candles and rushlights had to be extinguished or placed where they couldn't fall and start a fire if someone bumped into them during a middle-of-the-night trip outside to relieve themselves. Speaking of which, nighttime bathroom trips were another challenge. You'd wake up in the middle of the night needing to use the privy, which in a peasant cottage meant either using a chamber pot kept near the bed or, more commonly, going outside to the designated spot. In winter, this was miserable enough that many people tried to minimise nighttime liquid intake, though that created its own problems. The very wealthy had indoor privies, rooms with seats positioned over shafts that dropped waist down into moats, pits, or outside the castle walls. These were cold, smelly places that weren't exactly pleasant to visit, but they beat stumbling outside in the dark and cold. Still, even with indoor plumbing of sorts, the trip from your warm bed to the cold privy chamber and back was an adventure in temperature shock. The fire also provided the only nighttime light that didn't require burning expensive candles or oil. If you woke during that traditional middle-of-the-night interval between first and second sleep, you might sit near the fire watching the flames while your thoughts wandered. This quiet time, with just the firelight and the sleeping sounds of your household, was often described as peaceful, a meditative period that our modern compressed sleep schedules have eliminated. Now we're going to talk about something that medieval people took as seriously as physical warmth, spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Because in the medieval mind, nighttime wasn't just physically dangerous, it was spiritually dangerous too. You have to understand that medieval Europeans lived in a world absolutely teeming with supernatural beings. Not in the way we might casually talk about believing in ghosts or checking our horoscope, but in a visceral, constant awareness that the spiritual world was just as real as the physical one, and considerably more dangerous. And nighttime was when the boundary between these worlds grew thinner. Before going to bed, Most medieval people performed some form of protective ritual. At minimum, this meant prayers. You'd cross yourself, recite a prayer asking for God's protection through the night, and possibly say specific prayers against particular dangers. The Catholic Church encouraged nightly prayers and provided specific devotions for nighttime use. These weren't just abstract spiritual exercises. People genuinely believed that prayers could protect them from very real dangers. Demons, they believed, wandered during the night looking for unprotected souls to torment. Evil spirits might press down on your chest while you sleep, causing nightmares or worse. The devil himself was particularly active during the dark hours, and a soul without proper spiritual protection was vulnerable. Many people made the sign of the cross over their bed before getting in and over their doors and windows. Some mark these thresholds with holy water or blessed salt. These weren't superstitions in the medieval mind. They were practical precautions like locking your doors today. Except you weren't just protecting against human intruders, you were warding off spiritual ones. The physical arrangement of the sleeping space often had spiritual significance. Many people positioned their beds so they could face east, toward Jerusalem and the rising sun, believing this orientation offered additional protection. Religious imagery, crosses, icons or symbols, might be placed near the bed or hung on walls. These weren't decorations, they were spiritual security systems. Nightmares were understood completely differently than we understand them today. When you had a bad dream, it wasn't just your subconscious processing daily stress. It might be a demon literally assaulting you during sleep, or a dead person trying to communicate, or a prophetic vision sent by God or intercepted by Satan. Dreams were taken very seriously and often discussed with priests who could help interpret their meaning and advise on protective measures. Some dreams were considered so significant that they were recorded and reported to church authorities. If you dreamed of something that might relate to heresy or had visions that seemed prophetic, these were matters that could have serious consequences. Dream interpretation was a recognized spiritual skill, and people paid attention to the messages they believed were being sent to them during sleep. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis, that terrifying experience where you're conscious but can't move, often accompanied by a sense of pressure on your chest and the presence of a threatening entity, was universally interpreted as a demonic attack or visitation by a malevolent supernatural being. Different cultures had different names for the entity that caused this. The night hag or old hag in some traditions, the mare in others, which is where our word nightmare comes from. Protection against these entities involved both physical and spiritual measures. You might place iron near your bed, as iron was believed to repel fairies and evil spirits. You might wear a blessed amulet or keep a piece of a holy relic nearby. Some people slept with their hands arranged in the shape of a cross to maintain protection, even while unconscious. Children were considered especially vulnerable to spiritual dangers during sleep, partly because they were thought to be more spiritually open, and partly because their souls were so valuable to demonic forces. Parents might perform elaborate bedtime rituals over their children, including blessings, prayers, and the arrangement of protective objects around the sleeping child. The church had mixed feelings about some of these protective practices. Official church doctrine approved of prayers and blessed objects, but frowned on practices that seemed too similar to pre-Christian magic or pagan beliefs. This created a grey area where people practiced a blend of approved Christian devotion and traditional folk protection that made church authorities uncomfortable, but was too widespread to effectively suppress. Interestingly, some of these folk practices did have practical benefits, even if the spiritual reasoning behind them was questionable. Keeping certain herbs near your bed, blessed by the church for spiritual protection, might actually help repel insects or improve air quality. Maintaining evening prayer routines provided psychological comfort and helped mark the transition from waking to sleeping. The ritualization of bedtime created structure and predictability in a chaotic, dangerous world. The fear of nocturnal spiritual dangers also reinforced social structures and behaviours. Going to bed properly with appropriate prayers and protections was seen as morally correct. Someone who neglected these spiritual duties was not just being careless, but was committing a minor sin and inviting danger. This religious framework around sleep made it a moral issue, as well as a practical one. So far we've been talking about sleeping indoors, but let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the absence of a room, because plenty of medieval people regularly slept outside, not by choice but by necessity, and they managed not to freeze to death doing it. How? First, let's talk about who was sleeping outdoors. Shepherds, for one, spent nights out with their flocks during warmer months, protecting sheep from predators and thieves. Travellers caught between towns might find themselves sleeping rough rather than risk travelling after dark. Soldiers on campaign spent more nights under the sky than under roofs. Harvest workers during peak season sometimes slept in fields rather than waste time walking back to town each night. And the poor, particularly in cities, often had no choice but to find what shelter they could under bridges, in doorways, or in other semi-protected spots. The first rule of outdoor medieval sleeping was, don't do it in winter if you have any choice whatsoever. Medieval people understood that sleeping outside in deep winter was an excellent way to die of exposure. They didn't have magical cold weather techniques we've lost. They just tried very hard not to be outside overnight when it was truly cold. But during the rest of the year, outdoor sleeping was manageable with the right approach. Location was everything. You didn't just lie down anywhere. You looked for natural windbreaks like large rocks, earthen banks, or thick hedges. You positioned yourself to take advantage of any available shelter while staying away from obviously dangerous locations like avalanche paths, flooding risks, or places where animals had established roots. Ground insulation was critical. Sleeping directly on cold earth would suck the heat right out of your body, so medieval outdoor sleepers would gather whatever materials they could find to create a barrier. Dry leaves, bracken, heather, pine needles and grass, all of these could be piled up to create an insulating layer between you and the ground. The deeper the pile, the warmer you'd be. Some travellers carried their own portable bedding. A shepherd might have a wool cloak that could double as both clothing and a blanket. Wealthier travellers might have an actual blanket roll. Pilgrims, and medieval Europe saw a lot of pilgrimage traffic, often travelled with a cloak designed to serve multiple purposes, wear it during the day and sleep under it at night. The medieval cloak was an underappreciated piece of technology. Made of wool, often with a hood, it could be worn loose for ventilation during the day or wrapped tight for warmth. At night, you could wrap yourself in it like a burrito, pull the hood over your head, and have a surprising amount of warmth. The wealthier you were, the better quality wool you had, which meant warmer, denser fabric that provided better insulation. Fire was even more important when sleeping outdoors than when sleeping inside. A shepherd spending the night in the hills with his flock would build a fire and sleep near it, waking periodically to add fuel. This wasn't comfortable sleep. You'd be too hot on the side facing the fire and too cold on the other side, but it beat freezing. The skill was in building a fire that would last. You wanted substantial fuel that would burn slowly rather than small twigs that would flame out quickly. You'd build up a good bed of coals, then add larger pieces of wood. Some experienced outdoor sleepers would arrange large logs to create a long burning fire that didn't need constant tending. If sleeping alone outdoors, you'd want your back against something, a rock, a tree, or an earthen bank, so that you were protected from one side and could keep the fire on the other. This also provided psychological comfort because you knew nothing could sneak up behind you. Medieval nights were full of real dangers: wolves, bears, and human bandits, and sleeping in the open meant staying alert to these threats. Groups sleeping outdoors had an advantage: body heat. Shepherds might sleep huddled together with their dogs for warmth. Soldiers on campaign would crowd into tents or under temporary shelters, with the warmth of multiple bodies making up for the lack of other heating. This also meant someone could stand watch while others slept, providing security in a dangerous world. Military campaigns involved a lot of outdoor sleeping, and armies developed systems for managing this. Common soldiers often had basic tents, simple cloth or leather stretched over frames that provided wind protection even if they didn't offer much insulation. The tent kept off rain and blocked wind, which were the two biggest threats to maintaining body heat. Inside the tent, soldiers would sleep in their cloaks, possibly with additional blankets if they were lucky, packed together for warmth. Officers had better tents, sometimes elaborate pavilions that could be quite comfortable with the right furnishings. A knight on campaign might travel with a tent that included a folding bed, proper bedding, and even portable furniture. But even the best tent wasn't as warm as a proper building, so everyone, regardless of rank, had to deal with being colder than they'd be at home. The reality of outdoor sleeping meant that medieval people were simply tougher about cold and discomfort than most of us are today. They didn't have the option of adjusting a thermostat or adding another electric blanket. They dealt with being cold, being uncomfortable, and sleeping poorly because those were the conditions of life. This doesn't mean they enjoyed it. Medieval sources are full of complaints about miserable nights sleeping rough, but they endured it because they had no choice. Interestingly, some people seem to sleep outdoors by preference, at least during warmer months. Hermits and some extremely devout religious individuals deliberately chose to sleep under the sky as a form of spiritual discipline. They'd find a cave or build a simple shelter and live there, enduring hardship as a way of growing closer to God. This was considered admirable and holy, though also slightly crazy even by medieval standards. For the urban poor, sleeping outdoors was less about spiritual growth and more about having nowhere else to go. Medieval cities had populations of homeless people who slept in doorways, under market stalls, or anywhere they could find a bit of shelter. This was dangerous and uncomfortable, but it was survival. Cities sometimes provided limited charity in the form of hospitality houses or spaces where the poor could sleep indoors, but there was never enough space for everyone who needed it. As dawn approaches in our medieval night, let's talk about waking up and what that morning experience tells us about how different medieval sleep really was from our modern experience. The medieval morning started early, very early by modern standards. Dawn was the natural wake-up time, not because people set alarms, but because light itself was the alarm. Without curtains blocking the sunrise, without artificial light that disrupted natural circadian rhythms, your body simply woke when the sun came up. This meant that wake-up times varied dramatically by season. You might rise at 5 a.m. in summer and 8 a.m. in winter, and everyone considered this completely normal. The first sensations of waking were probably not pleasant. You'd be stiff from sleeping on a surface that ranged from not very comfortable to actively painful. Your body would be cold because the fire had burned low during the night. If you'd slept in a room with other people, which most people did, you'd be surrounded by the sounds and smells of other humans who had spent the night in a room with limited ventilation. Medieval people didn't wake up and immediately jump into their day. They'd lie there for a bit, possibly dozing through that transition between first and second sleep if they'd woken during the night interval. When they finally roused themselves fully, the first order of business was getting the fire going properly again if it had been banked overnight. Then you'd dress, which was less complicated than you might think because you'd slept in much of your clothing. You'd add outer layers, maybe splash some water on your face if water was available, and you were unusually concerned with cleanliness, and basically prepare to start another day of medieval life. Morning prayers were standard for most people, a quick thanks to God for surviving the night, because in a world where disease and accident could kill you suddenly, surviving the night wasn't something to take for granted. These prayers served both spiritual and practical purposes, marking the transition from sleep to waking and helping orient your mind toward the day ahead. But here's what's fascinating when you really think about medieval sleep. It worked. Despite all the discomfort, despite the cold, despite sharing sleeping spaces with multiple people and various forms of wildlife, despite the smoke and the danger and the spiritual anxiety, medieval people got enough sleep to function. They built cathedrals, fought wars, created art, raised families, and developed complex societies. They did this all while sleeping in conditions that would have most modern people calling a contractor and investing in better insulation. This tells us something important about human adaptability. Our bodies and minds are remarkably good at adjusting to conditions that seem unbearable at first. Medieval people weren't superhuman, they were just adapted to their circumstances. They found their cold rooms normal because they'd never known anything else. They slept well in crowded conditions because privacy was never an option. They dealt with discomfort because comfort wasn't really on the menu. It also tells us something about what sleep actually requires. We modern people have convinced ourselves that we need perfect conditions, the right temperature, the right mattress, the right pillows, complete darkness, absolute silence, maybe a white noise machine or a specially designed sleep app. Medieval people had none of these things and slept anyway, because fundamentally, human sleep is robust enough to work under surprisingly difficult conditions. The legacy of medieval sleep patterns has left traces in our language and culture that we barely notice. When we talk about having a good night's sleep, we're using a phrase that dates back centuries. The expression burning the midnight oil refers to a time when staying up late actually meant consuming expensive resources. Making your bed comes from an era when this was a genuine daily task that involved tightening ropes and fluffing straw. Even our architecture carries echoes of medieval sleeping arrangements. The four-poster bed design originated in medieval attempts to create warmer sleeping spaces through curtains. The canopy over a bed, now purely decorative, once served the practical purpose of catching falling debris from thatched roofs or crumbling plaster. These functional designs became status symbols and eventually decorative traditions that persist even though we no longer need them. The medieval approach to sleep also influenced later developments in housing and heating. The recognition that separate bedrooms provided better rest and privacy, even when they weren't strictly necessary for warmth, led to architectural changes as wealth increased. The development of better chimney technology, improved glass making for windows, and more efficient heating systems all emerged partly from centuries of experience with cold, smoky medieval sleeping conditions. Medieval sleep patterns, specifically that segmented sleep with a wakeful period in the middle of the night, might actually have been more natural for human biology than our modern compressed schedule. Some sleep researchers argue that the medieval pattern matched our circadian rhythms better than forcing ourselves to sleep in one solid block. That middle-of-the-night wakeful period was used for prayer, intimacy, reflection, and dreaming, activities we've lost in our rush to maximise sleep efficiency. There's also something to be said for the medieval acceptance of seasonal variation in sleep patterns. We modern people try to maintain the same schedule year-round, going to bed at the same time whether it's June or December, regardless of what our bodies might prefer. Medieval people slept more in winter and less in summer, following natural light cycles, and this might have been healthier than our artificial consistency. The communal nature of medieval sleep also has lessons for us. While we value privacy and personal space, and there's nothing wrong with that, there was something to be said for the security and comfort of never sleeping truly alone. The presence of family members and the sounds of other people breathing and sleeping nearby provided reassurance in a way that our isolated modern bedrooms don't. Medieval people's relationship with fire teaches us about resource management and sustainability in ways we've forgotten. They used fire carefully because fuel was precious, banked fires to maintain them efficiently, and understood that waste in heating was waste they couldn't afford. Our modern ability to heat entire homes to comfortable temperatures year-round is wonderful, but it's come at environmental costs that medieval people would have found incomprehensible. The spiritual dimension of medieval sleep reminds us that sleep has always been more than just physical rest. It's a vulnerable state that requires not just physical safety, but psychological and spiritual security. Medieval prayers and protective rituals served the same function that our modern bedtime routines serve, creating a mental transition from waking concerns to sleep's release. Whether you're crossing yourself and praying to saints or doing relaxation exercises and meditation, you're performing the same basic function of creating a psychological boundary around sleep time. As you lie there in your comfortable bed, with your temperature-controlled room and your supportive mattress, it's worth considering what lessons medieval sleep might offer for our modern rest problems. Because for all our advances in sleep technology, many of us struggle to sleep well, while medieval people, despite their objectively terrible sleeping conditions, generally managed just fine. First, there's the lesson of darkness. Medieval people lived in genuine darkness, and their sleep cycles aligned naturally with it. We modern folks flood our evenings with artificial light, then wonder why we have trouble falling asleep. The blue light from our phones and tablets is particularly disruptive, signalling to our brains that it's still daytime when we're trying to convince our bodies it's bedtime. Medieval people didn't have to actively create darkness. It was the default setting, and their bodies responded accordingly. If you're struggling with sleep, one medieval lesson is simple. Make your evenings darker. Dim your lights as bedtime approaches. Avoid screens for an hour before sleep, and use blackout curtains to eliminate light pollution from streetlights. Create an approximation of that medieval darkness, and your body might remember how it's supposed to respond. Second, there's the temperature factor. Medieval people slept in cold rooms and used bedding for warmth, rather than heating the entire space. Modern research actually supports this approach. We sleep better in cooler rooms, ideally between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Your body temperature naturally drops when you sleep, and a cool environment facilitates this process. Medieval people stumbled onto this truth through necessity. We've had to rediscover it through sleep research. The medieval practice of layering for warmth rather than ambient heating also makes sense. Being slightly cool but buried under warm blankets seems to promote better sleep than being in a warm room with light covers. There's something psychologically comforting about burrowing into blankets, creating your own warm microclimate the way medieval bed curtains once did. Third, consider the medieval approach to bedtime routines. Modern sleep experts constantly advise establishing consistent bedtime rituals, and medieval people did exactly this with their evening prayers, their fire banking and their protective rituals. These activities served the practical purpose of preparing for bed, while also signalling to the mind and body that sleep was coming. The specific content of the ritual mattered less than its consistency and its role in marking the transition from day to night. You might not want to start crossing yourself and reciting prayers to ward off demons, though if that works for you, go right ahead. But creating your own bedtime ritual serves the same purpose. Making tea, reading a few pages of an actual book, doing some gentle stretching, or even just putting on specific sleepwear, these activities signal to your brain that sleep time is approaching. Fourth, there's something to learn from segmented sleep. While we can't fully recreate medieval sleep patterns in our electric world, there's value in not panicking if you wake up in the middle of the night. Medieval people expected this wakeful period and used it productively and calmly. When we wake at 3 a.m. and immediately start stressing about how we should be asleep, we make the problem worse. If you wake in the night, try adopting a medieval approach. Accept it, lie there quietly, think calm thoughts, pray if you're inclined that way, or just rest peacefully. Don't look at your phone, don't turn on bright lights, and don't start your day. Just exist calmly in the darkness for a while, and you'll likely drift back to sleep naturally. Fighting the wakefulness creates anxiety that prevents sleep. Accepting it often allows it to pass. Fifth, medieval people's physical exhaustion from daily labour meant they fell asleep easily, despite uncomfortable conditions. Most of us aren't doing the kind of physical work that left medieval people genuinely tired by bedtime. We're mentally exhausted but physically under-exercised, which is exactly the wrong combination for good sleep. Our brains are wired from screen time and stress, but our bodies haven't done enough to earn physical tiredness. The medieval lesson here is straightforward. Physical activity during the day promotes better sleep at night. You don't need to plough fields or walk 20 miles, but you do need to move your body enough that it's ready for rest. Medieval people didn't need sleep podcasts or meditation apps because their bodies were genuinely ready to shut down at bedtime. Sixth, there's the matter of expectations. Medieval people didn't expect perfect comfort, complete silence, or ideal conditions. They expected sleep to be somewhat challenging and uncomfortable, and they slept anyway. We modern people have such high expectations for our sleep that we create anxiety around it, and that anxiety itself disrupts our rest. Sometimes the medieval approach of just accepting less than perfect conditions and sleeping anyway is the healthiest response. Your mattress might not be perfectly suited to your body, your room might not be absolutely silent, and your schedule might not align perfectly with your natural rhythms. And that's okay. Sleep doesn't require perfection, it just requires good enough conditions and a willingness to rest despite minor imperfections. Finally, medieval sleep reminds us that community and connection matter for good rest. Sleeping completely alone in isolated rooms is actually a very modern phenomenon, and it's not necessarily optimal for everyone. The presence of family members, pets, or partners can provide comfort and security that promotes better sleep, even if it also means occasional disruptions. Obviously, we don't need to return to medieval communal sleeping arrangements. Privacy and personal space are valuable, but there's something to be said for not sleeping in complete isolation if it makes you anxious or uncomfortable. That dog on your bed, that partner beside you, that baby monitor connecting you to your children, these connections serve some of the same reassuring functions that communal medieval sleeping once did. Let's take a moment to imagine that you could somehow transport your modern bedroom back to medieval times, or bring a medieval sleeping space into the present. The contrast would be startling, but so would the similarities. A medieval person visiting your bedroom would probably be most amazed by the consistent temperature. The idea that you could keep an entire room warm all night, every night, without anyone tending a fire, would seem like sorcery. They'd be fascinated by your light switches. The ability to banish darkness with a simple gesture would be mind-boggling. Your mattress would feel incredibly soft and supportive, your sheets impossibly smooth and clean. But they might also find your bedroom somewhat puzzling. Why is it so isolated from the rest of the house? Why do you sleep alone when having others nearby would be warmer, safer, and more comforting? Why do you have so much space dedicated solely to sleeping when that space could serve multiple functions? And why are you struggling to fall asleep in these perfect conditions when they could sleep fine on a pile of straw? Conversely, if you were transported to a medieval bedchamber, you'd immediately notice the cold. Not just cool, but genuinely cold, in a way that makes you want to keep all your clothes on, which is exactly what you'd do. The smell would be your next observation. Wood smoke, unwashed bodies, old straw, cooking odours, and various other scents that we've trained ourselves not to tolerate. Your modern nose, accustomed to air fresheners and frequent laundering, would find the medieval bedroom environment challenging. The lack of privacy would probably bother you more than it bothered medieval people. Knowing that you're sharing sleeping space with family members, servants, or even strangers at an inn would feel intrusive. You'd miss your ability to retreat into your own space, close the door, and have genuine solitude. This privacy that we take for granted was a luxury almost unknown in medieval times. You'd also notice the darkness in a way medieval people didn't because they never knew anything else. When the sun set and candles were extinguished, it would be darker than almost anywhere you've experienced in modern life. That darkness would feel oppressive at first, maybe even frightening, until you adjusted to it the way medieval people lived with it every day. The sounds would be different too. Instead of the white noise of HVAC systems, refrigerators humming, or distant traffic, you'd hear the sounds of other people sleeping, breathing, snoring, shifting position, getting up to tend the fire or use the chamber pot. You'd hear animals both inside and outside the dwelling. You'd hear weather more directly because buildings weren't as well sealed. These organic sounds might actually be more soothing than modern mechanical noises, or they might keep you awake all night. People's responses would vary. The physical discomfort would be real and unavoidable. That straw mattress, or even a better wool-stuffed one, would feel lumpy, uneven, and unsupportive compared to your modern mattress with its carefully engineered layers. The blankets would be heavy and scratchy. You'd be cold on one side and too warm on the other. Your body would hurt from the poor support and awkward sleeping position you'd contort yourself into trying to get comfortable. Yet after a few nights, assuming you survived the adjustment period, you'd probably start to adapt. Your body would get used to the temperature variations, the firm sleeping surface, and the various discomforts. You'd find positions that worked reasonably well. You'd develop calluses, both physical and mental, against the conditions. And you'd sleep because fundamentally humans are designed to sleep even in difficult circumstances. This thought experiment reveals something important. Comfort is relative and adaptive. What feels unbearably uncomfortable initially becomes tolerable and eventually normal through repeated exposure. Medieval people weren't tougher than us in any genetic sense. They were just adapted to different conditions. Similarly, we're adapted to our comfortable modern conditions, which is why we find even minor deviations from optimal sleep environments so disturbing. It also highlights how much of sleep quality is mental rather than purely physical. Medieval people slept in objectively terrible conditions, but didn't lie awake stressing about whether they'd get enough rest or whether their sleep environment was optimized. They just went to bed and slept. We have objectively excellent sleeping conditions, but often struggle because we've created psychological barriers around sleep, expectations, anxieties and beliefs about what we need that may or may not be accurate. The technological advances we've made in sleep comfort are genuine improvements. Let's not romanticize medieval sleeping conditions, which were often genuinely miserable. But we've also lost some resilience in the process. We've become so dependent on perfect conditions that minor disruptions can ruin our sleep entirely. Medieval people's ability to sleep despite imperfect conditions is worth remembering when our own sleep environment isn't quite ideal. As we near the end of our journey through medieval nights, and as you prepare to drift off in your own comfortable bed, let's reflect on what this exploration of medieval sleep reveals about the human experience of rest across time. Sleep is one of the most fundamental human experiences, something we share with our medieval ancestors and will share with future generations. The specific conditions change dramatically. The materials, the technology, the social arrangements, but the basic human need for rest, safety and renewal remains constant. A medieval person and a modern person both close their eyes at night, both drift into dreams, and both wake to face a new day. There's something oddly comforting about this continuity. For all the ways our world has changed, for all the technology we've developed, and the social structures we've built, we still need sleep just as much as medieval peasants did. We're not so different from them in this fundamental way. Their struggles to stay warm through cold nights, to feel safe in darkness, to find rest despite discomfort. These are struggles we can understand even across 800 years of history. Medieval people solved their sleep problems with the resources they had: wool and straw, fire and faith, community and resilience. We solve ours with temperature control and memory foam, sleep apps and weighted blankets. The solutions are different, but the underlying needs are the same. We both seek warmth, safety, comfort and rest. We both create rituals and routines to ease the transition from waking to sleeping. We both worry about not getting enough sleep, though we probably worry more about it than they did. The medieval relationship with sleep was more pragmatic and less anxious than ours. They didn't have sleep specialists or studies on optimal sleep positions. They just went to bed when it got dark and got up when it got light, with that interesting middle-of-the-night interval that we've lost. Their approach was less scientific, but possibly less stressful. They didn't lie awake worrying about whether they were sleeping correctly, but they also dealt with genuine hardships that we can barely imagine. The cold that seeped into your bones on winter nights, the discomfort of sleeping surfaces that would fail any modern ergonomic test, the smoke that irritated your lungs every day of your life, and the genuine dangers from fire, disease and violence that made every night's rest somewhat precarious. We shouldn't romanticize these difficulties just because medieval people endured them. What we can take from medieval sleep is a sense of proportion. Yes, good sleep conditions matter and are worth pursuing, but perfect conditions aren't necessary for adequate rest, and obsessing over optimization can create more problems than it solves. Medieval people's ability to rest, despite imperfection, is a useful counterpoint to our modern anxiety about getting every detail of our sleep environment exactly right. We can also learn from their acceptance of natural rhythms and seasonal variations. The idea that you might sleep differently in winter than in summer, that you might wake naturally in the middle of the night and that's okay, and that sleep is influenced by natural cycles rather than being a fixed requirement. You must meet precisely every night. These ideas offer a gentler, more flexible approach to rest. The medieval practice of preparing for sleep through ritual, whether prayers, fire banking or other regular activities, reminds us that sleep doesn't just happen. It's something we prepare for and enter into deliberately. Creating that transition period, marking the boundary between day and night, helps our minds and bodies recognize when it's time to let go of waking concerns and enter into rest. And perhaps most importantly, medieval sleep reminds us that humans are remarkably adaptable. We can sleep in difficult conditions, adjust to different arrangements, and find rest even when circumstances aren't ideal. This resilience is still in us, even if we don't need to use it as often. When we face disrupted sleep, travel, stress, illness, life changes, remembering that humans have slept successfully under far more challenging conditions can help us maintain perspective. As you lie there now, warm under your covers, in your quiet room with its controlled temperature and comfortable mattress, you're experiencing a level of sleep comfort that medieval people couldn't have imagined. Appreciate it because it's genuinely wonderful. But also know that if circumstances ever required you to sleep less comfortably, you could adapt, just as humans have adapted to sleeping conditions throughout history. The medieval person struggling to stay warm under scratchy wool blankets in a smoky cottage, and you in your climate-controlled bedroom, are connected by that fundamental human need for rest. You both close your eyes against the darkness, let consciousness fade, and trust that sleep will restore you for another day. The specifics differ wildly, but the essential experience is the same. So tonight, as you drift off, you're participating in a ritual that connects you to countless generations of humans who have sought rest in the darkness. Some of them slept in castles, and some in cottages, some on feather beds, and some on piles of straw. But all of them closed their eyes and slept and woke and lived their lives and passed into history. Their medieval nights are long over, but the human need for sleep continues. The fire they tended so carefully has been replaced by your central heating, their prayers for protection by your locked doors and alarm systems, and their rough blankets by your engineered bedding. But the sleep itself, that nightly letting go of consciousness, that trust in tomorrow's waking, that universal human vulnerability and renewal, remains unchanged. Sleep well tonight, knowing you're part of this long human tradition of finding rest in darkness, safety in vulnerability, and renewal in that mysterious daily death and rebirth we call sleep. Medieval people did it with cruder tools but equal success. You'll do it with better tools but face the same fundamental challenge, to let go of today and trust in tomorrow. The medieval night has ended, but yours continues. Let the warmth of your bed surround you, let the comfort of safety embrace you, and let the quiet darkness welcome you. You don't need to bank fires or recite protective prayers. You don't need to worry about wolves or demons or whether the thatch will hold against the rain. You just need to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself drift into that ancient, universal human experience of sleep. Medieval people did it, your parents and grandparents did it, and you can do it too. Sweet dreams, and may you wake refreshed just as countless humans have done across the centuries, from those cold medieval mornings to your comfortable modern one.